What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. I'm your hip hop and gaming news source with a little bit of R&B mixed in. Before we get into the episode, which of course is 137, I have to give because let me tell you something. Y'all, as far as the masses, have supported in the past 30 days in a way that I've never witnessed on the podcast. So for that, because it's one of those things to where that is why the episode is titled what it is, but we still have to acknowledge the fact that y'all very much came out in droves. So without further ado, this is from me to you. This is the amount of artificial hands that I'm putting together to congratulate y'all on the amount of support that we've garnered. Because at the end of the day, none of this is possible without y'all. And as far as the actual impact that we had, for the past 30 days, we did 118,000 weekly downloads. 118,000 weekly downloads. And then, of course, in totality of the 30 days, we did about 537,000. So, safe to say that life is good. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, I'm putting in the work to try to improve the experience that the masses have supported in droves, right? So, at this point, I'm really just reflecting on what y'all like the most, what I'm trying to implement, as a lot of people gave feedback on the sound effect that I started to use on my segments, and they said they enjoyed it, they liked it, and it's just little things like that that improves the overall experience. But as far as y'all and the support, I just want to say from the depths of my heart, I think that's how you say it. Hold on, we finna look that word up right quick. And be spreading fake definitions out here. Yeah. From the depth of my heart, which is about infinite as far as, you know, the amount of depth that it has, I want to say thank you. All right. So that being said, of course, let's get into the episode 137. And obviously the title, well, it's not obvious if you haven't seen it yet, but for those who haven't seen it, the title is called What's Beef? Now, why might this episode be called What's Beef? It's a very interesting question, because if you've been paying attention for the past month, you will realize that the impact of beef in correlation with album, track, anything regarding financial value, it increases exponentially whenever beef is implemented. So the notorious phrase, what's beef, coming from the Notorious podcast, or the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, is on the nose, of course, but it's definitely a reference, key callback to the one and only, the Notorious B.I.G., who said on his final studio album, Life After Death, which was released back in 1997, there was a track titled What's Beef? And basically, listen to that track and it breaks down the whole concept of beef within the hip hop community. There's a reason why I named half of this whole podcast after this man. The words that he put together was leaps and bounds beyond the competition. I don't care what the Tupac fans have to say, right? So with that being said, my beat went off. What in the world? I thought I put the... Oh, here we go. All right. Did the beat go off? No, I'm just playing. All right. So that's why this episode is titled What's Beef, as a lot of different interactions has happened throughout the past in hip hop that has put the beef on full display that we've been waiting for about 10 years at this point, as far as Kendrick versus Drake. Other ones have been shorter in wait time, but it's still been a tremendous wait, as far as the Chris Brown and Quavo scenario that happened back in 2017. The Nicki, Megan Thee Stallion beef, obviously that was shorter of a wait time, as Megan is newer to the hip hop community. So, but we're going to get into all that as far as this episode. That's actually the first topic we're going to get into. But one thing I wanted to implement in the intro, because I've been thinking about it, and you know, the whole analytic mantra that I'll be spreading throughout this episode. I like to focus on analytics, of course, calling myself Analytic Dreamz. So for the intro, I want to talk about the biggest movers and the biggest dreamlike analytics that we've seen in the music and gaming community. So of course, let's start with music. For the people who's impacting the masses the most, as far as on the singles standpoint, we have Too Sweet from Hosier, which has been on the charts for about 4 weeks and is #1. Of course, we have Like That by Metro Boomin, Kendrick Lamar, and Future, which has been on the charts for about 4 weeks and also peaked at #1, but currently is at #2. Then we have Beautiful Things by Benson Boone, which has been on the charts for about 13 weeks and peaked at #2, which is now, well, the track is now currently at #3. So with that being said, let's move on to the dreamlike analytics on the project side, where of course we have the queen of the music industry, the biggest boss, the one that makes everything move in this industry, Taylor Swift, as she by far has the #1 most listened to album in the world, with the Tortured Poets Department coming in at about 2.6 million copies sold. And the second closest, well, no, in the next spot, only, well, not only, because it's still a lot, it's the #2 most listened to. So this is the second most listened to album in the world. And of course, the person that holds that title is Future and Metro with the album We Don't Trust You. You would think the latest album, We Still Don't Trust You, would have more sales than We Don't Trust You, but obviously with the whole Kendrick aspect, the whole beef aspect, the original project We Don't Trust You is outselling the current and more recent project We Still Don't Trust You. Hopefully that wasn't confusing, because they basically named the albums the same thing. So yeah, We Don't Trust You is the second most listened to album in the world. And then of course, coming in at #3 is Beyonce with her album Cowboy Carter, that has about 66,000 sold this week, as far as the Cowboy Carter album, which to me is still album of the year. It's my favorite album of 2024 by far. Nothing's came close. So yeah, as far as market share, that gets into the nerdy aspect. I don't know if y'all want to know that in detail of analytics, but obviously click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about me implementing the people who's impacting the masses the most in my intro of the episode, and if you like it or not, right? Or if you want me to switch it up in a certain way. So with that being said, the market share, Universal Music Group has 83%. Sony Music Entertainment has 11%, Warner Music Group has 5%, and then the others, of course, have 1%. The others is the independent artists I'll be talking about. As far as being an independent and trying to outsell the people on major labels, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just read off the overall market share for you. So with that being said, let's switch gears and get into the music side of things, where we have PC players stand up, you know what I'm saying, as Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, and PUBG is still the top, because of course people love their competitive shooters, and who does it better than Counter-Strike, Dota, and PUBG? Switching over into the console land of things, of course, for PlayStation, we have the top games being, of course, Fortnite, Call of Duty, and 2K24. Say what you want about 2K, say what you want about Call of Duty and Fortnite, but hey, if people didn't like it, they will stop playing it. It's just as simple as that. Or it's a sheep effect where they just follow the next person who's playing their favorite game, right? Well, not favorite game, who's playing. They're following their favorite person in whatever game they're playing. So as far as the game that's impacting the masses the most, it's Fortnite, Call of Duty, and 2K. So with that being said, let's switch over to Xbox. And surprisingly, Fallout has taken the top position as far as best sellers on Xbox, which of course you could say is because of the show, which I would 100% agree in, which is why it's a part of the show notes. So we will be getting into Fallout, but Fallout 4 is the best selling game currently on Xbox, followed by Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and followed by, once again, Fallout New Vegas. So goodness gracious, talk about what type of impact making good quality could have. The Fallout show has revitalized the video games in a fashion that hasn't been seen before as far as a different medium of entertainment, right? It kind of reminds me of when Sonic went from video games to movies. It's like the opposite effect. No, it's basically the same because it's a TV show basically bringing back up the old games. And with Sonic, it was the movie bringing back the old games, even though it was already great in its own aspect. So yeah, that's the comparison I would make as far as if people wanted a description or analogy on how the TV show is impacting the video games. And you're probably wondering, how in the world does Fallout have 2 of the top 3 spots, right? It's a TV show, which is why we also have it in the show notes. But enough of that. Also, that's a new segment. Not segment. It's more of like an intro. So for the listeners of the podcast, definitely let me know. Is that something y'all want to hear as a reoccurring theme throughout the episodes? As far as the best sellers, I call myself Analytic Dreamz. So of course, I feel like that goes in line with that name. And as far as Notorious Mass Effect, I mean, what's more notorious than having the top 3 games and tracks as far as listed out to you in when it comes to the masses. So let me know if you like that. Obviously, I'll take it out if you don't like it. You know what I'm saying? So click my link tree in my bio and let me know on one of my social medias, right? What do y'all think about that being implemented into the intro? So before we get into episode 137, which once again is titled What's Beef, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. And if you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Now, without further ado, let's get into the first topic, which is the beef roundup of 2024 when it comes to the hip hop community. Now, of course, for episode 137, you see the title and you probably are wondering and are intrigued on the fact that beef has been the biggest implementation when it comes to marketing strategies based on financial incentives. So whenever we're getting into hip hop, you already know beef and hip hop goes hand in hand. So that is why we've seen an explosion of interactions in 2024 when it comes to beef. Now, it's not even centered around hip hop because, of course, all the way back in January 3rd, 2024, Cat Williams started the year off giving us something that we've never seen before, as far as just exposing so many things in light of beef that Shannon Sharpe himself, talking about the same Shannon Sharpe who was a former NFL player, Hall of Fame type career, 15 seasons in the NFL, but then revealed that he did not make nearly as much as he's currently made from just content creation in general. And more specifically, the Cat Williams interview was and has been speculated that it has garnered more than $6 million just from that interview alone. Mind you, that was January 3rd, 2024. Everybody and their mom saw that explode on the internet, and now to see the alleged numbers that's been garnered from just that interview, people have been implementing beef into their marketing strategies in a way that we've never seen before. I'm not saying people are desperate, but like the notorious B.I.G. once said, "What's beef?" off of his notorious album, Life After Death. Now, that came out in 1997. Who would have thunk that it would have had so much credence in today's age? As, of course, all the way back in the 90s, he was basically speaking on rivalries, feuds between artists, record labels, basically talking about beef in a way that's personal animosity, territorial disputes, and basically competition at its finest when it comes to the genre of hip-hop. So, of course, when we see it in today's age implemented heavily into the internet, it's in a way of financial incentive that was not the crux of the actual reason back in the 90s. 90s, it was for sport. 2024, you make so much money off of beefing that now people are trying to come up with fabricated and basically things that are more or less not real. You know, the baby came out and basically said that a artist, I want to see if I can find that, an artist all the way, no, okay, so it was a lyrical artist that was trying to, I'm trying to see if I can find it. I think I posted it on my YouTube channel. Okay, here we go. So the baby was basically speaking on a lyrical rapper that everybody knew and said that he was trying to start artificial beef simply for financial gain. So we're going to go through the entire timeline of hip-hop beef simply because this episode is titled after that, or titled after, you know, what's beef. But we have to get into the chronological order. But before that, we have to get into the most recent, I'm not going to say exposing sentiments because obviously he didn't name the person. A lot of people said it was Jordan Lucas, to which he came out himself and said, why is everybody saying it's me? But it's basically off of this clip right here of the baby talking about a lyricist calling him and wanting to create a fake rap beef with him.
It's like 2 days after the situation took place. This before J. Cole apologized, matter of fact. I got a call, I won't say from who, I got a call from a certain rapper. It's like a lyricist too, like a lyricist, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure y'all know him if I said his name, 1,000% y'all know him, right? And I got a text from him. He shot me a text. He like, yo, he like, hit me, you gonna like this. He like, hit me, you gonna like this. I called him, I'm like, what up? He like, what's up with it? How you feeling? I'm good, what's up with it? He like, you wanna go up? How you feeling? You wanna go up? I'm like, what's up? Talk to me. He say,
Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify if you want to see the video along with the audio when it comes to this segment.
Man, all the back and forth between J. Cole and Kendrick got me fired up. Bruh, I feel like we should diss each other. You know, we cool behind closed doors. We should diss each other.
That should have go.
You know what I'm saying? And we cool, we know we cool, whoop, but bruh, I just feel like it'll just go crazy and yada, yada, yada. And I told him, I kind of like, you know what I'm saying, responded like the same way I told him, I'm like, look, I'm like, I know for a fact what that'll do, right? But I'm like, so look, it's like 2 days after.
All right, so basically that's the baby talking about the incentive financially when it comes to beefing. And of course, as you can see in the comment section, And this is my video, mind you. So I appreciate everybody who comments on my videos. Any video that I put out is definitely appreciated. But people are basically saying, well, this is the most liked comment. The only rapper I could think of that's corny enough to ask for permission to diss somebody is Logic. Now, even in the midst of turmoil in the hip hop community, people are still finding a way to diss Logic, which is ironic, right? Anyways, somebody else said if he's smart, he will make a diss track on him about him wanting to do that, to do a fake beef. And somebody said it's a win-win. And then this is why I said everybody's just saying it's Joyner, because this received the most replies. Somebody said probably Joyner, and everybody said, yeah, that dude been corny. LMAO, probably. Definitely not. Oh, somebody said, okay, so somebody actually said definitely not. And he said he wouldn't ask permission to diss anybody like a weirdo. He will openly just do it if he wants to. Like, it's not correct English. He has been doing it his whole career, basically. So, only reason I bring that up is to highlight the fact that everybody has seen the financial incentive to beefing. And who kicked that off? Cat Williams. Now, let me get into the complete timeline of hip hop beef, because of course the track, as far as musically, the track that kicked it off was Megan Thee Stallion and her track Hiss, which came out back in January 26, 2024, after the whole Cat Williams interview. Not saying that she got it from Cat Williams. I'm just saying it's a coincidence that everybody wants to beef now that Shannon Sharpe himself, the Hall of Fame career, has said he made way more money for one interview than he did in his entire 15-year NFL career. And now, seemingly, a lot of beef is starting to pop up. So, of course, personally, I feel like this one is more organic, as this one has been bubbling up for a minute regarding the Megan Thee Stallion Nicki Minaj beef. So when she put out Hiss all the way back in January 26, 2024, a lot of people was attributing the diss towards Nicki Minaj. And why? Because it came right off the release of Cobra's single. So keep in mind, Cobra was more of a partisan diss, which, if you don't know, used to be the writer for Megan Thee Stallion. I'm pretty sure he's not anymore, as they, completely fell off. And Megan Thee Stallion used that as a diss towards partisan in her track Cobra. So she came back again with another track implementing beef as a marketing strategy once again. And guess what? His ended up becoming the third #1 single for a solo female rapper. So it put Megan Thee Stallion in the same light as Nicki Minaj and Lauryn Hill. Keep in mind, every time beef is implemented into the marketing strategy, sales are just through the roof, which is why you keep seeing it in 2024 specifically, because right after 2020, as far as COVID, everybody was balling with their what's it called? Is it triple P? PPE, PPP? I think it's PPE. I don't know, whatever. The loans that people was falsely trying to claim and ended up getting some type of jail time for, as far as the scammers out there. I think it's PPE. Everybody was running it up. Everybody was getting loans from the government, balling on no budget, basically, talking about how they just had so much money. 2 years, 3 years later, and now currently in 2024, people are realizing the after effects of COVID, which everybody is losing their jobs simply to corporations finally seeing the ramifications of COVID and having to let go of a plethora of people. And it's a lot of companies. It's not even just one. Everybody is laying off simply because of COVID implementing the status of everybody just losing money. So if you're losing money as a company, what's the quickest way to get back into the black? Is to let people go. And black is like a financial term as far as like companies. It's not like black people. So hopefully you don't get that confused. But to get back into the black as a company, you have to start cutting people, because that's the biggest expense when it comes to a huge conglomerate, right? So anyways, people are getting laid off, desperate times. So now what's the most tried and proven strategy that they've seen work for people? Beef. So with the Cat Williams interview, with the Megan Thee Stallion Hiss record, now we've set the stage for beef just constantly being implemented to increase financial gain. So hopefully that makes sense. Anyways, after that, after Megan Thee Stallion basically kicked it off, letting the world know that she, in fact, is going at Nicki Minaj, Nicki Minaj responded herself with a track titled Bigfoot. Now, everybody knows what this track did and called Nicki Minaj out for it because of Nicki going at Megan Thee Stallion, talking about her in a light that a lot of people did not like because of... Oh, actually, I had a... Okay, once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I forgot to put the picture up. But they actually have a picture together, which is crazy. So they used to be friends. I don't know what happened. But hey, I guess it's up from here, right? Nicki Minaj took to Instagram Live, of course, to share her diss track. So she debuted Bigfoot on Instagram Live, addressing Megan Thee Stallion, basically talking about her liposuction, talking about her dead mom, like really just outlandish things targeted towards Megan Thee Stallion, which cements our first hip-hop beef of 2024, right? So the aftermath of that, everybody said the track was not good. Everybody said the line on your dead mom was too far and Nicki Minaj should be ashamed of herself, right? So basically that's where the beef ended, because Megan Thee Stallion didn't respond. She didn't even address the diss, right? She just talked about how Hiss went #1, which, you know, was like one of those, if you know, disses towards Nicki Minaj, because Nicki Minaj was talking about Megan Thee Stallion in a way that you would think that she was below Nicki. But as far as the sales, track-wise, Hiss was outperforming Bigfoot. And history is repeating itself in current day, because like that, I'm not trying to jump around, but we're going to get to it in a second. Like that, from Kendrick, Metro Boomin, and Future is currently outperforming Drake's Push Up diss, which he's going at the whole industry, but specifically, not whole industry, he's going at everybody who dissed him, which seems like the whole industry at this point. There's a reason why he said, what is this, a 20v1? Like, because everybody's going at him. So he dissed everybody who dissed him, but specifically went at Kendrick, right? But everybody's noticing the sales of Like That is far beyond push-ups currently. So that's why I say history repeating itself, because Hiss by Megan Thee Stallion outperformed Nicki Minaj's Bigfoot by a mile. Anyways, let's keep going. Throughout this, of course, you're going to have to keep up, because the whole landscape of beef, I'm basically breaking down in this segment, so I'm just going to throw a lot at you. You know, rewind it if you have to. I'm going to try to choose my words carefully to put it in a way that's concise. But obviously, even I had trouble bringing all of this up to the point where I was just like, let me just go back to when I covered it and just look at my notes from there, because I'm like, it is a lot to keep up with. So anyways, Nicki, Megan Thee Stallion, they kicked off the beef as far as hip-hop and making songs off of that. Guess who else tried to implement the diss strategy? Lotto and Ice Spice. If you don't remember, Lotto had a preview of her song Sunday Service, where she showed an Ice Spice video in the background, basically at the same time when she said, I just want to, like, basically at the same time Lotto was saying, I just want a 101, don't know why she's so nervous. And the video preview had an Ice Spice video in the background. So basically, it was a diss. It's not direct, but it's one of those to where it's definitely a diss. Lotto tried to play it off saying, oh, it was just in the background. I don't know how I got there. Like, come on now. It literally was the only time an Ice Spice video was shown. And it was shown at the same time of Lotto saying, I just want a 101, don't know why she's so nervous. So she asked for beef, and guess what? She got it. So Ice Spice and her track, which just, personally, I believe it was just a track she already made, but she started to attribute the track towards Lotto as a Lotto diss. So now, February, we have our next beef cemented in hip-hop. Ice Spice versus Lotto. So as far as the guys out there, you know what I mean? They would prefer they have some type of camaraderie, because, you know, who wouldn't like a Ice Spice and Lotto performance back to back? You know what I'm saying? But obviously that's not going to happen anytime soon. As Ice Spice released that track, Thank You the Expletive. This is a PG podcast, so of course I'm gonna take out the curse words. But Thank You the Poop. Let's just put it like that. Or Thank You the Fart, right? I mean, at this point, hip hop, when it comes to titles, is just, it's the bare minimum at this point. So anyway, she released that January 26th, and that also went into February as far as having success on the charts. Lotto's Sunday Service also has success on the charts, but the biggest thing you need to know from that is that when Ice Spice released that, it was basically setting the stage for a back and forth as far as beef. But I don't think Lotto really took that as a direct enough diss to make another track specifically dissing Ice Spice, as she completely left this track alone. Like, she didn't comment on it. She didn't say if her and Ice Spice had beef. Notoriously went on $1 million worth of game, talking about Lotto. So if you look up that interview, she even addresses it. She gets asked the question, why was that Ice Spice video in the background? She said, oh, we just listen to music videos. So she basically is playing it off. Ice Spice is also playing it off. So at this point, it didn't have no continuation, as both artists are just using beef for financial gain. And I don't think they're really trying to get into some actual back and forth. So, of course, the track came out, had success on the charts, which surprisingly to me it had success, because I thought the track was pretty bad as far as the snippet. But when the actual version came out, he, as far as Riot, who is Ice Spice's producer, which I think he's a producer in himself, but he mainly produces for Ice Spice. Basically, he redid the beat and made it better and added some ad-libs from Ice Spice, which made it a higher quality track, I might add. It's definitely not a great track, but it made it tolerable as far as listening to. So now our second back and forth as far as beef was implemented by Lotto and Ice Spice. Of course, y'all know what came after that. Kanye West came out and he put out Vultures, but the rollout up to Vultures was just going at everybody and their mom. I mean, it's so much to cover with Kanye West, it's not even coverable, because this man did not take any prisoners when it came to dissing. And it was to the point where it wasn't even just a rap thing, it was more of him just going against all of the internet. Like, just Kanye West versus cancel culture, I think, was literally one of my episode titles that you can look up on YouTube or on whatever platform you listen to podcasts up. Just look up Kanye West versus cancel culture, and the episode or the specific segment, both will probably pop up. So I broke that down extensively, going at the fact that Kanye West used beef to implement in his marketing strategy. And guess what? Kanye West ended up putting out a Yeezy commercial, supposedly, during the 2024 NFL championship game, which is the Super Bowl, of course. But for those who don't watch sports, I had to break it down. So he put that out. And had immense success, right? He sold so many Yeezys. He broke the record as far as having a number one with the track Carnival. So once again, for the third time, well, Ice Spice and Lotto, they made the charts, but they didn't go number one. Megan Thee Stallion implemented it, went number one. Kanye West implemented the beef into his marketing strategy, went number one with Vultures. The track Carnival went number one. And I think that got to his head a little bit, because he literally made a video going at Adidas, and it was super hilarious, right? Because let me see if I can find it. And while I talk about these people, I'm going to try to bring them up, but no promises, because I'm trying to go throughout the whole timeline. So I may forget to put them up at certain points. Anyways, let's just put this up so y'all know we talking about Kanye. This is for the video version, of course. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. I don't know if I could find the video of him going at Adidas, because he specifically was giving a super villain like monologue on how he's number one. Y'all tried to stop him, and guess what? It didn't work. And let me see. Let me see. I don't think I'll be able to find it because it's just so much with Kanye. Like at this point, I feel like Kanye rants is like you would think they're documented, but it's just so many that it's hard to find a specific one. Yeah, I can't find it because he had one on when he went to Big Boy. He had an interview with Justin LeBoy on the download. He had just random rants against Adidas. And let's see. I'm just gonna type in carnival, and then see if he had a. Yeah, I can't find it. That's all right though. So, anyways, yeah, Kanye West went on a supervillain like rant against just Adidas, the industry trying to cancel him, cancel culture in general, trying to cancel him. And he basically said, "Look what y'all did. Y'all tried to cancel me, freeze my funds in my bank account, take away my kids." Which at this point, I mean, I guess Kim Kardashian doesn't even exist because he be talking about his kids being taken away like the internet did it. The internet took away my kids. Adidas took away my kids. What did he say? He said pornography took away his kids, even though he's starting a porn company. But hey, Kanye West fans out there, y'all got to deal with that yourselves. So, anyways, I can't find that snippet, but Kanye basically said, "Y'all created the number one song in the world, so y'all can't stop what I've built because I went number one." And the whole industry. I mean, his album was being taken down constantly. His I forget what he was saying, but basically the album, people was talking about him not clearing certain things. So if you go to the album when it's, well, basically if you download the album when it first released, go to it now, it's completely different. Why? Because people took down the tracks that he supposedly didn't clear. Now, I'm not saying that Kanye West cleared it and they took it down illegally. No, I think Kanye West probably did not clear the track or clear certain beats or certain samples. So that's why he had the track taken down. But at the end of the day, Beef was implemented into his marketing strategy once again, as Vultures was the direct benefactor from implementing Beef. Carnival went number one and stayed at number one for quite some time. Vultures, I mean, currently Vultures is still the 27th, 28th most popular album in the world. And I can definitely fact check that for y'all. Okay, so it's dropped to 40th. So it's the 40th most popular album in the world. And last week it was 38th. So I think that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, last week it was 38th, but now it's the 40th most popular album in the world. So, of course, when April, so as far as the staying power in February, it had one of those type of holds onto the charts to where everybody looked at it and it was like, dang, this man, Kanye West, is uncancelable. Like, he is not able to be canceled simply for the fact that the whole industry tried, major labels went at him, and he was, I don't know if he was the first independent artist to ever go number one, but I can't think of any independent artist that could go number one besides Kanye West. He had the number one album as far as first week sales. He had the number one single as far as Carnival. So once again, Beef implementing into marketing strategy has had so much financial gain for Kanye West. And then the whole Yeezy was just a side because, of course, when he put out, when he put out the Yeezy.com site during the Super Bowl, apparently he sold out to the point where everybody was like, well, at this point, Kanye West is one of the more genius-like figures on the planet because he put out the ad and then come to find out everything was $20 and everything sold out. So you know, if that's the type of marketing strategy that works, then when Kanye West used it, you see these type of solutions that comes out of it. Number one single, number one album first week, and Yeezy's all the way sold out. So now that we covered Kanye West's portion of what's beef in 2024, because he went at the whole industry. We had another, I'm not going to say he went at the whole industry as far as Drake, but let's just say Kanye West actually went against the whole industry because he was independent. Drake is obviously under Universal Music Group, and so he has some powerful people that's still in his pockets to promote his music. So I would say what Kanye West did was more impressive than what Drake is currently doing. Even though Drake is still on top and Drake is my GOAT, obviously I have to be a little I have to be fair when it comes to the battles that these artists are facing. Even though Kanye West is self-inflicted wounds as far as going against the whole industry, he still is going against the whole industry and had those number ones. So anyways, let's move on from Kanye West. And the next beef, so that whole Kanye West episode was in February. So that was early February as well. So we had the Ice Spice versus Lotto and the Kanye West versus cancel culture in February. So that was a packed month as well as far as beef. Then we keep going, and once again, I'm just going to spend 2 seconds on this one. So we had Carisha versus DJ Academics, simply for the fact that the whole Diddy fiasco was happening throughout this whole year. So as far as Carisha, is it one? Hold up. Carisha. Oh, it is one E. Okay, I was like, I put that on my making sure I ain't spelled that right or spelled that wrong. Okay, and I'm looking all this up in real time, so y'all got to bear with me. You know what I mean? All right, so let me see if I can find this one. Who is this young man? Yeah, I don't know what this is. All right, anyways, yeah, I'm just gonna spend 2 seconds on this one. So mid-February, around 19th, we had Carisha versus DJ Academics, where the premise of it is simply for the fact that Diddy is going through several sexual assault allegations, right? Diddy is going through literal you know what, as everybody and their mama is coming after him for some financial gain simply because of his past actions. So with that, Academics took the time to go at Carisha for why she was being so quiet, even though Diddy gave her such a platform on just everything. Just gave her a platform on Revolt via Carisha Please. Obviously promoted her music whenever he could, you know, because I don't know if City Girls is definitely not signed to Diddy, but you know, he has some type of incentive to keep Carisha's public perception at a certain level, right? So, I mean, she literally won Best Podcast of the Year for the past 2 years at the BET Awards. And I mean, look at, you know, it's hard to say it because it's like, it comes off as hate, but it's literally like, look at it now. Like, where is it? It's simply because of Diddy pulling strings, putting her at a pedestal, which I'm not hating at. I'm just pointing it out for the public to understand why she was receiving these type of awards. So with that being said, Academics versus Miami, or Young Miami, and I don't know why I can't find a picture of. Let me see. Let me just type in Young Miami. I don't. Why do they spell young like that? Like we can't spell nothing right, huh? Like as a people, we just spelling everything the way we want to. Anyways, we just going. Let's see. This works. I was trying to find some picture. We got to find some picture of Livingston, right? For the video people out there watching. All right, so now we're on to Academics and Young Miami. So, all right, so back to what I was saying. Miami versus Academics, simply is over the P. Diddy allegations and the way that Carisha has been implemented into certain lawsuits with her being called a sex worker, with her moving pink cocaine, allegedly. That is what's been that is what's been accused of Miami as far as the accusations. They are calling her a sex worker and they are saying that she's moving pink cocaine for P. Diddy, right? So that is basically it. I'm not giving a deep dive into Carisha versus academics. I just had to talk about that because I did, once I started talking about it, I did realize why I covered it. It's simply because of Diddy and his ramifications of the several sexual lawsuits. So with that being said, we went from that into, this I'm so glad I'm going through my own notes as far as the beef 2024 roundup, because it's like we're not at the 6 year mark, 6 month mark, so it's not the middle of the year roundup, but this is currently, this is like what do they say on TV shows, like previously on, this basically what they is for the month of April. So let me see if I can find this one right quick. This one was hilarious because we got the joke of the century with my goat, and it's so unfortunate because it's my goat, but at the same time, what this man said was beyond hilarious. So we're gonna use this picture to focus on this topic. So many SKUs. You know what I'm saying? Like, whenever you go to the supermarket, Walmart, Target, a lot of other places, I can't think of them. I mean, there's so many different, as far as when you get into the more expensive supermarkets, it's more niche titles. Like, we're going to say like Wawa or something, you know what I mean? Like, so anyways, so many SKUs was targeted towards Drake, as Mos Def came out and basically said that Drake does not make hip hop and his role in music is not of hip hop. Basically, he was giving commentary that Drake's hip hop is surface level, and what he does is he makes music for everybody, which technically, if you word it a certain way, is constructive criticism. But then Mos Def went further and basically said Drake is the target of hip hop, and at that point, you are most definitely just hating. Like, if you're just gonna say he's the target of hip hop, when Drake has shown time and time again that his emphasis, his love as a student comes from hip hop and studying the ones before him, to the point where his Kendrick diss track literally starts off with, well, not Kendrick, but the Push-Ups track, which is dissing multiple people that dissed him, starts off with a Who's Kid sample, which was used all the way back. I forget it was used back in the past for diss tracks, right? So for Drake to use that in current day is a nod and a homage to the diss tracks that came before him. So if he was just a target of hip hop, why in the world would he do that much research? Why wouldn't he just put out a random diss track that's already going to captivate the masses? Like, it's Drake. People are going to like it regardless. But he did his due diligence to go back in the past and to honor those that came before him, which is why I believe Drake is the GOAT when it comes to hip hop, because his infatuation, his love for the culture is undeniable, to the point where he puts in work every single year. And the way that people discount that as being the target of hip hop is just insane. So, let me see. Trying to find where that actually came from. So DJ Who Kid came up all the way back in not 70s, but he was born in 72. So as far as DJ Who Kid, he was prominent in the mixtape circuit, which is where the drop is most notorious, because he would drop that ad lib when people would come through and diss other people. So obviously he played a humongous role in the 1990s as far as the East Coast hip hop scene. So that's why when Drake goes all the way back to honor something like that, a lot of people as far as hip hop heads put him up there with the greats, because other surface level hip hop people that that Mos Def was trying to say Drake was, they do not have that type of they do not do or implement that level of effort or research into the ones before them, right? So that's why Drake versus Mos Def was something I wanted to highlight, because that was a random beef, which I think was unwarranted to the point where he was just most definitely hating. So anyways, and all of these you can look up for yourself as far as specific segments that I'm talking about if you want to hear me expound further on this specific topic. But Drake versus Mos Def was just something that it was just unfortunate, because I'm like, why in the world are you dissing Drake out of all people, who's literally uplifting the whole genre of hip hop? So anyways, see if I can find. Yeah, so we had the Kanye West, already covered that. We had the Carisha versus Academics. We had, I'm trying to see when we get into 21 Savage, obviously put out his album all the way back in, like, I think January, February, I forget. And then I gotta keep my place in my notes. It's so much beef. It's kind of hard to keep up with, but I think at this point I'm keeping up with the timeline. Okay, so we had Lotto, Kanye. Well, before we get into that, of course, Beyonce put out her album around that time, and that obviously did wonders as far as the masses, because it's Beyonce, but also she had a country element to her album, which also made it stand out to the point where everybody was like, this is album of the, well, to me personally, it's album of the year, but to others, what I mean, they may be hating a little bit, as it's hard as a black person to be really accepted into the country society. So for Beyonce to put that out and everybody to say it was as good as people already thought it was good, but when people start to co-sign it and champion it, that's also in the country culture, then people start to come around more to Beyonce actually having a great country album. So anyways, yeah, so we had that with Drake versus Mos Def, and then we got into, I'm trying to see which one I want to pick, because these kind of happened around the same time. Yeah, let's get into this one, because this one's hilarious. So obviously, this beef strategy was implemented once again because it was just the talk of the town. And honestly, I think this is the reason why this specific rapper's career has been in a downward trajectory. Because at this point in time, I think you can look at these two individual people's their animosity towards each other as having an effect on his overall career. So who am I talking about? Of course, Meek Mandela going against DJ Academics. Now, I know Academics' name keeps coming up in this hip-hop discussion, but guess what? Y'all call him one of the best coverers of hip-hop for a reason. Well, not best, but one of the most influential coverers of hip-hop for a reason. The marketing strategies and the way that Academics is able to highlight it and specifically hone in on what's in captivating the masses is the reason why he keeps coming up in hip-hop discussions. So I think he's implementing these beefs strategically because that is what people love to focus on. People always love to say, why is it there more positive rappers? Why is it there more people rapping about Jesus, right? It's because y'all don't support them. If y'all supported rappers who rapped about Jesus the same way you supported Meek Mill versus Academics or Carisha versus Academics, guess what? We'll have way more Christian rappers. So, anyways, so this is y'all. You know what I mean? Financial incentive, I keep saying, and only financial comes from engagement. So if you keep engaging with negative content, guess what they're going to keep making? So anyways, once again, we are found with we found Academics beefing with another person. Who is this person this time? Meek Mill. Why do I feel like this is important to note? Because it once again goes back to P. Diddy and his sexual assault allegations as the whole reason this was even brought up as far as Meek Mill versus DJ Academics is because a music producer, Rodney Jones, had a lawsuit against Diddy. And guess what? It led to one of the most funniest one of the funniest events in Academics streaming history. This man sat there, read the whole lawsuit, and realized that Meek Mill was named despite not being named in the lawsuit. Because they said, well, it implied Diddy has sexual involvement with another rapper, and then of course it was redacted, the name, right? And at the bottom of lawsuits they have the number to where the redacted is expounded upon, and they said a Philly rapper who used to date Nicki Minaj. And at that point, my brother, Meek Mill was cooked, because the internet went ablaze after they found out that Meek Mill was the one that was involved allegedly, I have to keep saying that, allegedly, with Diddy as far as having sexual intercourse, and a lawsuit, might I add. So this man was beyond exposed, and Academics just threw way more fuel to the flames, right? So of course Diddy had to come out and basically express his frustration with the online distraction from his music, because he tried to put out Heathenism as an EP, basically trying to capitalize off of the fact that he was being implemented into a Diddy lawsuit, and everybody was calling him gay and things of that nature. And hip-hop's relationship with gay people is definitely one that's not healthy, right? Personally, I don't care. Live your truth, and everybody is human at the end of the day. But as far as hip-hop, we've promoted such a certain mantra, we've had a certain stigma about hip-hop that those type of activities are just not tolerated. So for Diddy to be one of the most influential people in hip-hop period, beyond ironic that the whole mantra of hip-hop and it is severely homophobic, right? Jay-Z has a bunch of F words in his albums. They said it like people cuss, like so hell, for example, which is, obviously a place. So hell is a regular curse word technically if you do the other saying of it. But for the F word, which is attributed towards gay people, they was using it in that light, in that amount of times. The amount of times they used the F word was outrageous back in the day, because it was just a regular term, right, to them. Jay-Z has a bunch of times saying, Jay-Z has said that a bunch of times in his past music. Obviously, he doesn't say it now because the current times, but hip-hop stigma, or hip-hop has a stigma of being very homophobic. So it's beyond ironic, notoriously ironic, that Diddy, being one of the most pivotal people as far as influential hip-hop figures, has had so many allegations when it comes to sexual relations with the same sex. And not even that, but people are starting to come out who have podcasts, mind you, that are talking about how they've been heard rumors about Diddy and him having intercourse with the same sex. So anyways, I just think that's beyond ironic, and it just implements the phrase don't care what people think, because at the end of the day, you just gotta do you, because obviously Diddy was doing him, and hip hop was still trying to push a homophobic agenda, right? So yeah, what was behind closed doors definitely came to light, and that is the reason for this Academics versus Meek Mill beef, because Academics was one of the biggest influencers in spreading the information that Meek Mill was in the lawsuit that alleged that he had sexual intercourses with P. Diddy. So anyways, obviously there was a bunch of other stuff that, you know, went with that whole mantra, as Diddy and Meek Mill had matching outfits at one point. And this is stuff you can look up, like easily look up on the internet. Diddy and hold on. Oh man, hold on. Yeah, now I gotta look up the video because this is ridiculous. Like me, I don't care. Live your truth, right? But for people who are ashamed of it, honestly, I understand that aspect too, because people do things to gay people that's not legal, right? So I understand if somebody wants to hide that, but for me personally, I don't care. Like, anybody can have any preference as long as you respect my preference. I think we're cool. You know what I'm saying? So what else? Me just typing this. Oh my goodness! I found a video. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure it's not too loud. Oh my goodness. Wait till y'all see this. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see this video. Yeah, the mix of this is terrible. All right, I'm trying to make sure it's not gonna blow your eardrums out, but I can't make no promises. So, anyways, here's the video, Analytic Dreamz video. Yeah, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But here is let's just say an interesting back and forth.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
Now, if you didn't hear what this man said, let me replay it one more time.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
The funniest thing about this whole video is I think Meek Mill realized what Diddy was saying, because, you know, he's keeping a certain mantra, right? And, you know, rappers are supposed to be tough. So he threw up some type of gang sign while Diddy calling him daddy. Like if no Diddy was a sign, Meek Mill was throwing it up right here, because he had to let people know, hey, I'm still about that gangster life. Even though this grown man calling me daddy, I'm still throwing up that set. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, what type of set was he rocking? No, I was playing. So anyways, that whole Meek Mill versus Academics happened in March. And this is the first example to where it goes, is reversed on my theory about beef highlighting or just boosting sales. Because Meek Mill put out Heathenism, which was a whole EP, and that EP completely flopped. It had 6,000 sales first week, and let me tell you, that was being generous. It had way less, but to be respectful and not to be biased, we rounded up, and he ended up having 6,000 sales first week. And he currently has a new track out with Tafia back in April 2nd, you know, trying to make it back up, basically. But nothing can stop that Heathenism came out and everybody was clowning his first week sales, which, to be honest, let's be honest, right? 5 songs, 15 minutes, 47 seconds. At that point, are people really upset that the overall sales are not higher? Because I think what happened was when Meek Mill and Rick Ross put out their album, they put out their album, which was titled Too Good to Be True. And that track, okay, yeah, here it is. That album, which was, so that one was an actual album, right? the EP by Meek Mill sold like 6,000 first week. This one with Rick Ross, released under Gamma, which if you don't know is like a subdivision of Universal, I believe. But anyways, Rick Ross and Meek Mill, right? An hour of content from Meek Mill and Rick Ross should not be selling 31,000 first week. I don't care what type of logic you try to use to debunk that theory. Rick Ross's fan base, which is real, because they go on tour and they sell out certain venues. Meek Mill, which he goes on tour and he puts people in seats to see him perform. Together, putting out a project should not sell 31,000 first week. I know collaborative projects sometimes don't hit as hard as solo projects, but goodness gracious, if you put your two fan bases together and 31,000 first week sales, like what are we doing? Are you on a label or not? Right? So obviously these respective artists aren't going broke off of this because it's Rick Ross and Meek Mill. But as far as the use of their respective fan bases coming together to put out this project that had Future on it, that had The Dream on it, that had Tiana Taylor on it, DJ Khaled on it, Fabulous. Like they had help, right? And they sold 31,000 first week. So technically they flopped with that, which I think led to even more clowning when Meek Mill's EP ended up dropping after that album and still flopping with 6,000 first week sales. I think Meek Mill was trying to capitalize off of the internet fodder of him being included in the P. Diddy lawsuit, and it just ultimately backfired on him, right? Anyways, all right, so that was the whole Meek Mill versus Academics thing, and that is why they went back and forth, and it went further than that, but that's why I'm gonna leave it there, because obviously if you want to hear the Meek Mill versus Academics beef, just look up this specific segment. But that was just to talk about that and the whole capsule of up-to-date 2024 April beef as far as hip-hop. So what else? That was basically it. Diddy, started a lot of beefs. I mean, even one of the beefs he started, which I don't even think I have listed, is 50 Cent versus the dude off Love and Hip Hop. I don't even know if it was Love and Hip Hop, but I think his name was Stevie J. So the Diddy lawsuit started a beef with 50 Cent and Stevie J because he was also allegedly having sexual relations with Diddy. So 50 Cent pointed that out and they went back and forth. So Diddy started a lot of these back and forths when it comes to his interactions allegedly in the lawsuits. So with that being said, Diddy and himself started a lot of beef. And of course, I had the stat where his for Megan Thee Stallion and March 11th was the third female rapper to have a #1 single solo, because you're probably going to name like Cardi B or something. Being a solo female rapper. So the only one on the track to go #1. She joined Megan Thee Stallion, joined the likes of Nicki and Lauryn Hill. And then I had the whole Kanye versus cancel culture. So we already covered that. What else? Cardi B came out. She wasn't really beefing with nobody. Cardi B should have just beefed with Offset. Like, didn't she fake some type of breakup with Offset? Didn't she fake some type of breakup with Offset whenever Nicki put out her Pink Friday 2? People don't want to talk about that. Anyways, they play sick games over there. But she should just beef with she should have just made another beef track towards Offset, because at this point, I mean, goodness, they break up every two days. So, let me see. Then we had Big Sean dropping. Where is Big Sean? You know what's so funny? Big Sean, all he tried to do was just roll out his new album for 2024. And when I tell you, everybody and their mama stepped on it, I mean, it just, you ever seen the SpongeBob episode and they have the little riot where they're running over one person and then at the end they show the one person? And no, I think it's SpongeBob. Yeah, whenever SpongeBob just gets ran over by a crowd and then you see all the footprints on his face after the crowd leaves, that is Big Sean in the midst of all this beef, right? Because nobody cares what he has to put out. except for me. I still care. You know, even though you left me in my high school days, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to sound like a female saying you left me. But hey, all I got to say is music is very impactful to creatives in a way that I don't think people give it credit for. So that when you go away for 2 to 3 years, people feel that, because of course they have to fill that void. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that void with Drake. No Diddy. So anyways, let's keep going. So we have the Big Sean Clarity reveal, you know, saying that he's basically putting out an album this year. And then that's when the Metro Boomin and Future marketing rollout started. So that was completely just stepped on. Nobody cared about that anymore. And guess what? This man, Metro, put out an album that has still to this day had ramifications and interpolations and think pieces and all type of conspiracy theories made about it. So congrats to Metro for once again impacting the hip hop landscape, because of course 2023 he impacted the landscape with Across the Spider-Verse, which basically had a lot of tracks that a lot of people loved and added to the overall movie of Across the Spider-Verse, to the point where he was actually in the movie himself, right? Then before that, 2022, at the end of 2022, he put out Heroes and Villains. That had notorious tracks to the point where everybody was saying Heroes and Villains should have won some type of award at the award show. But what other album dropped that year? Her Loss by Drake and 21 Savage, which was a chess move by Drake, simply for the fact that Metro was going to put out a collab album with 21 Savage, and Drake pulled the same stunt he did to Meek Mill way back in 2015 when Meek Mill wanted to have a collab album with Future, and guess what came about? What a Time to Be Alive with Future and Drake. Fast forward, Metro wants to put out a collab album with 21 Savage, and guess what? Her Loss by Drake and 21 Savage mysteriously gains traction and ends up seeing the light of day on DSPs. So now Metro don't like Drake. Just like Meek Mill didn't like Drake for other reasons, of course. Metro definitely doesn't like Drake, because now you're using tactics that we've seen before, and so you're letting me know that is up. Why do you think 21 Savage hasn't posted a single social media promotion of Metro's album? I mean, they're supposed to be boys, right? 21 Savage obviously chose his side. So guess what? Metro was like, all right, I'll put out this collab album with Future. I've already came off Heroes and Villains, which me and Future had some success, which also you was on the album. But that was before the whole Her Loss situation, of course. So with the Across the Spider-Verse soundtrack coming out last year and being phenomenal, with the with the We Don't Trust You album coming out with Future, I'm lit. So I don't even need you no more. Not saying that Metro said it like that, because I'm pretty sure they're still cool, but there's a reason why 21 Savage has stayed quiet. He's not co-signing Drake. He's not co-signing Metro. But both sides are intensely beefing right now. I say intensely, but Metro and Drake's not really an intense beef. So anyways, Metro just completely took over the marketing stratosphere with this type of bombardment of disses towards Drake. I mean, he had The Weeknd humming disses, singing disses. He had Future saying all type of stuff, like, you was my number one fan. Like, what in the world? Like, are you talking to Drake? Like,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know Future ain't just say that you my number one fan.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
When Future's out here dissing Drake, talking about, hey, you're my number one fan, dog. Like, I had to say that 3 times back to y'all just for y'all to get it. Like, this is not normal. Like, why are you dissing the person who gave you your last number one hit record? Anyways, if you don't know what that hit record was, it was the Wait For You track with Tim's, which, if you know the story behind that track, which is highly documented, publicly documented at this point, Drake's the one who was able to clear that. So why are you dissing somebody who gave you a number one? Anyways, so yeah, Future The Weeknd. Who else? He had ASAP Rocky. Trying to think of everybody Metro had as far as dissing Drake. Oh, Rick Ross. I forgot about him. And so yeah, The Weeknd, Future, ASAP Rocky, Rick Ross, and of course the one that everybody has highlighted as one of the most pivotal diss tracks of all time. It's not even diss track. One of the most pivotal diss verses of all time. Kendrick Lamar. Yes, Candyman himself, and the whole mantra that nobody wants to say Candyman because everybody's scared of me. Well, guess what? Kendrick came out and basically said, forget the big three, it's just Big Me, which is a direct response to the First Person Shooters track by Drake and J. Cole off of the For All the Dogs album that released last year. So now that he responded with that, the world went ablaze. And to be fair, Like That by Future, Metro, and Kendrick Lamar is unequivocally one of the best hip-hop tracks of all time. From the production, from the melody, aka the chorus, from the vocal inflection, the verbal triple entendres that was on full display from Kendrick Lamar, who also accompanied that double triple entendre verse with vocal inflection that's out of this world, which I've stated multiple times throughout my entire podcast. As far as vocal inflection, there's Lil Wayne. No. As far as vocal inflection, of course, the originator, as far as what I think who did it best, is Lil Wayne. So from that tree, you have Nicki Minaj and you have Kendrick Lamar. I think those two musicians have implemented the use of vocal inflection in a way that's leaps and bounds above other rappers as far as using your voice as an instrument, right? I think Doja Cat is getting up there as far as the way that she's able to maneuver and her vocal inflection. I think women can do it the best, which is why I think singers are, personally, is why I think singers, as far as the best ones, are women, because they talk in that headspace of how you're able to sing. Why y'all think Michael Jackson started to talk and maneuver his voice the way he did? There's a reason why the headspace is harder to get into and harder to be more comfortable in, because women talk in that higher pitch, and men talk in a lower bass, with bass in the voice. So it's really just a science when it comes to singing and the headspace. But if I was to break it down, I wouldn't be able to do it effectively, because I don't know if people want to hear that type of breakdown as far as how the headspace is something that women talk in and men have more bass in the voice, so they don't talk in that headspace. So whenever they sing, they're not as comfortable maneuvering in that headspace as far as executing certain notes. Hopefully that makes sense. But if not, hey, look it up. So anyways, let me see. I still have Meek Mill up here. Let me take this off the screen. So getting into Kendrick's Like That and him basically showcasing he is like that and he's one of the more pivotal hip-hop artists that we've ever seen in history. Showcasing that off of this track, and I'm trying to see if I can find just a picture of all of them. Metro, Future. I don't think they've taken a picture together, which is kind of crazy. I think Kendrick just basically just sent them a verse. Yeah, because there's no picture of them in the studio, I don't think. Which is beyond interesting. All right, we're just going to put the track up. Forget it. Here it is. Here's the track. Let's just put the track cover so y'all know what I'm talking about. And that's crazy. Metro and Future really jacking that verse, and he wasn't even in the studio with them. He just sent it to him. He was like, hey, y'all put this out for me. So anyways, yeah, where was he at? So yeah, so Like That came about, and basically the whole industry went ablaze. They started talking about it in a way that I think hyped Kendrick up to inevitably be defeated. Because to this day, Size 7 has still not responded. We're going to get to why I call him Size 7 soon. We're going to get to that soon. But Like That came out. It's no Big 3. It's just Big Me. Set the world ablaze, and everybody was acting like that was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Like I keep saying, Like That is one of the best tracks. It's one of the best hip hop tracks I've ever heard in, like, just of all time, right? So when I diss the verse, when it comes to Kendrick, I'm talking specifically from a diss aspect. The way that Kendrick Lamar went at Drake was very mediocre, which is what I'm gonna get into with future diss tracks. Diss tracks are supposed to be pivotal and hard hitting to the point where it don't have to be gossip all the time where you're revealing something, but you have to talk about something that puts him in a different light. Nothing about that diss track put Drake in a different light. Nothing. For all your dogs getting buried, that's a K with all these nines. You're going to see Pet Cemetery. And then coming back with Prince outlived Mike Jack. Like, first of all, Drake's way closer to MJ than you are to Prince. So if we're going to even be factual, Prince is like a Kanye at this point. Like Kendrick, nowhere near that. Like, as far as statistics, like artistically, I can see where I've heard where he's trying to go with the Michael Jackson thing. But let's just keep it on surface level. That is just not a good comparison at all. And then for Drake to respond and talk about I be with bodyguards like Whitney when you know your wife's name. Let me find it. So basically, those mediocre bars is retorted in Whitney Alford, which is your wife's name. You realize why I keep saying your diss verse when you're putting your diss critique hat on is not hard hitting. Drake's gonna go at certain aspects that should be met with the same level of disrespect. And for all your dogs getting buried, that's not it. So anyways, that's why I dissed that verse like that, because I knew what Drake was capable of, and I'm so glad he proved me right. Because boy, what Jermaine did to his fans, hey, at that point I was like, bro, what is Drake finna do? Like, Jermaine was like, forget my fans, I'm gonna let them down. Like, he was like, forget his fans and everything they think I am. Like, at this point, he ruined his legacy in the worst way possible. Anyways, let's keep going. So, Like That came out, and everybody was just begging Drake and Jermaine to respond. And who went first? Of course, Jermaine. So, great segue into that, as Jermaine was not having it, right? Everybody thought this man was giving, just us fire bars. Meanwhile, I'm telling people that Jermaine's a fraud. I don't know why y'all put faith in him. He's one of those people where you should not have this amount of faith in, because simply he's not built like that. And I was saying pun intended, because for the duration of the podcast, even before the podcast, which is kind of funny the way it blew up on the podcast, but authentically, I've always had a certain critique of Jermaine simply for the fact that people put him in the top 3, and it was so undeserved. And I think now it's coming out to light why it's so undeserved. Because when you have the likes of Future, Travis Scott, Nicki, what's his name? Tyler, the Creator, impacting hip hop on a level that they do it in their unique way, Jermaine is more or less a mediocre version of Kendrick. Basically, yeah, that's a that's it. Like, he's just a mediocre version of Kendrick. So for people to put Jermaine in the top 3, I just never understood. I was like, where'd he get all this praise from, right? I just don't understand. So anyways, Jermaine responds, and finally he responds, as people thought that he wasn't going to, because they were saying that Kendrick just wanted Drake, even though most of the lines that he went at that everybody thought was so, hard hitting as far as a diss, was just talking about what Jermaine said as far as the big three. Drake never put him in the big three, which, people just coincidentally forget things, right? So anyways, we get into the crust of beef in hip hop. This is where the beef took it to another level as far as exposure wise. That's why I covered this extensively, because Megan Thee Stallion went number one, implementing this beef into a marketing strategy. Kanye West went number one, implementing beef into his marketing strategy. And now you have Drake and Kendrick implementing beef into their marketing strategy. Drake was more of a retort, but Kendrick is 100% using beef to sell units. Remember I said that. So anyways, like that came out, and people was, speculating who was going to respond first, Jermaine or Drake. They was like, oh, they dissing y'all. Oh, they dissing y'all. Y'all got to respond. Oh, y'all not going to respond. Y'all scared to say Candyman name. And guess what? Jermaine came out with 7-minute drill and just implemented the fact, upheld the fact that the Candyman mantra facade, the Candyman character was real when it came to Kendrick. Because I never seen a man put out a 7-minute diss track. It wasn't even 7-minute. It was titled 7-minute drill. So for him to put out a diss track, which is now currently not on DSPs, because we're going to get into it. This man did the unthinkable. I need y'all to look up J. Cole apologizes to Kendrick Lamar. Just put in J. Cole apologizes and Analytic Dreamz. When I tell y'all I broke that down like a kilo of you know what, I broke that apology down, because the amount of disrespect that apology did to the hip-hop community, I don't think people realize how disrespectful that was. Hip-hop is a competitive sport. To put it in perspective, if somebody in the sports field, right, whether it's basketball, whether it's soccer, whether it's football, if somebody is very competitive to the point where they are now competing for the championship, right? They're in the top 3 and they're competing for the championship in the eyes of the masses. And then they get ready for that championship game. They're tying up the shoe, they're lacing up the shoes, things of that nature. And they get out there and then they realize, you know what? I know I got out here. I know I'm the one who responded, even though I ain't have to, as far as, me wanting to be the best, always saying I'm the best, and I done put myself on this stage. I'm just going to apologize, because I ain't really trying to compete like that. That's basically what happened with Jermaine did. That's basically what Jermaine did when he apologized to Kendrick Lamar at DreamCon in front of all of his fans, inherently disrespecting the history of hip-hop. That is why it's so serious. People be like, why is it so serious? Jermaine, he's a person, mental health. He's a therapist will tell him the same thing. At the end of the day, it's hip hop. It's not a PG sport. Even though this is a PG podcast, I identify a lot of things that goes on in hip hop that's not PG. I just put it in PG language, right? Shout out to Kendrick. But so anyways, the reason why I say shout out to Kendrick is because of PG Lang. I don't want to have to explain everything, but y'all probably like, why you just shout out Kendrick so randomly? But anyways, so J. Cole apologized to Kendrick and just completely disrespected hip hop. Like, forget letting Nas down. This man upped the ante and the whole sport of hip hop completely down. So anyways, so that happened. That was one of the, when you watch movies or TV shows, when something's like the most pivotal plot twist in history, and you're like, whoa, I did not see that coming. Even as a J. Cole critiquer, I did not see him doing such harm and such, I think detriment is the right word. I didn't think he would completely just derail his ride to the best lyricist in the game, because of course, if you're the best lyricist, you have to compete at some point. I don't want to hear best lyricist, oh, he can put words together, because it's the believability factor of what you're saying. When Drake says what is this, a 20v1? What's a prince to a king? He my son. People internalize that line. They look at Drake as far as his longevity in the game, his sales compared to the rest of the field. They are his sons. Like, they are not close to him in sales. When Kendrick comes out here and he raps about being the best, and he raps about wanting to compete and how people can't compete with him, and the lyrical aspect or just the discography aspect, and he breaks down conceptual ideas of his struggle with his father back in the day, it puts into an album which is called the Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. People believe him because he's opening up in a way that showcases his personal life. Believability is a factor that uplifts your hip hop status in the game. So with that being said, Jermaine apologizing to Kendrick Lamar just inevitably let people know that his raps that consistently talk about him being number one, him being the top rapper in the game, him being better than everybody when it comes to putting words together, why not compete? So, anyways. So yeah, Jermaine let the world down. He let hip hop down, and it was very unfortunate. So that was the biggest plot twist in the history of this 2024 beef roundup of hip hop, because of course, now we got to get into it. My GOAT came back, and he came back with the vitriol. People act like he took a while to put out his disc, but keep in mind, Metro and Future was putting out 2 albums. So not only did they have one album with the whole Avenger lineup going at Drake, but then they came back again with the album We Still Don't Trust You, which going at Drake a second time. Basically, they had Kendrick being the highlight of dissing Drake, but also had Rick Ross on it, had Weeknd singing background vocals, and then for the next album, they had A$AP Rocky basically revealing some very interesting details in a way that I can't even hint at because this is a PG podcast. All I'm going to say is for A$AP and Drake to have their differences, it's interesting that A$AP was there to see his son being created. Let's just leave it like that. So anyways, for him rapping about that, The Weeknd singing about dissing Drake, him singing about him as far as Drake having leaks in his operation as far as his camp, and Drake not really being equipped to go against him and his members as far as EXO versus OVO is very interesting, because right after that, which is the second album I was referring to, so 48 hours, well, under 48 hours after Metro unleashed a clip of the whole industry, well, not whole industry, but like multiple people dissing Drake, right? So now the list is even more extended. First, it was just Kendrick, Rick Ross, Future dissing Drake. Then you put out the second album, and then you have The Weeknd, A$AP Rocky, and was it somebody else? I think that was basically it. I mean, Metro probably put in some aggressive like drum samples or whatever. But anyways, so unless in under 48 hours after Metro put out that complete just bombardment of disses towards Drake, and he emptied the clip. So that's it. He didn't have no third album cover coming. That was it. Drake, from what I've heard, just wanted to hear everything that this man had as far as disses attributed to him. My GOAT replied with one of the hardest diss tracks of 2024 in the form of Push-Ups, which, to give you the entire history of it, Drop and Give Me 50 basically surfaced April 13th. So now we're coming up into current day, so I'm almost done with my whole roundup of beef, right? April 13th, Drake fired shots at everybody. Kendrick, Future, Rick Ross, The Weeknd, and more. And it was so authentic to the point where everybody was able to take each line from that diss track and attribute it to something that happened in real life. People thought, even me, I thought Drake just threw out a Tokyo line just because he wanted to. Come to find out, the reason why Drake said I'm out in Tokyo because I'm bigger in Japan, Future's manager is named Tokyo. You can't make this stuff up, man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Like, who thinks like that? Like, why is he thinking like that? Like, what made him go to this length as far as going at Future? Like, what if, at first I thought he didn't really throw too many disses at Future. But, trying to see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the picture. How you spell Tokyo? I don't know how to spell Tokyo. Oh, okay. I was putting an extra O. I'm slow. All right, here we go. So Future's manager is literally named Tokyo, which is kind of insane because at the end of the day, like, who in the world would think that that would be an actual bar that you could attribute to Future as a diss? Because people thought he was talking about Kendrick as far as being booked in Japan, which, you know, they easily debunked because they said that Kendrick had a show in Japan, which at that point I was like, yeah, that is kind of a weak bar. But it came out that it was actually about Future's manager. You know, it's so funny. There's a bunch of people out in Japan using the line. Oh my goodness, I finally found it. I was like, bro, why? My search out, I don't know what it is, but my algorithms, I don't know if they're being attacked or whatever, but it's hard to search up stuff right now. Anyways, here it is. So just underscore Tokyo is basically, I don't even know why it says having an affair. It's just Future's assistant / girlfriend or whatever. So her name is Tokyo. I'm out in Tokyo because I'm bigger in Japan. Makes a whole lot more sense now. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But yeah, so this is basically it. So every line, that's why I say every line from Push Ups is such a hard-hitting diss. Aside from a few, you know, some of them are just like, you know, doing splits, your pants might rip. Like that was probably the weakest line throughout the, you know, throughout the diss. But it made sense because, you know, Splitting was talking about the splits as far as his money and how he had to give Top Dog, which is TDE, Top Dog Entertainment, 50% of everything he garnered from streams sales, right? So that's why the whole track was titled Drop and Give Me 50, because it was a double triple entendre over Drop and Give Me 50 because TDE allegedly owned 50% of Kendrick's music. Drop and Give Me 50 when teams upset the coach says drop and give me 50 push-ups. More so when it comes to football players. And then Drop and Give Me 50 is literally like a basketball reference, and drop music and, you know, give me what you got. Like, please expose me. Like, go at me because I'm trying to compete. So drop and give me 50. Like a basketball player be like, hey, I want your best. Like Michael Jordan used to notoriously want people at their best so that when he defeated them, it was more demoralizing. Anyways, so let me take this Tokyo thing off because I don't want to be too messy. But yeah, so that's the person when he was talking about when it came to Tokyo. What else? Oh, and then I'll be with bodyguards like Whitney. Apparently, that's another, like business and pleasure is something that Drake goes at. And I basically broke that whole thing down and Drop and Give Me. So just look up Drop and Give Me 50 Analytic Dreamz and it should pop up, or just look up Drake Analytic Dreamz and everything will pop up. So you can listen to that and hear me break that down in depth. But as far as the Push-Ups track, it's one of the more meticulously crafted tracks as far as the diss that I've ever heard in life. and people are gonna be like, "Oh, you gassing it," but for the whole industry to go at a quote unquote pop star, and for that pop star to have callbacks to 90s Who Kid as far as his era in, you know, the East Coast, and just his ability to premiere diss tracks all the way back in the 90s, it just goes to show you that this quote unquote pop star does way more homework than the quote unquote real hip hop rappers. So what does that tell you about the sport? Maybe you should give Drake a little bit more credit, right? So yeah, I Be With Bodyguards Like Whitney is very much a play on words, basically showcasing that I'm about to go in a certain direction and I'm letting you know where I'm gonna go in just one line. Because obviously there's other stuff like, oh, how you big stepper wearing size 7 with size 7 men's on. He'd let you know where he's gonna go if you want to get dirty. So it's one of those things where it's very interesting because Kendrick still hasn't responded, and that's basically. Let me see. Let me make sure I ain't miss anything. Oh, I'm tripping. So Drake dropped again because. Oh, and anyway, yeah, I was kind of going into that. So Drake dropped again simply for the fact that Kendrick's not responding, and because he's not responding, Drake had to drop again. But before that, we do have one more beef to get into with the beef roundup of 2024. And this, I'm not going to lie to you, I covered this more recently, so I'm not going to highlight too much. But let me just say, because I said I wasn't going to speak on it again, so I'm not going to speak on a certain aspect of this beef, because I said I'm not going to talk about it again, because it's very, there's a thin ice that's being walked on right now. But Chris Brown versus Quavo. To summarize it, let me find this right quick, because this is actually ridiculous. Yeah, you know, we definitely wasn't skipping past this. Definitely not. Because just recently, reportedly, Chris Brown bought out a whole venue so that Quavo was basically performing in front of nobody. And if you don't believe me, hold on, let me pull that up right here. I had it up, but it went back. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So they say apparently Chris Brown bought out a whole venue just so the crowd was empty. If you can't see it, here it is right here. And this is ridiculous. Because come on now, look at this venue. Now you know that Quavo could fill this out. And for Chris Brown to buy this and act like nobody came is very 50 Cent-esque. If you remember back in the day, 50 Cent used to, I think he did it once. I don't know if he bought out the entire first row or the whole show. But basically he bought it out to the point where it looked empty. So that's a very 50 Cent type of tactic, which is another nod to how students of the game perform better at the end of the day. Study the origins of your craft and you will end up executing on a level that's higher than your competition. And that's just in life. So anyways, yeah, Chris Brown pulled that 50 Cent tactic, and then it was something else. Oh, okay. And then he had his 11/11 Deluxe Edition album where he basically went at Quavo for the first time because of them being at a fashion week, and then people was assuming that those two have made up. So let me see if I can pull this up. I don't know if I can find it. Wait, who is this? Is this Quavo? Why he look like that? I don't know. We gonna use this. Actually, let's not use that one. I'm trying to find a picture for Quavo and Chris Brown. Because at the end of the day, this is very serious. I ain't okay. This is kind of serious because I'm not saying that something's gonna happen. I'm just the way that Chris Brown took it in a direction that one could argue is a little bit too far. So yeah, everybody putting videos. People love this track. They putting up tracks or snippets of the track. They putting up all type of stuff. There ain't no pictures on here about the Chris Brown diss track. Hold on, let me just bring up a picture. Yeah, that's insane. The amount of traction, even for the podcast, like as far as reviewing, I think, not even I think, at some point, this Chris Brown review that I did would end up being the biggest segment ever for the podcast. So that just shows you how much people were enjoying this back and forth. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up. I'm trying to pull up a high quality video. A high quality picture. I don't want to pull up no trash picture for y'all to look at. Let's just use this one, right? Yeah, let's just use this one. All right. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So, let's get into basically how this happened. I'm not going to break it down in depth because I've already talked about this. If you want to know my in-depth review of Chris Brown and the diss track towards Quavo, then I will look that up specifically. Chris Brown, Analytic Dreamz, and it will all pop up. But anyways, Chris Brown put out try to find a deluxe edition. All right, so Jermaine put out 7-Minute Drill, Apologize. Drake did what hip hop is about, and actually dissed back. And okay, Chris Brown put out Freak, right? Freak came out, which was a deluxe edition of 11:11, and basically the track featured Joyner Lucas, T Grizzly, and Lil Wayne. Oh yeah, I remember now, because that was my only critique of the track. Too many chefs in the kitchen. Like, he should have just only had like 1 or 2 features. Obviously, you can't leave Lil Wayne off, but the other people, they may have had to. So anyways, Chris Brown went at Quavo, and when 50 Cent praises you for being the best in the business, when Tank, who is a certified R&B singer, labels you as the most talented singer or just artist in general, those are two sides of the spectrum that are saying that you are the best in their respective fields. You have to realize Chris Brown's talent level is not comparable to anybody. Like, to get respect from the highest of the highs in their respective crafts, that also are saying that you're the best in their respective, those are two respective crafts that you're the best at. And usually you are just supremely lucky to be the best at one. Well, not even lucky, but it's hard to be the best at one. So Chris Brown, I've said throughout the entire history of the podcast, is the most talented musician I've ever seen in life. Not even musician. He's the most talented person I've ever seen in life. Like, the most talented human. Basketball, painting, singing, rapping, acting. Y'all gonna be like, don't get pregnant, but hey, I'm being so serious. You know what I mean? No Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, Chris Brown's the most talented individual I've ever seen in life. And if he didn't put hands on Rihanna, people will be saying that he's in the same light as Michael Jackson as far as numbers, because his numbers are still through the roof, even with that whole fiasco, right? So, yeah. Chris Brown went at Quavo just out of the blue because of the whole fashion stuff. Like, I don't even think Quavo responded, but just to respond to that, Chris Brown said, no, we didn't make up. I'm just not going to beat up Quavo and mess up the bag, because if you don't know, fashion shows pay certain people to show up. Chris Brown, Quavo showed up to the fashion show. Whoever was the manager of the seats put Quavo and Chris Brown next to each other. Now, why did they do that? Like I said, beef financial incentive hand in hand. They probably knew it was going to get clicks. The fashion show was going to get talked about. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that on purpose. Internet went crazy saying they made up. Chris Brown said, of course they didn't make up. You know, it's still up for him. Basically, he just didn't want to mess up the bag. And that's why Chris Brown is dissing Quavo in this track titled Freak. Now, couple that with what Kendrick just did on Like That. Couple that with Jermaine apologizing. And couple that with Drake just dropping push-ups, which is attributing, is a diss tribute to everybody who went at him. That is the climate that we're currently in. So now that you're in that climate, you have to realize that the argument that Chris Brown should have just the argument that Quavo should have just ignored the Chris Brown diss is blasphemous. It's Chris Brown. You can't ignore it. So anyways, Quavo, respecting the craft of hip hop, responds, but this is an argument that I have not heard, and is an intriguing one, because Ice from the Joe Budden podcast brought this up, and I thought this was pretty poignant because he said the rebuttal to people saying Chris Brown went too far and weakest link is a weak argument simply for the fact that the diss that Chris Brown had towards Quavo was not on the level of the diss that Quavo had towards Chris Brown on Tinder. Chris Brown towards Quavo on Freak off of his deluxe edition of 1111 basically was going at Quavo in a way that was just talking about my girls do Casamigos, they don't do no Migos, right? And what else? Oh, hold up. I could just bring the track up. Why am I tripping? Let me see. Chris Brown Freak. Why did they pull up Freaky Friday? No, Chris Brown Freak. Always trying to implement the white man. Yo, how a little DQ track pop? I mean, I know it's Freaky Friday, but I literally put in Freak. Anyways, all right, let me take this down. All right, so Chris Brown said, messing with my old women don't make us equal. Sipping that 1942 because I don't do no curvo. Freak expletive. She like Casamigos, not the Migos. So basically that was it. Those were the disses that that Chris Brown attributed towards Quavo. So the argument that Chris Brown went too far on Weak as Link, talking about Takeoff, they said is a weak argument because Quavo is the first one that brought up some real hitting personal disses towards Chris Brown. And I don't think I have to bring up that one. I think I remember basically what he said, talking about how you beat women abuse drugs because of you. Like really just hard hitting stuff that Quavo was saying in response to these lines right here. So, and once again, Analytic Dreamz on video to see the video along with the audio. But yeah, so as you can see, in response to these 3 bars, it's not even that hard hitting. Quavo just went completely Drake-like and made a whole diss track because of that verse, right? So he went at him talking about you did women wrong, don't beat her up, literally made it an ad-lib. Like Migos ad-libs are up there with some of the best hip-hop staples in the culture, right? So for him to make don't beat her up an ad-lib, I mean, that's beyond insane. So anyways, you can see how the argument that was made by others that Chris Brown went too far is a weak argument because Quavo originally went far in the personal disses, saying you abuse drugs, you abuse women, and the women with you abuse drugs. Like, goodness. Like, he made the way that Quavo went at Chris Brown was very poignant, and the track was fire, and it really extrapolated how Chris Brown's self-inflicted wounds have come to haunt him, right? So Tinder was a phenomenal diss, in my opinion. I think Tinder was one of the better diss tracks, but that didn't matter because of what followed. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where this segment turns up a couple notches. When I tell you Chris Brown put out one of the best diss tracks of all time, I'm talking about one of the best diss tracks of all time. Like, I'm not even saying that tongue-in-cheek. At this point, it's been a couple weeks removed from the track because the track basically came out all the way back. I'm trying to see if I can find it. The track came out all the way back in April 20th, right? Weakest Link came out, and when I tell you that's the hardest diss track I've ever heard in life, because it wasn't even just the subject matter, because as far as just a random logical argument, I think Quavo had more grounds to stand on than Chris Brown. So what Chris Brown took it is where every veteran roaster would take it. As far as being able to roast somebody at a phenomenal rate, at an exceptional rate, a very strategic rate, you're able to pinpoint certain things that may not be as hard hitting, but then as a veteran roaster, verbally put it in a way that's way more hard hitting than the logic would tell you it is, right? So when Chris Brown put out Weakest Link and basically went at the fact that he also beat up women in an elevator, where he was completely fabricating the elevator scenario, because it's literally out there for the public. Go watch it. He's literally just guarding his bags from Sweetie so she don't run off with it. But the way he talks about, don't talk about beating up women because you beat up women too, because of that elevator video. I have the track up. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. Oh, that's not even the first one. Okay, so the first diss, everybody knows that one. The whole Sweetie aspect, but Sweetie, like, if you want to hear my review on that, just Chris Brown, Analytic Dreamz, and the shit pop up. But anyways, yeah, the Weakest Link track I reviewed in depth. But I'll put a Migo on the ventilator. Stop talking about beating girls. You was beating women on the elevator, which is just a straight up lie. But it sounds good, right? So that's the whole thing about being a veteran roaster. Like, if you don't have a lot to work with, you have to start getting creative. And boy, did Chris Brown get creative, because people just let that line fly like it was just, yeah, he was beating up Sweetie on the elevator. Like, no, he wasn't. Like, no, he wasn't. It was a physical altercation but it was a one-sided one. Like, Sweetie was trying to attack him and take his bags. Quavo basically took his bags and shielded Sweetie from the bags. It wasn't like he was just body slamming her or Ray Ricing her, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, let's keep going. Trigger warning. Sorry, that was probably triggering for some people. But so yeah, Chris Brown went on to say the notorious line. Let me see. Where's this at? R.I.P. Takeoff. Man, it's even hard to read this one. I ain't gonna lie to you. R.I.P. Takeoff. He the only real one that got true respect. Crazy how when he died, everybody really wished it was you instead. And that was it. And that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. After that, there is no more diss tracks to be made. Quavo, you are free to deal with that however you may, brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't advocate for violence. I'm just letting you know you're a grown man. However you respond to that diss is just how you respond. So, yeah, Chris Brown put out one of the hardest diss tracks I've ever heard in life. And I think that needs to be highlighted in the midst of all of this beef being rounded up. You have to know that Chris Brown Weakest Link is what I think is the hardest diss track put out currently. Now, remind you, it's April 26th. This is basically a capsule of the 4 months of hip hop beef that we've had, right? Chris Brown's Weakest Link, I think, is at the top of diss tracks in 2024. As far as a diss song, I would give that to Push Ups because I still enjoyed the structure of Push Ups way more as far as going at everybody. But as far as a diss track, specifically honing in on dissing heavily somebody to the point where it can never be reconciled, Chris Brown did that the best. I would say Chris Brown. Wait, hold up. Am I at the ranking? I don't know if I'm at the portion of the segment to rank them yet. Who else? Wait, hold up. What other diss tracks have I now covered? I mean, Rick Ross dropped a diss track, but nobody cares. Quavo responded to Chris Brown's diss track with a track I can't even say because it's just filled with cuss words. He basically responded. So what I want to say for Quavo, right? To round off this Quavo versus Chris Brown beef. Let me see if I can find. Give me 1 second. Well, I guess I'm just gonna let y'all look at the lyrics. Let's just do that. So so basically, Quavo responded to Weakest Link, and what I can say is hip hop is a competitive sport. I attribute hip hop to the UFC of music. When somebody loses, the referee will break it up. Obviously, nobody has to die. Everybody thinks we just want somebody to die when two people compete. But we obviously can tell when somebody's lost, right? And then you break it up. That's why I compare it to UFC. The refs, in this case, is the public. And the public has already said Chris Brown won. So when Quavo responded, nobody cared. People said that Quavo's track was hard. I personally think it's phenomenal. But as far as the hard-hitting diss that you could give back in a retort to the takeoff line, there is none. There's no way you could take it that would make it that. I mean, you already said the whole beating women, and that's basically it, right? If you wanted to up the line, I would have had some playing off of Rihanna, but now you're implementing another woman who probably wants nothing to do with y'all beef. So with that being said, as far as a song, my song diss rankings and my hard-hitting diss track rankings is different because a song is replayability, is the ability to replay in a club, and in a diss track, putting my diss critique hat on is basically how hard are you going at that one specific person. So I don't know if I don't think, once again, I don't know if I'm at the ranking portion of the segment yet. So yeah, so Quavo responded. All I got to say is, in the sport of hip hop, I'm glad you responded because that shows you still have the hip hop heart. Like, you didn't just lie down, take the defeat. You tried to get back up swinging, but at the end of the day, the people already called it off. Chris Brown won. So he responded, but nobody cares. So anyways, and then coming back to Drake, that's when we got the Drake virtual blackface, as he responded again to Kendrick, begging that man to drop, basically saying that if you don't drop, then you're letting LA down. And guess what? He even had the ghost of Tupac come back again to let this man Kendrick know that you better not let LA down, to the point where Tupac's estate, which you can see right here, sued Drake, which is why you can't find the track on his Instagram account anymore. I believe that Drake would have put his own voice as Tupac if he was to officially release it on DSPs, which he still can do, I believe. But as far as using Tupac's voice and the scary reality of AI being able to mimic people's vocal inflection and things of that nature, made it to where the Tupac estate had to come out and threaten to sue Drake, because at that point you are using somebody's likeness in a way that's not cleared, right? I don't care if it, which somebody did say that you can make money off Instagram. So the whole argument, oh, you can't make money off Instagram is non-valid, because you can. So with that being said, the whole aspect of Drake using AI to have Tupac and Snoop Dogg basically encourage Kendrick to drop. Like, Kendrick, please drop so you don't let LA down. And if you know anything about Kendrick and Tupac, Kendrick has high regards and high praise for Tupac, which of course any hip hop cover would have high praise for Tupac because of what he did for the genre. But Kendrick, being from LA, different level of connection, right? Drake, playing off of that, rubbed a lot of people in LA the wrong way, to the point where I believe it was a misstep. I said it in my review of, what was it called? If you want to look it up, is titled Drake. Oh yeah. Okay, Drake tailor-made freestyle Analytic Dreamz, and it should pop up. Or you could just type in Drake Analytic Dreamz and all the Drake segments will pop up. So, anyways, Drake, well, which I said all the way back when the track came out, I said that's a misstep. Basically going at somebody for basically using AI is a misstep for the person you used it for. Because Tupac could easily be flipped back on you as you trying to be black, right? But the way it was flipped back on you was the Tupac estate suing you and forcing your hand into taking it off your social media platform. So I said it was a misstep. That's for my friends out there, that's probably why you didn't see me boasting about the freestyle too much, because I just had that thing in the back of my mind saying this is probably a misstep. Like, this is not it. Like, as far as creativity, it's on full display, but there's just something that could be easily flipped, and that's what I mean. It wasn't this specifically, the whole wanting to be black thing, because technically Drake is black. So, you know what I mean? The whole wanting to be black is funny, but his him being from Canada, him being half something else, I forget what he's half of, but you know, people are going to bring that back into question, especially him being a lighter skinned person with actual blackface out there. Like, if you look up Drake blackface, you could literally see like a whole picture of the younger version of Drake wearing blackface, which even that I had found something. Let's just put it like that, right? In a retort to the whole Drake and blackface, because simply put, people did not like the fact that a lot of vitriol was being thrown Drake's way because of the blackface. So let me see if I can find it. Oh, okay, here it is. Actually, I can't find it. What in the world? And realize this whole segment I've been doing in real time. So this is just all off the. Okay, here we go. So the response, the retort to Drake wearing blackface is, quote, I know and this is from Drake himself, as far as the social media post. Drake posted this on social media a while back. So, yeah. I know everyone is enjoying, and you can look this up for yourself once again. I know everyone is enjoying the circus, but I want to clarify this image in question. This was not from a clothing brand shoot or my music career. Actually, let's just put up the, hold on, let me just put this up, because I know a lot of people are going to be like, what picture are you talking about? So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I found it. All right, so this is the retort to him wearing blackface, right? I know everyone is enjoying the circus, but I want to clarify this image in question. This was not from a clothing brand shoot or my music career. This picture is from 2007, a time in my life where I was an actor and I was working on a project that was about young black actors struggling to get roles, being stereotyped and typecast. The photos represent how African Americans were once wrongfully portrayed in entertainment. Me and my best friend at the time, Mazen Al Sadig, who is also an actor from Sudan, were attempting to use our voice to bring awareness to the issues we dealt with all the time. As black actors at auditions. This was to highlight and raise our frustrations with not always getting a fair chance in the industry, and to make a point that the struggle for black actors had not changed much. Now, let me take this off the screen. All right, so yeah, that's basically what he had to say about that. Because, you know, a lot of people was like talking about the fact that Drake did blackface in a way that, you know, some would find upsetting. And so I just had to clear that up as far as the information that was found. So anyways, what else? So then we had I think it was basically it. Then we had Quavo respond, already talked about that. And then we had okay, yeah. So yo, it really was beef galore. That's crazy. So JT did put out a track titled Okay, and that track Okay basically was put out on the heels of going back and forth with her fellow group partner Young Miami, Carisha. So once again, Carisha finds herself in another beef in just 4 months in 2024. Basically, Young Miami accused of receiving subliminal disses from JT. JT basically responds on Twitter saying, "Where did I subliminally diss you?" And then to that, JT responded, oh no, Carisha, it is 2 E's. I'm tripping. I thought it was 2 E's. I don't know why it was 1 E on that one segment. I gotta go back and fix that. Let me see. Carisha, JT. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I can't find it, but it's cool because it's just City Girls beef. So actually, come on now, we gotta find this because this is pretty funny. Carisha, JT. It should be easily on here, I think. I'm trying to find her response. The crazy thing. No, that's not it.
What up, baby? This
I don't even know who that is. Yeah, I can't find it. So yeah, it must not be that important. JT and Carisha, we just gonna put that up. Put the banner up for a second. JT and Carisha, right? JT had a track titled Okay, and basically went back and forth with Carisha based on Carisha accusing her of receiving subliminal disses. JT said, "Where did I subliminally diss you?" And to that, Carisha literally just listed off the tracks that she was dissed on. So that was interesting in itself, because who in the world would have thunk that a whole diss would have started between the City Girls? Like at one, like, who would have thunk that the City Girls would have ever beef? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are they beefing? Y'all can't sell records together, so now y'all beefing? Like, what? Like, how's the solo? I don't know, man. I don't get it. So let me see if I can find it. I found it, but if I use my own segment, I don't know how this works as far as on Spotify. Actually, yo, using my own segment for research is crazy. Let me see if I can find it. All right, so yeah, so JT said, I'm literally using my own video. I feel old at this point. JT said, which songs was about you? Young Miami said, yeah, in response to that, Young Miami said, no bars and sideways. I don't even know if I can find this right quick. Yo, listening to yourself while also recording is actually insane. Like, goodness, talk about putting in that work, right? That's why y'all should rate this 5 stars. But anyways, so I found it. So I had to find it myself and go to my own video. So, yeah. You see, I can bring this over right here. All right, so I was able to screenshot it from my video and bring it over. So, no bars and sideways. This is basically after JT was acting delusional and, you know, asking her which songs is about you. And then, you know, Carisha just list them off. Oh, my fault. Y'all can't even see it. All right, now y'all can see it. So that is the recap of JT versus Carisha. It's really one of those things to where, why in the world would the City Girls beef? And it seems that it was just literally over nothing. And hopefully they can just make up over it. Because if it's just over, some subliminal disses, like at that point, like, come on now. Like, we gotta, hey. Like, 2024 as far as beef has been way too hot for y'all to just be beefing over subliminals. So, with that being said, there was something else. I think it was basically, damn, we're going on 2 hours. So, hey, to bring it full circle. To bring it full circle. This man started everything. Cat Williams, Club Shay Shay, January 3rd, 2024. That started the incentive that beef came with, and also just highlights the notorious B.I.G. saying, what's beef? As beefs used to just be simply artists beefing with themselves, beefing with the record labels, just because of personal animosity, territorial disputes, and competition for dominance. One of the more pivotal tracks in history, simply that at this point in time, Notorious B.I.G. made a track titled What's Beef more than just a song. He made it as an ultimate example of the consequences of beef and the high stakes that's involved in hip-hop rivalries. So for Cat Williams to not be a rapper, but to showcase the world what beefing can do to your pockets, and for hip-hop to be so intermingled with the word beef and just the ultimate competition of hip-hop rivalries, it spurred into all these things that I just covered. So this whole 2024, which is we're only 4 months in, Kendrick ain't responded yet, and it's supposedly he's like Side 7 ain't responded, but supposedly he's supposed to respond. So, you know, whenever he gets up out of his high chair and wants to respond to the GOAT, I mean, we're waiting. And at this point, we got to get disrespectful with it. Because you say you're one of the best rappers ever. I call you the best rapper of the modern generation. But I'm about to change my list. Honestly, at this point, Drake's a better rapper than Kendrick. Hey, I just said it. I'm sorry. I mean, if I think somebody's better or the best rapper in the modern generation, it's like if I think Floyd Mayweather is the best boxer, and the second best boxer is like, let's fight, and Floyd Mayweather's like, nah, I don't feel like it. I'm sorry, that second best boxer is better than you now. Like, if you don't want to take the fight, what's stopping me from saying that fight is better than you? You know what I'm saying? So anyways, so Drake being the best rapper of the modern generation is, you know, I guess that's another plot twist in this whole beef fiasco. But to wrap this up, because we have been going on for a minute, but I know people love beef, which is why we even have this many beefs to talk about in the first place. So to wrap this up, the impact of the What's Beef track from Notorious B.I.G. all the way back in 1997 is still felt today in 2024 and just captures the complexities of beef in the hip-hop world and definitely serves as a cautionary tale for some of the outcomes of beef. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know when. Oh wait, hold up. I ain't did my rankings. I gotta do my rankings. So my rankings, as far as beef tracks, it's if we're talking specifically the hard-hitting diss that was accompanied with the diss track, I would say Chris Brown's Weakest Link is number one as far as 2024 diss tracks. And of all time, I have it up there. Hiss by Megan Thee Stallion is up there simply for the fact that, you know, the bars attributed towards Nicki Minaj talking about her sex offender husband, which is not even alleged. Like, at this point, you could just say sex offender husband. It's just out there in the public. Like, it's just legal. You know what I'm saying? He's just a registered, like, sex offender. It's kind of crazy. So anyway, so she pointed that out while also going at Drake, talking about how he makes fun of girls with BBLs but got the same scars, which Rick Ross also highlighted, you know, as far as Drake getting surgery. But the one who originally highlighted it, the one and only Joseph Anthony Budden. I think that's his full name. I don't know. But that was the first guy, I think, who publicized that Drake actually had surgery because people was just denying it. So Megan Thee Stallion going at that, I think she had a pretty serviceable bar towards him. That's why I said number 2. And the number 3, of course, I have Drake's push-ups as, you know, what is this, a 20v1? I mean, what's a prince to a king? I mean, honestly, he is son, you know what I'm saying? Like, what he say? He said, Travis got you wiped down, SZA got you wiped down, Savage got you wiped down. Literally people who are doing better than him statistically in the past 2 to 3 years when we're talking about singles and albums. Who else? I mean, the big 3 thing, that was Jermaine, and he already apologized. So, it was just so much that he went at. I mean, Future, I'm out in Tokyo because I'm bigger than Japan. Like, I guess the way I'm talking about it, you would think it's number 1, but it's number 3. Because as far as hard hitting, he didn't really say anything that he can't, you know, reconcile. For Chris Brown and Megan, hey, that's it. Sex offender husband, you got surgery. I guess Megan and Drake could still make up. But as far as the diss towards Megan, or the diss towards Nicki, that's up. Like, sex offender husband, like, you can't make up after that. You know what I'm saying? She got a kid with him, everything. Drake is just number 3 because he went at everybody who dissed him, right? And it's just so respectable. As far as songs, as far as diss tracks, song format to be replayed at different venues or just different situations, I would say Push-Ups is number 1. Because as far as a song, Drake starts off the bar with some very broad statements that everybody could say. I can never be nobody number 1 fan. Your first number 1, I had to put it in your hand. I'm out in Tokyo because I'm bigger in Japan. What else he said? What did he say? I'm the big stepper they depend on. I'm the hit maker y'all depend on. Yeah, just stuff like that. You know what I mean? Just real broad stuff that a lot of people could just say in a club or things of that nature, but it's also very hard hitting towards Future, as we already pointed out. And then number 2, as far as a diss song, I would say Quavo's track with Takeoff, which I can't say the title because there's so many cuss words in it. Like, goodness, like, even on a marketing aspect, like, people probably are like, why you cover hip hop if you don't curse? Personally, I just don't cuss that much. So marketing and brands, you don't hear them cussing all throughout the commercials. Like, at some point you got to market this track to the masses, and some companies are not going to want a cuss word on their main page to promote. So it's just cutting yourself off from certain bags when regarding promotion if you're not going to take the cuss words out. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why there's a radio version in every single track. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just gonna say the track with Takeoff, that's a diss towards Chris Brown. I think that's the second hardest diss song as far as format and replayability, and chorus is considered. And maybe no, it's not number one. Drake's the GOAT. Like, I'm sorry. And then number 3, as far as diss song, I would probably say I like the. I'll probably say Chris Brown, Weakest Link. I do like, he did have a reoccurring chorus, because he did say "Who Wants Smoke With Me," who was, I think, a callback to Nardo Wick, if I'm not mistaken. The track with Nardo Wick, "Who Wants Smoke." Hold up, I guess I could look that up, huh? Nardo Wick. Yeah, it is him. "Who Wants Smoke," because he had like 21 Savage on the remix. I think he had G Herbo on the remix. But anyways, it was a callback to that track. So I like, that was a reoccurring chorus. Start at the beginning, start at the end. So I'll say Chris Brown, Weakest Link is number 3 as far as diss songs, as far as structure, format. Yeah, man. So those are my rankings for the top 3 hard hitting diss tracks, as far as personal information being spilled and how disrespectful it is. You know, Weakest Link by Chris Brown, Hiss by Megan Thee Stallion, and then Drake with Push Ups. And as far as structure wise, melody wise, chorus wise, diss songs, I would say number 1 is Drake, Push Ups. Number 2 is Quavo's track with Takeoff. And then number 3, I would say Weakest Link by Chris Brown. So with that being considered, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Did you like this capsule of beef roundup in the space of hip hop? And of course, as far as April is considered, what diss track has stood out the most to you?
Okay, now why don't you like Drake?
I don't like anything about Drake.
Mm-hmm. Mom,
I don't like his voice. I don't like what he talks about. I don't.
Jeez, I be trying to
I don't
tell
like
these
his
people.
face. I don't like the way he walks. Like nothing. I don't like his haircut.
Hair, whack. His gear, whack. His jewelry, whack. His footsteps, whack. The way that he talks, whack. The way that he doesn't even like to smile, whack. Me, I'm tight as fuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Because that was the late, great, iconic DMX giving his sentiments, genuine sentiments, on what he thought about the human named Drake. And then, of course, the other clip was a funny clip that basically reiterates what Kendrick embodied throughout his entire Euphoria diss track. Now, by the tone of my voice, you could probably already tell what I think about this track. And for longtime listeners of the podcast, you already know that Drake is my favorite rapper of all time. So it's a sad day in history. I ain't gonna lie to you. As Kendrick basically called Drake gay, fake, not black, not a gangster, an immigrant, says he has an ugly accent, tummy tuck, doesn't believe in God. Oh, and wait for it. The track title is a HBO show that Drake produced. And just take a gander at what the subject matter was. It's a show around high schoolers and their life through high school. It seems to me the winning route has been taken by Kendrick Lamar. I previously stated the direction that people would go in to diss Drake. I already talked about his surgeries, his alleged interactions with underage women, and basically stated that that is a direction they can go in to effectively take out Drake in a rap battle. Unfortunately, Kendrick Lamar did absolutely that, as this track, once again titled Euphoria, is a nod to Drake producing a track, a HBO series titled Euphoria surrounding high schoolers. Think about that. Double, triple entendre, because of the plethora of instances where Drake is messing with underage women. Now, you might be asking, don't pick up the pitchforks just yet. Why in the world is Drake your favorite rapper if you already knew all of these instances with underage women? To be completely transparent, hip-hop is a genre where we accept everybody. Not the politically correct statement to say, but it's the honest truth. Murderers, drug dealers are all accepted in a genre of hip-hop. People to this day are still playing R. Kelly's music. So that should tell you something. Anyways, continuing my sentiments on this diss track, I would not be doing my job if I did not lay the facts out there for y'all. So putting my stand card to the side, because after this segment, the OVO goons probably will not accept me into the OVO camp after this, because I have to keep it 8 more than 92 with y'all. So with that being said, let's get into this track, man, because this is ridiculous. Euphoria by Kendrick Lamar is, of course, a response to Push-Ups, as I have right here. Also, once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, Drake put out Push-Ups under 48 hours after We Don't Trust You came out, because the entire industry was going at Drake. ASAP, Rocky, Kendrick, Future, Metro, The Weeknd, Rick Ross. I mean, everybody. So he waited to let them unload the clip, and then he responded to everybody on this track, Push-Ups. But, of course, who did he want specifically? Kendrick. That's why at the end, he said, I was really trying to keep it PG. If you don't know, PG Lang is Kendrick Lamar's label that he just started after getting out of the contract with Top Dog Entertainment. So now that he has PG Lang, it's him and Baby Keem, and Drake saying, I was really trying to keep it PG. It's basically him admitting that he just wants to focus on Kendrick Lamar. I mean, Baby Keem could get it too, I guess, as a casualty of war. But as far as specifically, Drake wants Kendrick. That's why he didn't respond to Rick Ross's diss that he put out. And is why he won't respond to Future's diss that he just had a feature on, as far as talking about him going back to back to back on people that he despised or something like that. It was a diss towards Drake. Drake's not going to respond because simply he wants to go at Kendrick. So anyways, Euphoria diss track as a rebuttal to Push-Ups is beyond adequate. And this is why I kept saying the Like That verse, while it was a solid verse, putting your diss critique hat on, it was not good enough to hype it up like people did. This track here, Euphoria, is exactly why I said that, because disses towards somebody over and over again, playing on different topics, using double, triple entendres to get your point across, and basically calling out people in ways that's very authentic and not discrediting them as an artist. He says he likes certain things. He said he doesn't like others, keeping it authentically him, but also criticizing Drake as a man and as certain aspects that people just put to the side because he's Drake. Addresses a lot of personal aspects of Drake's life, which undoubtedly Drake will respond. So don't get that twisted. My GOAT will still respond. But let me tell you, it's going to have to be one of them, because the way that Kendrick made us. How long was this track? Hold up, give me a second. Let's see how long this track was. This track was, I know it was around 6 minutes, maybe 7, but I'm trying to get the specific time. Okay. This track was 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Now, for that entire duration, he was going at one man. If you don't remember, push-ups, which was, hold on, let me mute this so y'all keep hearing random sounds. But push-ups by Drake was about 3 minutes and 54 seconds, going at the entire industry. Just showcasing and putting it in perspective on how talented Kendrick Lamar is as a rapper. Am I saying Drake can't make a 6 to 7 minute song directly attributed to Kendrick? Obviously not. But for Kendrick to respond in twice the amount of length, no Diddy, as far as a diss specifically towards one man, that is talent at its finest. And it's not even just that. We're going to get into the rest of it. But as far as the diss, the length, okay, I have to keep saying no Diddy because, hey, he been out here wilding. So the diss, as far as the length being 6 minutes and 23 seconds, specifically contributed to Drake, calling out a lot of different topics and basically still said at the end of the track he was holding back. And you know what? I 100% believe this man, because for him to even touch on the underage topic means that he's done his homework and he knows the plethora of instances where Drake has been involved with underage women. Now, Joe Budden making a Murderer Part 1. Hold on, let me just bring this up for y'all. Joe Budden making a Murderer Part 1, as you can see right here. And then Joe Budden's Wake track, as you can see right here, which I think may be on DSPs. I don't know. Joe Budden's like a underground type artist, so you may have to look it up on SoundCloud or something. And then Joe Budden's Afraid diss. Now, Kendrick took a lot of liberties from these disses, basically talking about the surgeries, because who exposed that to the public? Joe Budden. So I'm not giving him credit for that. I'm just saying the packaging of every single element of Drake's life is basically like KD on the Warriors. You can just pick your poison on how you want to destroy your opponent. At this point, Drake is very much playing with fire, and hopefully he has something devastating on Kendrick, because like I keep saying, because I'm not trying to soften the blow, but on the other hand, I am a Drake stan. I'm gonna let y'all know right now, that man's hardest diss he has towards Drake is him messing with underage women. I mean, if we're talking about 2010, I mean, if we're talking about 2013, talking about another video in 2010, I mean, there's a lot of nasty places you could go, which is why I think that's the most detrimental pathway to success when it comes to when it comes to Drake, as far as taking him out in this rap battle. So ultimately, as a rap fan, I'm glad that this man responded. The hip hop fan in me is so glad that we've received a response that's high quality and showcases why I kept calling Kendrick the best modern day rapper. And basically, he has cemented that status as the lyrical wordplay, the vocal inflection. I can't play the track, of course. So the vocal inflection at the beginning, as far as him whispering, the beat change as far as getting more into his lyrics, and then the ending, basically letting you know that I have more, which rappers, Jermaine did that and he apologized. Drake did that and he definitely has more. Kendrick did that, and guess what? He definitely has more. I already know the route Drake's going to take, but at this point, man, going at somebody's wife versus somebody saying you mess with underage women, I mean, come on now. Like, which topic y'all think's gonna win? Which topic do y'all think is gonna win in this rap beef? So, I'm not getting to the specifics. Y'all just got the, let me chill. All right, so let me do my job, right? Drake has been involved with a lot of interactions with young girls, right? Underage women. So, specifically, 2010 theater in Denver, Colorado. That's the biggest one. So we're going to get to that last. There was another one in 2010. It was a video of Drake slow dancing with a young fan after twirling her, pulling her back, smelling her hair, and basically saying, I told you I like your hair, right? What is that? Is that herbal essence? So that is the video I don't think the public has seen. The one the public has seen, though, I said I was going to get to it last. But we also have the instance where Drake was at Kylie Jenner's Sweet 16 party all the way back in 2013. And of course, Kylie Jenner was 16. So the Drake performance, the rumors around it, and Kanye West claiming that happened when Kylie Jenner was underage, allegedly. Gotta keep saying that because it's on video that they was at the same party, but as far as what Kanye West confirmed, if you don't have actual video proof, you have to say allegedly. Not caping for Drake. I'm just letting you know what it is. Can't just go out saying people is having sexual intercourse with minors. It's that the world doesn't work like that, right? That's why I'm framing it in the way I am, because these are public public fodder and allegations that have some credence to it, because I'm not going to get into all of them, but let's get into the most exposed one. The Denver, Colorado theater, where Drake invited a fan onto the stage, kissed her on the neck, hugged her from behind, asked her age. The fan said she was 17, and Drake responded, I can't go to jail yet. However, he continued, saying he didn't know if he should feel guilty, but had fun, and sent her off the stage with another kiss on the cheek. I just want to have a favorite rapper in peace. Like Kendrick, let me tell you something. Kendrick. I'm not condoning this man's actions. All I'm saying is hip hop has a lot of hypocrisy, and that is a changed man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Drake was 24, she was 17, not condoning it. I'm just letting you know the ground stage of what I'm about to say. People won't understand because they may be removed from this life, and I personally don't indulge in it, but I've seen it. College life, especially when you're an athlete, people will be in the age range of 17 to 24. People will try to attract certain athletes and be underage, and they will lie about the status of their age. Now, this is where the gray area comes in, because of course, one would say, ask her about her age, and then at the end of the day, there would be no problem. But that is where the college aspect comes in. People are at a party, people don't care. They're not asking age. If you look of age, they're not identifying. They're not asking if you're over the age of 21. So that is the college life. I don't personally indulge in that. I'm just basically putting it in front of y'all that happens often in a college life. Call it disgusting. I'm just letting you know what it is. So anyways, can't say I don't keep it 8 more than 92, because this is the greatest hip hop battle that we've received in history. As far as Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac, they had short careers. Obviously, their legacy was way longer than their actual careers and lifespan. You know, rest in peace to them. Jay-Z versus Nas. Nas wasn't nearly as big as Kendrick. is currently when he went at Jay-Z. Obviously, Jay-Z was around the same level as far as being dominant in the rap game that Drake was. Not sales-wise, just as far as the rap field, Jay-Z was number one. But Nas was definitely not number two when it came to statistics. Kendrick, of course, is one of those to where if he drops, he can make it hard for a lot of artists when it comes to sales. And he has, which is why people put him in that top three. And I think he is deservedly number three. I always say about Jermaine. Speaking of Jermaine, I wonder what Jermaine thinks in a time like this. Like, how do you just let hip hop down and just live with yourself? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, back to Kendrick. So, Kendrick puts up numbers that makes this a unequivocal heavyweight bout. This back and forth is the greatest hip-hop rap beef we've ever had. I'm not putting expectations too high. I'm not overblowing it. Drake versus Kendrick is the biggest hip-hop rap beef we've ever received. All right. With that being said, I would get into the lyrics, but I just don't want to. I just don't. I'm okay. I'll get into the lyrics, man. Let me tell you something. A 6-minute and 14-second track, that is a lot. And every single bar is surgically implemented towards Drake. I'm not reading off this entire track. I'm sorry. I'm not doing all that. Because, man, it hurts, man. I ain't gonna cap. This is crazy. Like, this is beyond insane. I basically kind of gave an overview, but I'll go through it. So basically, yeah, I'm not going through this entire track, man. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Kendrick accuses Drake of being a scam artist, of course. I'm going to give you just an overview. Talks about his transition from his career of acting to rap being superficial, calling him out for being a culture vulture, calling him out for being so involved in the culture that he doesn't take care of family duties as far as being a good dad. So he talks about his son, which is the whole line. Let me see if I can find it. Can't give no swag. I hate the way you talk. That was the hate one. Oh my goodness, he sent so many bars towards that man way. I'm gonna have to do another review because this is insane. I literally just finished an episode. I would have went crazy as far as a long episode, but where did Kendrick say that? Oh no, I'm honestly looking for it. I'm not even trying to be funny. Let me see. Back to back. Why would I call to get dirt? Oh, here we go. Okay, y'all think all of my life is rap? ? That's expletive. I'm going to take out the cuss words. This is a PG podcast, by the way, if you didn't know that, if you're new. If you're new, definitely rate this 5 stars. But anyways, let's keep going. Yeah, my fault. Shameless plug. I got a son to raise, but I can see you don't know nothing about that. Waking them up, know nothing about that. And tell them to pray, know nothing about that. And giving them tools to walk through life, like day by day, know nothing about that. Teaching the most, and take all the discipline. Listen, man, you don't know nothing about that. Speaking the truth and consider what God's considering. You don't know nothing about that. Ain't 20v1 is 1v20 if I gotta smack expletives that right with you. Oh my goodness, if that ain't the most masterful way to flip the whole 20v1 mantra. Because the whole aspect of Drake going at the whole industry was working for him as far as perception. The way that Kendrick flipped that is such lyricism at its finest, because now he's putting in perspective that Drake definitely gets help when it comes to writing. That's a public fact. So flipping the 20v1 into, okay, well, you could say 20v1, but I'm actually going 20v1 because it's me versus everybody who helps you in your camp to come up with slaps. It's throughout this whole track, it's man, this track filled with it, man. This track filled with supreme, masterful, crafted disses. This I can't. I'm done, man. I'm done, man. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this Kendrick Euphoria diss track? Let me make sure I ain't missed nothing. The Taylor Made freestyle that got taken off. I had that up here, but I'm not getting into that. Make sure I ain't missed nothing. Yeah, man, I'm done covering this, man. I'm about to go cope with the pain of Kendrick going at Drake for 6 minutes and just completely just, yeah, man. Click my link tree, man. Forget the outro, man. Hey, I'm out, man.
Because they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. I don't like you.
I don't care. I'm here for the girl.
The girl don't like you. Nobody likes you. You came all the way over here for nothing. You
Just another Canadian that's prepping to send a LA native home. As when it comes to sport, of course, hip hop is the most combative when it comes to the music genres. But Kendrick Lamar, let me tell you something. I know Euphoria was at a level where the lyricism and the quality was out of this world. I would definitely compare it to a back-to-back like track, as the amount of beat switches, the vocal inflection, the subject matter, the pick your poison on how you want to go at this Canadian was very strategic. I have to acknowledge that fact, right? But with this latest attempt to double back, spin the block twice like there was nowhere to park, shout out to 21 Savage, I just believe that this was absolutely a misstep. At first, I was thinking to myself, this gotta be AI. And then, of course, for my people over at Analytic Dreamz video over at Spotify, as you can see, this is not AI. This is from the verified Kendrick Lamar account. Now, what am I talking about, you might add, for the people out of the loop? Well, LA native released a double back track titled 6 p.m. in LA. To be more specific, 6:16 in LA. We don't know if it's AM or PM, because just like this entire track, the production and the execution feels beyond rushed. I believe Euphoria was the Boogeyman diss track that everybody was hyping up, that he's been prepared to release for the last 4 years. As you could tell in the quality of Euphoria, to the point where if you go back and listen to Euphoria, Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up. I gave that track the highest praise and basically ended my segment abruptly because I was like, my GOAT does not deserve to be slandered like this, because this is just another level of disrespect. Euphoria was in a class of its own, definitely the best diss track when it comes to replayability along with diss. Now, of course, Weakest Link by Chris Brown is still what I think is the best diss track of 2024, simply for the fact that in all intents and purposes, it concluded the beef. Weakest Link is the best diss track simply for the fact that it was hard hitting, even though it may not be the most lyrical, spiritual. Neither was Hit 'Em Up, and look how people perceive that track. So Weakest Link to me personally is still the best diss track of 2024. Getting that out the way, replayability is something I'm speaking on, because Kendrick and Drake is the biggest hip hop beef, biggest hip hop battle we've ever received in the genre of hip hop. When we're considering lyricism and commercial value combined, this is the biggest hip hop rap battle we've ever received, ever. Nas, Jay-Z, Tupac, Biggie, none of those compare to the battle we are receiving right now with Kendrick and Drake. Just trying to put it in perspective for y'all, just how big this back and forth is. So, of course, I continuously say Kendrick is the best modern day rapper that I've heard in my lifetime. I give it up to Kendrick. The way he puts words together is inferior to none. But when it comes to Drake, of course, it's going to be more. It's going to need more to take this man out. You can't just have lyrical, miracle, spiritual, because then Drake will hit make you out of this world. Because look at what happened to Pusha T. Pusha T literally exposed, along with having the better diss track, and guess what? Drake's career even skyrocketed. Well, it could be an argument that his career skyrocketed even more after the fact. So somebody with the commercial appeal along with the lyricism would be needed to even affect Drake's perception, which is where Kendrick comes in. So with Kendrick in this 616 in LA, basically a direct follow-up to the masterclass of a diss titled Euphoria, aiming at Drake, of course, is similar to when Drake put out his track Push-Ups and then followed it up with Tailor-Made Freestyle. Now, to circle back at when I started the segment, the reason why I say that I was hoping this wasn't AI is simply for the fact that this track as a whole feels completely rushed. He literally had no credence. He had no anything to stand on. Basically, this was Kendrick the whole time. The type of tea that everybody was wanting in the diss track, guess what Kendrick said?
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
The type of diss track that we wanted to receive from Kendrick, Kendrick said that,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
All of the back and forth was leading up to this exposure track that we were supposed to get, and all Kendrick kept saying is that the information lied.
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
So Kendrick saying that this information lies with the person that Drake be hanging with, but guess what? He never revealed the information. So that is why I want to break this track down, because with Euphoria, a 6-minute plus track of directly dissecting Drake, obviously a masterclass in itself, which is why I had Kendrick up in this rap battle. With this track, it has finally evened it out, because I would rank Euphoria number 1, of course, Push-Ups number 2, Tailor-Made Freestyle number 3, and of course this track number 4, which obviously evens out the playing field when we're talking about a rap battle. Because the thing about it is, we are in the phase of reveal or don't say anything. We are not at the jab stage anymore. No longer will we put up with the fact of y'all saying, oh, so-and-so has the information, but you don't want me to reveal that. No, at this point, my brother, if you don't have it, we're just going to assume that you're bluffing, which is why I think this track is very poorly executed as far as a diss standpoint, because a lot of the points has been reiterated by one, Abel McConan Tesfaye, and the other, Pusha T, as the whole, oh, there's leaks in your operation. The Weeknd already proved that, and guess what? Drake doesn't care. Drake has so much money that if his leaks in his operation was actually affecting him, then why is he the most successful hip-hop rapper of all time? If you're saying that the people with him is the ones exposing him, why is he on the top of the mountain? Obviously, he has other people in his camp that actually do care for him. And then the whole, oh, somebody's in your pocket, that's why you shouldn't talk about somebody's entourage, talking about his own person in his entourage. Cat, I think is not Cash, Ant. The person in Kendrick's entourage is Ant, which he said right here, as far as somebody's lying, I can see the vibes on Act even when he's looking compromised. Let's peel the layers back. Ain't no brownie points for beating your chest, harassing Ant. Ant is the person that Drake put up on his IG story talking about, are we getting in our bag? And then basically put up a person, put up Ant, who is a part of Kendrick's team with the OVO logo on the bags, right? So obviously poking fun at Kendrick's entourage. So Kendrick Lamar's like, don't be poking fun at my entourage because people in your camp is leaking information. What is the information that's being leaked? Of course, nobody knows, because Kendrick is ultimately bluffing. The only thing I believe he's not bluffing with is what he keeps referring back to and what he keeps leading off with, what he keeps titling the overall premise of how he's going to attack Drake, which is with Euphoria being a show about high schoolers, and then the end of this track saying, before you figure that you're not alone, ask what Mike would do. Basically poking fun at the Michael Jackson comparison that, to give him credit, to give Kendrick credit, is definitely a callback throughout the theme of his disses where he's comparing him to Michael Jackson. Obviously, I was thinking, why in the world would you keep comparing Drake to Michael Jackson when you know that's a fair comparison and his sales are out of this world compared to the rest of his peers? Well, apparently he's going down the different route, which ties back into Euphoria, which ties back into my music electrifies them, your music pacifies them, which ties back into before you figure that you're not alone, ask what Mike would do, which is very much the crucible of Kendrick's diss. That's the only thing he has that can effectively disrupt Drake's career. If he has actual facts, which I already talked about in Euphoria, so you gotta listen to that to break it down. I'm a Drake stan, open with it. So, but to be fair, I have been keeping it fair because I did say Euphoria put Kendrick up on the scoreboard, but this track is not it. Euphoria was the track I was waiting for. Even though it was a jab, it was an appropriate jab because the next round, I was assuming they will reveal something. The next round started with 16 in LA, and basically nothing was revealed. You can't keep being like,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
It's only so many times we're going to keep putting up with Kendrick saying,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
No, my brother, what do you have to reveal about the Canadian? Because the way I'm seeing it, you titling this 616 in LA is just reminding me of everybody in LA that was just sent home by a Canadian. You know, for my NBA people out there, obviously you already know what I'm talking about, so I'm not going to spell it out. But to have another Canadian sending a LA team member home is just going to be unfortunate for the community, because there's only so long where Kendrick can keep talking about this information from the people that in Drake's entourage without revealing anything. So anyways, it's not going to be too long of a review because this track is not it. It's simply not it. Obviously, it's not bad. Kendrick is not even capable of putting out bad music. I'm putting on my diss critique hat and judging it from that. And the whole going at him, actually, let's just read off the lyrics so y'all don't think I'm hating. Like, everything on here is just straight up lies. Like, even starting with going at Ack, that's a misstep in the first place, because why are you giving power to academics when you know he is the voice of the hip-hop culture? No matter what you want to say, Ack is the biggest voice when it comes to influence. You may not listen to him, but when it comes to the public and the numbers, he influences the people who is going to matter as far as a public perception going forward. So anyways, he says, somebody lying, I can see the vibes on Ack. Random. Even he looking compromised, let's peel the layers back. Which, him saying Ack looks compromised, basically taking a shot at his integrity as a journalist. If you haven't seen Academic's last stream, let me just say that's far from the truth. Academic's last stream, you would have thought he was a straight up Drake hater the way he was running his stream. I mean, the amount of information he's shown in his last stream, which if you want to look it up, The Academy, his latest stream, I think it was about an hour, because literally at the end, it just cut off randomly. I don't know what happened. Academics was talking about some things that he was connecting some dots that not a lot of people was putting together that made Drake look in that put Drake in a bad light. Let's just leave it at that. Ain't no brownie points for beating your chest, harassing Ant. That's a random, weird bar for Drake posting his person on his team. Messing with good people gonna make good people go to bat. Conspiracies about Cash Dog. I just need you to think. Are you find the jewels like Cash Doll? I just need you to think. Now, I don't know who Kendrick thinks he's fooling with these bars, but I honestly can tell you this is very weak as a diss. For a man who's pro-black, throwing a black woman into this beef, talking about when a black woman got robbed for $500,000 and then comparing it to when Drake got robbed of his jewelry back in the day when he was coming up into this game. I mean, are you pro-black or not? I mean, why are you bringing a black woman in it, poking fun at her getting robbed just to compare it to another Canadian? Seems very weak to me, but Kendrick stans are going to find some way to reverse it, right? Anyways, let's keep going. Are you finally ready to play Have You Ever? Have you ever thought that OVO is working for me? Who in their right mind thinks that OVO is working for Kendrick? Do y'all see the sales that Drake puts up compared to Kendrick? I mean, if Drake's team was working for Kendrick, they not doing a good job, my brother. You not ever since Damn, you ain't never outsold Drake. So if his team working for you and you still being outsold by him, what does that say about you? You know what I'm saying? It's like having information about your next team or your next opponent and still losing about 30. Like my brother, that is not a flex. So I'm so glad this is not AI, because Kendrick finally had a misstep and I get to point it out, because of course I'm objective and this is objectively not a good diss. Let's keep going, because I'm reading this off. You can't say I'm not addressing. I'm reading everything off. Fake bully, I hate bullies. You must be a terrible person. Random claim. Everyone inside your team is whispering that you deserve it. Okay, what are they whispering about? They're whispering you deserve it. Who is it? Why are you not being specific? Anyways, like, what I respect is Pusha T. Pusha T went on a Joe Budden podcast, which is one of the more classic interviews they ever had, and literally said 40, OVO 40, who is Drake's producer, was the one who told a girl he was messing with about the fact that Drake had a kid and he was having troubles with his baby mom. And guess what? That's how Pusha T found the information, because everybody thought it was Kanye West, right? That is real cemented facts that you could use against Drake. Kendrick saying, "Oh, your team is whispering that you deserve it." That's not going to cut it, my brother. Not against this Canadian when you're from LA. Anyways, let's keep going. Every dog gotta have his day. Now living your purpose. It was fun until you started to put money in the streets, then lost money because they came back with no receipts. Now, of course, that line is interesting because Kendrick is very much a person that's under the radar. He doesn't really publicize his life in for the social media aspect. He's really just music only, sell my music and that's it. Sell my music and go on about my day. He's not about the gimmicks and social media ploy and antics. So I do believe that Drake may have called around and may have not received anything substantial back. But of course, once again, these are just claims that, from what Drake's talking about, it seems like he has something to reveal to the public that nobody knows about Kendrick. So he's still walking on thin ice with that. We don't know if it's real or not. So that's the only bar where it's like, you still lying? I mean, there's a possibility that you're telling the truth, but we haven't heard Drake's, because this is another misconception. Drake has not released a full diss track towards Kendrick yet. Push-Ups was Drake targeting everybody who dissed him off of Metro's 2 albums. That's why he waited to the second one to put out Push-Ups. He went at The Weeknd. He went at, like, Cash blowing Abel Bread out here tricking. Whips, chains, they get wicked. He basically talking about Cash, who's The Weeknd's manager. The Weeknd's real name is Abel. And basically treating dudes like Drake and them treats women. He went at Future talking about, I can never be your number one fan. He started off the diss record going at Future. So, and then ASAP, did he go at ASAP Rocky? I don't know if he went at him. But Rick Ross went at him talking about the whole, isn't this man over 50? Comfort like I'm Ricky, going back to Rick Ross being a correctional parole officer or whatever. Who else? Kendrick, of course, got majority of the bars, but it wasn't specifically at Kendrick. And then he went at, it was a lot of Oh, and then the famous Metro line, you know, shut up and make some drums. That was classic, still is to this day. So basically, Drake, what I'm trying to say is that was not a specific Kendrick diss. Euphoria was a specific Drake diss for 6 minutes plus. That's why it's my number one diss in this rap battle so far. Push Ups was going at everybody. Tailor Made Freestyle, they will say, oh, that's completely going at Kendrick. That is basically a ploy, a tactic, just like this is, to get Kendrick to release a response. Did he really diss Kendrick in a way that everybody was like, oh, this is the hardest diss ever? He basically was asking Kendrick to drop. He asked him in the form of Tupac. He asked him in the form of Snoop Dogg while just sending subliminals his way. And then at the end, he made a funny little remark about having a quintuple entendre or something like that. Basically asking this man to drop. The key about Drake is chess, not checkers. So have him reveal his, well, whatever he thinks is your deep dark secrets, and then you go second. Obviously, either Kendrick's bluffing because he hasn't revealed anything yet, or he's just not gonna pinpoint anything, because I see where he's going. Obviously, with Euphoria, the pacify line, and then the as what Mike would do. Like, I see where he's going as far as the exposal aspect, but since he hasn't done it yet, I'm still saying that the scoreboard is not even, because Euphoria was a great diss track if the follow-up was exposing. The follow-up is some weak, rushed, the execution was rushed, talking about things that people in his camp is telling him. But guess what he didn't tell us? The information that he alleged that Drake's camp is telling him. So at this point, we're like, well, man, hey, Drake's team, hey, they switching up on him with no validity to it at all. Like, just he say, she say. Like, that's why, let me see if I can pull this up. What was that track called? Euphoria? That's why Euphoria was so potent, because he pinpointed things that he could easily go at in the next diss track. He just didn't follow up with it in this 616 in LA. That's why I think it's subpar. But so much throughout here. I mean, talking about the whole dementia must run in his family, but let it get shaky, I'll park his son. And before that, talking about Jay Prince and his son Junior, his daddy a killer, he wanted to be Junior. They must have forgot the stuff that they done, talking about the whole takeoff passing, and talking about different things where, because if you don't know, Jay Prince Jr. is the one who gave Drake to Lil Wayne, as far as giving him somebody who he thought would be what that Lil Wayne would like. If you ever listen to Lil Wayne talk about Drake, Jay Prince Jr. is the one who introduced Drake to Lil Wayne. So anyways, so yeah, talking about the people over him, you know, doing things that's shady. And so he spoke on that. And then he talked about, I'm trying to see, what was the biggest one? What was the Crody line? What was that at? That was my favorite part. Because he said something about, oh my goodness, he has so many bars in this one. Oh yeah, I be at New Ho King eating fried rice with the dip sauce and a blammy Crody. That's a literal spot 7 minutes away from where Drake got robbed. So that's another aspect he could go with. He's just pinpointing certain stuff in a very vague way, but there's specific places. New Ho King is an actual spot. And even before that, he talked about Drake getting robbed and talked about how you can bleed in your family, Crody. Hinting back at that. And then the whole Ghost Rider thing, I don't think people care about. Talking about call around trying to get dirt on people. He already talked about that. The Sexy Red part is just literal jokes. What else? The biggest thing he has is the Euphoria aspect, which if he wants to get into that territory, which is definitely murky water. I mean, if you say that on wax, you're gonna have to flip it in a way that's not just straight up calling Drake a pedophile, right? So if you want to play around with Drake being a pedophile, which is a crazy claim, which is why he says, where's the bar? Joe Osteen, that's not it. It's the Gunna line. Oh my goodness, this line. I mean, this track is so long. I ain't gonna lie. That's why Euphoria is such a great track. This is pretty fire. But okay, I can't find it, bro. It's too many lines in this track. I mean, till you feel you're not black enough, that bar is that's not gonna hold. Okay, here we go. We ain't gotta get personal. This a friendly fade. You should keep it that way. That's why he prefaced this bar like that. I know some stuff about people, Drake, that make Gunna Wanna look like a saint. An Analytic Dreamz video if you want to follow along. But basically, this man is saying, all right, let me put it in perspective. In jail, right? Who gets the most abuse as far as offenses that they are confirmed guilty on, right? That's why I keep going back to the whole, if you're going to call Drake a pedophile, then you better have some hard evidence as far as, oh, I'm going to expose something. Because that seems to be your whole lane. You're talking about Euphoria. You're talking about we ain't got to get personal. This is a friendly fade. You should keep it that way. I know some stuff about people that make Gunna Wanna look like a saint. What makes somebody look like a saint? I mean, do y'all really put snitching on the same level as what Kendrick's trying to call Drake as far as messing with underage women? So anyways, that's why he said that in that way. You know, he would never just come out and say it. So don't ever think Kendrick's just going to say that, because I think that's illegal, honestly. But anyways, and then he followed it up by basically saying, if you take it there, I'm taking it further. And that's something you don't want to do, which is why Euphoria put him up on the scoreboard, because it was like, dang, the next one, he going to be revealing some stuff, right? Like he really talking about a certain aspect that he's really going to go at as far as Drake and the underage topic. That is why this follow-up is just not it. The execution, everything about it is just not it. Like the overall pinpoint of Euphoria, the whole Gunna Wanna look like a saint, the whole Michael Jackson, or ask what Mike would do, you know, and basically even before that, I think he had, the pacify line. That was at the very beginning. I mean, he literally said, this is when he was whispering, right? So he said this quick, with the quickness. He said, I make music that electrify him. You make music that pacify him. I can double down in that line, but spare you this time. That's random acts of kindness. So that is why this track to me holds so much credence, because it's like, dang, the next one is going to be the knockout. Come to find out, this man hitting at all this pedo allegations towards Drake, and in 616, guess what he's saying? The information that Kendrick said he got it from?
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Kendrick Lamar, while we're waiting for the knockout punch, he just keeps saying,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Like, Kendrick, if you're going to allege this man as a pedo, which is some serious allegations, double down on it. Like, if you're going to really take it there against a Canadian, let's really talk about it. You know, it's one of those things to where, if that's your angle, which obviously is, I mean, if I have to, you know, for Kendrick stands, they're going to be like, nah, my goat would never go that low. Oh, they go low, we go high. Like, nah, Drake go low. Kendrick said he's willing to take it lower. So anyways, which is why the whole, before you figure that you're not alone, ask what Mike would do. He's playing off the fact that there's allegations with underage women. That's the main diss Kendrick has towards Drake. But at this point, with this follow-up, because Euphoria, I felt would have been harder if the follow-up was actually the knockout punch. But now, seems like you don't have anything. And you're probably asking, oh, why you ain't say that about Drake? Because Kendrick ain't respond. Like, imagine Drake just dropping again and again and again, and Kendrick didn't respond. Now Drake looks like the bully. I mean, just look at every instance where a battle is taking place and it's one-sided. At some point, I mean, remember when Kanye, out of all people, was going at Drake, and he had validity going at Drake, and everybody was like, man, this man's upset. Oh, look, this man's crazy. This man's insane. Drake on this mind 24/7. Drake just lived rent-free in his head. Like, imagine if Drake would have went crazy with no response. So now, the next response from Drake will be that nuclear bomb that we've been waiting on. And you can quote me on that. It was supposed to... hey, Kendrick dropping this just postponed one of the greatest diss tracks we've ever heard in life. Let me just put it like that. But I'm glad he did put this out, because this softens the blow of Euphoria. This makes me realize that he don't have that much. And he's not prepared to keep the quality high level Euphoria at a rapid pace. Which obviously, if Kendrick was able to keep up Euphoria quality at a rapid pace, I would probably say he would come out on top. Euphoria is a different level of ability being on Showcase for 6 minutes and however long it is, directly at one person. That was just a different level of quality. Beat changes, vocal inflection. Did y'all notice the way he whispered on the track? And then it was like I don't want to use the wrong musical term, but basically it's like when, hold on. Okay, let me look this up for all my musical heads out there. I think it's this word, but let me look it up first. Okay, yeah. So it's like a crescendo. I think that's how you say it. Where he's whispering, and then towards the end of the track, it's just full on going at Drake. Like it's a very nice uphill walk, and then you get to the top, and then he's just bombing on Drake as far as like the momentum. You know what I mean? Like it's just an upward, and it gets to grow, and it grows, and it grows, and then it gets to a point where it's at the top, and then he's just going full on verbal attack at Drake. That's why I really respect the whole construct of Euphoria. But I don't want to make this topic too long because this track doesn't deserve it. But Kendrick finally gave me something that I believe is a misstep, and best believe I'm objective. That's why when Euphoria came out, I was a little worried. Not gonna lie. Hey, they had us in the first half. Not gonna lie. As that track was definitely and still is the best track when it comes to this battle rap. But as far as the rankings, it's definitely Euphoria. It's Push-Ups, Tailor-Made Freestyle in this track. Because at least in Tailor-Made Freestyle, Kendrick didn't respond, and it gave more credence to Drake saying either drop or shut your mouth. But with Kendrick still saying, it's dudes in your, like, no, Drake already showed you he wanted to battle. Why are you still jabbing with this second track? It's no longer jab time. It's no longer jab time. This is not it. This track's not it. So anyways, let me keep going down with the lyrics, because there was really nothing. There was literally nothing he said in this track. But watch people hype this up. Like Euphoria, he said he had a lot of stuff in there. Like the whole Chinese restaurant in Canada, 7 minutes from where Drake got robbed. That was pretty serious. The whole Euphoria aspect, doubling down on him. What's the word? Basically doubling down on threatening him with real details about the underage women aspect. That was interesting. I didn't know he was really going to go that route, but with Euphoria, it confirmed it to me. Euphoria, him saying, I know stuff that'll make Gunna wanna look like a saint. Him saying, I make music that electrify him. You make music that pacify him. I'll double down in that line. I would double down that line, but I spare you this time. That's random acts of kindness. And then at the end, him talking about, if you take it there, I'm taking it further. And that's something you don't want to do. What do y'all think he's talking about? So for Kendrick fans out there, I just hope y'all ready for y'all artists to stoop that low to try to go at this Canadian, when at the end of the day, it seems like he really doesn't have much credence. Because if he ain't just going to flat out say it and have some evidence to back it up, and at the end of the day, he's just going to keep saying the information that he got.
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Kendrick just going to keep saying at the end of the day.
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
While we wait for Kendrick to drop that bombshell on Drake, which still hasn't came yet, he's just going to be saying,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
So anyways, let's get to the rest of this verse. So basically he says, it was fun until you started putting money in the streets, then lost money because they came back with no receipts, basically talking about how he couldn't find any dirt on Kendrick, which we still don't know if that's true. No, you can't sleep. Images trouble you. No, the wires in your circle should puzzle you. If you was street smart, you would have caught that your entourage is only to hustle you. 100 people you got on salary, and 20 of them want you as a casualty, and one of them is actually next to you, and 2 of them is practically tired of your lifestyle, just don't got the audacity to tell you. Like, what are you like?
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Instead of revealing information, Kendrick just keeps saying,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Like, is nobody gonna call this man Kendrick out on how his response to the diss track is just,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
like, reveal something. We are at the point where if you're not gonna reveal something, what did Drake say at the original OG version of Push Ups? He said, drop something to shut your mouth. Well, Kendrick's mouth is wide open, pause, and he still ain't saying nothing. He just keep on saying,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Anyways, let's finish this verse. So basically, just don't got the audacity to tell you, but let me tell you some game, because I can see you, my little homie. Imagine calling Drake the greatest, the most successful artist of all time, analytically and objectively speaking, that you my little homie. Do Kendrick fans, like, this is, the little homie line is just as blasphemous as Kendrick saying in Euphoria, Drake didn't have any classics. Like, did nobody remember when Kendrick literally said in Euphoria, let me find this, because Kendrick fans just be, I swear, like, Euphoria is great, but it ain't all that. Like, he still has some lies in here that you can go at. But basically, this man, it is a lot of bars in here. I ain't gonna lie to you. I still have Euphoria at number 1. I'm just saying it's not bulletproof, right? It's not just, oh, every bar is just bulletproof and true. Like, no, this man Kendrick be lying too. Both of these artists are great mass manipulators. There's reasons why they at the top. But I like this flow too. I like the way it ended, but the start of it was just not. It wasn't good. I can't find it, man. These are just, it's just so many bars. Like, goodness. Back to back. I like that record. Yeah, bring them out too. See me bless. Oh, okay, I found it. Anyways. Okay. Yeah, my first one, like my last one, it's a classic. You don't have one. I'm literally highlighting this for people over at Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. Yeah, my first one, like my last one, is a classic. You don't have one. Let your core audience stomach that. Then tell them where you get your abs from. First off, Kendrick saying Drake don't have a classic. Like, come on now. Like, if you don't think Drake has a classic, then conversation has ended. That's simply that. Anyways, let's keep going. So Drake lied. I mean, Kendrick lied in that bar. But anyways, fast forwarding. He also lies again, basically saying that Drake is his little homie. Like, that is how it would start off the diss track. Dang. Hey, big homie asked me to if he could open up for me on tour for his first tour. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I ain't know big homies would do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, my little homie, I'm the little homie headlining the big homie's tour. Like, what? Like, big homie is opening up for me? Like, Kendrick don't realize what he's saying in this track, which is why I just feel like the execution is very, very rushed. And he's giving too many holes for Drake to exploit. And Drake's too big for his fans to care about the stuff he didn't address. If he addresses real stuff in your raps that's completely false, like he doesn't have a classic, like Drake's your little homie, like, come on, bro. Like, come on, Kendrick. Come on, K Dot. Stick to what you was. Double down on it. What they say, double down on it. If you're really gonna accuse this man of being with underage women, double down on it. Anyways, okay, cause I see you, my little homie. You playing dirty propaganda, it blow up on you. You playing nerdy with Zach Bia and Twitter bots. See, I don't like that. Everybody who's on a major label had some type of engagement boost. Everybody uses bots. It's like in a major league when everybody was taking steroids. If you're not good enough to even take the steroids and be on another level, then you shouldn't even be talking, right? Because everybody in the league is using them. Everybody who takes steroids isn't Barry Bonds, right? So just because everybody's using enhancements in this way and that way. If they have the core base, the core talent, it shouldn't matter. That's all I'm saying about that. Now the ghostwriting stuff, if I ever hear a reference track of a timestamp Drake record or something he's really rapping on as far as getting into his life perspective, then I'll be like, okay, that's messed up. But if I hear a reference for an R&B song or a song with Bad Bunny like Mia, like, come on, you really think Drake is writing reggaeton? Anyways, so that the whole propaganda, like, you're in media, my brother. Like, everybody uses media tactics and propaganda. Anyways, if nobody uses propaganda, stop putting out your tracks on DSPs. How about that? Like, how about just put it on SoundCloud instead of Spotify, Apple Music that you can make money off of? That's also propaganda. So that's just weird. But your reality can't hide behind Wi-Fi. Doesn't Kendrick's whole reality hides? Anyways, your little memes is losing steam. Like, Kendrick, what is Kendrick saying? I'm done, man. This track's not good. It's not good. Execution's rush. Definitely the worst track out of all 4 that's been released in this battle. But in conclusion, this battle is still the greatest rap battle that we've ever received. So as far as Kendrick trying to copy and mimic the whole Drake timestamp format with 616 in LA, I'm sorry, my brother, but guess what ain't gonna cut it? You constantly saying,
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this mediocre back-to-back response from Kendrick? I do respect the back-to-back response. I do want to say that. But click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the 616 in LA track by Kendrick? And at the end of the day, what are you scoring this battle so far? Is it what would it be? Is it 1-0 Kendrick? Because technically we are in the second round. But as far as the first round, which was push-ups versus Euphoria, where do you have the score? Is Kendrick up 1-0? Is Drake up 1-0? Or do you just have them both tied at like 0.5 or something? So anyways, yeah, let me know. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Who do you have up currently in this rap battle? Kendrick or Drake? Drake has responded in a way that the overall premise of family has been brought up into the discussion. Kendrick Lamar and the pro-black mantra is looking funny in the light. Keeping it objective, obviously I'm going to lay out the facts. I'm going to let y'all know just how in the world this information is disseminated into the masses, and then I'm going to put it in a simplistic way so you can depict and you can pick who is the winner. Because I'm not here to sway your vote. I'm not here to tell you who won or who did. Actually, I am. I'm telling you who my personal winner is, but that's at the end. So this, if you're listening, is going to, well, if you're listening, then you're listening. That was almost a Interstellar moment. I don't know if it's Interstellar. What's the Inception? I'm tripping. What is Interstellar? I'm tripping. I don't know what that is. But anyways, that was almost an Inception moment. Family Matters is basically Drake pinpointing some of the loopholes in Drake's whole being a therapist as a diss mantra. This character that Kendrick has made for himself as far as going at Drake as a man. I mean, what's less than being a man, right? It's hard to be a man if you're out here as a man putting hands on women, right? So hopefully we all agree with that. I would think that's an objective. If you put hands on women, you're not a man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into something that is the crust of this track, and which is why I believe it put my GOAT at a level to where he can never be competed with again. Like, he can never be combated, and he can never be rebutted, or as far as people sending him a rebuttal, because of the way he was able to withstand all of the Avengers teaming up, and then at the end, like as far as Endgame, you know when Doctor Strange was in Infinity War, you know when Doctor Strange was looking at all them outcomes to find the one where they came out on top. Well, guess what? This was all the 900 billion opportunity or scenarios where Thanos came out on top because Drake completely obliterated the Avengers and saved the best for last as far as Kendrick and tore him apart limb by limb. As talking about being a therapist, talking about the family aspect is something that it's something that Kendrick was putting up as far as the whole 616 in LA and going at him as not knowing who he is, not being comfortable with himself, not being a man, but you're out here putting hands on women. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio because I have receipts. Unlike Kendrick, which we're going to get into his diss track in a second, I have actual receipts. So this account right here, if you're watching, let me just tell you something. It's a lot of interesting things in society, but one of them is who one chooses to mate with for the foreseeable future. Now, Kendrick, interestingly enough, had a high school sweetheart named Whitney Alford. And this couple supposedly shares 2 children, right? So how ironic and how surprising to find out that the kids is supposedly not Kendrick's. Well, how might that, how could that happen? What blasphemy are you speaking right now? Let me explain. Drake and Family Matters name drops a certain name because, of course, unlike Kendrick, who kept saying,
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Unlike Kendrick, we actually come with receipts and we don't just keep saying the people you hanging with. So let me find this. Let me just type in the name. So yeah, you know what I mean? When you drop receipts, you can just look them up by name in the verse, right? I heard that one of them little kids might be Dave Free. Don't make it Dave Freeze, because if your GM is your BM secret BD, then this is all making plenty sense to me. I don't think y'all understand. Y'all don't understand. Kendrick fans out there, like, you can't objectively look at this information and say that Drake isn't on top. The wordplay, the exposure, and then obviously, I know what you're saying. Drake's lying. Oh, there's no way. Drake's lying, right? Oh, follow me. Now we got more. Hey, we got more. I'm gonna be here all day. You know what I'm saying? I do this for a living. You know what I'm saying? Hey, just follow me. Let me take you over here right quick. You know what I mean? Whitney Alford, you know what I mean? This is his wife's account. There's a reason I had this account up so you can see the username. You see Blush by Wit, right? We see Dave Free right here, just check it, go follow him, you know what I mean? Comment, be like, hey man, I appreciate you giving Drake the ammo he needed to stay the GOAT in this rap game. So, make sure to go follow this man. He's at 108,000. Let's try to get that to like 200, something like that. Let's keep going. So, yeah, this right here, man. Let me zoom out right quick. Should I zoom out or zoom in? Which one y'all want? Zoom out, zoom in. Let me zoom in right quick. Who is that? Is that this account? Dave Free? Oh, that's Dave Free. Okay, I'm tripping. Okay, that's the username. Hold up. Hold up.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Hold up. Who is? Hold up. Give me 1 second.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Nah, it can't be. Hold up. Let's go to the username. Gotta be fake.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Okay, it's not fake. It's the same username. Why is she not? Hold up. Isn't that Kendrick's fiance?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Why is his soon-to-be wife not following him on Instagram? And then why is she?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Oh my goodness, Kendrick fans, I know y'all in shambles. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to break it down like that. But if I didn't break it down like that, y'all would just call Drake a liar, you know? So if you didn't know, if you're not watching the video version, you just missed out on some top tier comedy. As this fiance, Kendrick's fiance, to be more specific, shortly after these nuclear bombs was released from Drake and Kendrick, unfollow Kendrick and follow Day Free, which gives even more credence to the fact that I heard that one of them kids might be Day Free. Don't make it Day Freeze, because if your GM is your BM, secret BD, then this is making all plenty sense to me. Checkmate. It's over. That's it. That's it. I mean, it's literally it. I mean, if you really want to get into exposure, as far as you're hiding a child, let that boy come home. I mean, there's nothing worse than this. Raising a child that's not yours. I mean, if that's just, if that's just not public information, then why talk about family? Why act like you're a therapist towards Drake when it seems like the whole time your girl was getting therapy by somebody else? You know what I'm saying? And now it's been exposed to the point where this is rap at the end of the day. And of course, none of this is too serious, but goodness, I can't tell. The way that Drake just went at you, my brother, you may have to go to some alternative actions. So with that being said, Drake completely exposed him and then doubled down on that at the end, because if you don't know, that wasn't even it. That's not it. Oh, you thought that was it? Oh, my fault. Nah, that wasn't it. No, that wasn't it. We still going. We still going. So, anyways, this is my favorite verse in the track, by the way. Where does it start? It's fantastic when you actually drop receipts instead of keep saying.
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
All the information that you keep saying is coming from.
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Well, guess what? The person you was hanging with, the person that's the co-founder of the creative company PG Lang, after leaving Top Dog Entertainment along with you and been co-president and directing music videos and short films with you, has also been with you in other ways. I'm not talking Eskimo, but maybe I'm talking. Anyways, let's keep going. So, anyways, Kendrick. Let me just say, leave this one alone, my brother. It's over. It's finito. Drake really doesn't have to drop again, because you really didn't rebut it in your diss track that we're about to get into. But let's just keep going, right? This line was wild. I have to point this out as a Drake stan. I don't co-sign this. This man said, "You right. Forget the big three. It's only Big D in this video proof." That just cements that you leaked that video, my brother. And Drake, you need help. That's not something to brag about, my brother. Let's just keep going on. So the reason why this is my favorite verse is simply for the fact that this man ended off with the biggest bomb ever. Don't tell me that K Dot and C Breezy is the same person. This man Drake said, when you put your hands on your girl, is it self-defense because she's bigger than you? Your back is up against the curb. You're digging for dirt. You should be digging for proof. Why did you move to New York? Is it because you live in that bachelor life? Proposed in 2015, but don't want to make her your actual wife. These are surgical bars that y'all are hearing right now in one of the greatest rap beefs ever in history. That's why I'm reading it off like this, because this is going down in the history of time to be one of the greatest diss tracks ever created. This track is better than Back to Back. As far as a diss element and revealing something, I mean, is it your girl's tour or your world tour? That's way less impactful than, hey, the kid that you keep saying is yours is not yours. It's your homie who literally co-founded the creative company PG Lang with you. And now your fiance unfollowed you and followed him. I mean, goodness, I would hate Drake too, my brother. Like, after this, hey, I get it. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk, the way that you dress, the way that you say the N-word, I guess. I mean, goodness, I would hate him too. Because this is next level diabolical information that this man is dropping on your head top. Let's keep going. So, why did you move to New York? Is it because you live in that bachelor life? Proposed in 2015, but don't want to make her your actual wife. I'm guessing this wedding ain't happening, right? Y'all not hearing this, man. Y'all not hearing him. I'm guessing this wedding ain't happening, right? Because we know the girls that you actually like. Your darker secrets are coming to light. It's all on your face, like what happened to Mike. And then this is where he just left Earth. This is where he left the stratosphere. It's all making sense. Maybe I'm Prince and you actually Mike. Michael was praying his features would change so people believe that he's actually white. Top made you do a feature for change, get on pop records, and rap for the whites. Masterful callback to push-ups, talking about how Top Dog had him, forced him to do features with Taylor Swift, Bad Blood, and Maroon 5. Hold on, I know the track with Taylor Swift was Bad Blood, but let me see, Maroon 5, Kendrick Lamar, because Kendrick Lamar is pro-black, right? So why is he pandering to the other community doing these features, right? I mean, I thought, hey, maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought Kendrick was just pro-black to the point he would never try to get into another culture for an increase in revenue, right? So anyways, he did a remix with Taylor Swift and Bad Blood, and then he did a track with Maroon 5, Don't Wanna Know. Let's keep getting into it. Where was he at? Top would make you do a feature for change, get on pop records, and rap for the whites. And wait, you say your brother Jermaine, but wanted him to stay out the light. Let's do a little Google search right quick, because maybe Drake lying, right? Michael Jackson ain't got no brother named Jermaine. Come on now. Like, come on now. There's no brother of Michael Jackson's named Jermaine. Like, it's just no way. Because Drake's obviously lying. I don't even know why he would say something like that, because come on now, like, wait. Jermaine Jackson served as the second lead vocalist in Jackson 5, and as Michael Jackson pursued his solo career, told his brothers to stay out of the... Top will make you do feature for change, get on pop records, and rap for the whites. And wait, you say your brother Jermaine, but you wanted him to stay out of the light. Does Kendrick have a brother? Kendrick doesn't have a brother. Drake's lying. Does Kendrick Lamar have a brother? There's no reason. Like, come on now. Like, obviously Drake's lying. Like, he's not just rapping about factual stuff that's happening. You know, as far as Kendrick, look, Sharon, like, come on now. Like, let me find this. As far as his older brother, see, his older brother's name is Kendrick Kenneth Duckworth, right? So that means he's definitely, you know, he's that oh, it says he has more siblings. Hold up, maybe. Give me 1 second. You know, we just doing some Googles. You know, public internet for everybody. You know what I mean? You can look this up yourself. Kendrick Lamar brother. Let me see. He don't have a brother called Jermaine. Let me see. Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, it don't even seem like he got. Yeah, he ain't got a brother. He don't have a brother called Jermaine. I think Drake was lying with that one. I'm literally looking it up. I'm trying to find it. If I don't find it, I'm calling Drake a liar. I ain't gonna cap to you. Let me see. Yeah, it seems like Kendrick has 5 siblings. Okay, so he has 5 siblings. 5 siblings. What are all their names? He has 5 siblings. Okay, Kenneth. Okay, Dewey, Duckworth. Okay, Kayla, Sawyer. Okay. 2 younger brothers, but their names have not been officially publicized. So technically, Drake could be telling the truth, and his younger brothers could be Jermaine, and that's probably what he's talking about. Okay, so let's type in, because I'm honestly looking for it. I'm not like, I'm seeing stuff that is going what Drake was saying as far as him having a brother named Jermaine. Jermaine. I don't find it. I can't find it. So I guess Drake was lying. My brother Jermaine. Is he talking about Jermaine Cole? Maybe he's talking about J. Cole. I'm not even trying to cape for him. I'm trying to see where the angle is. Okay, so that stumped me. I ain't gonna cap. I don't even know where he was going with that one. But maybe he's talking about J. Cole. Because apparently after Jermaine put out 7 Minute Drill, he called Jermaine, basically told him that the disses that he wants to throw at Drake is too nasty, that he doesn't want Jermaine to be a part of it because he doesn't really have real beef with Jermaine. So maybe that's what he's talking about. Your brother Jermaine, but you wanted him to stay out of the light. Maybe he's talking about that. Actually, let me see. What does Genius say? I didn't even... The whole time I could have just clicked on this Genius link. Let me see what they said. Oh, wow. It's J. Cole. It's not even talking about his brothers. Well, he does have 2 younger brothers whose names is not, so I just thought it was that. But obviously, we see right here, after, some research and then Genius, we figured out it was just Jermaine the whole time. So this man said, and wait, your brother Jermaine, but you wanted him to stay out of the light? Which is obviously, I don't know, that's all right, because technically it's not your biological brother. So, I mean, they're friends, but I don't think they're brothers. They not cool like that. Just follow me, right? Because nothing you say can bother me, right? And then talking about all his chains and things of that nature. And then at the end, what does he say? There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide. You know what I mean? No. No way. They hired a crisis team to clean up the fact that you beat on your queen? That's like physical, ain't it? The picture you painted, it ain't what it seems. Your crisis management team cleaned up the fact. Man, if only I had some more information about that. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. What is this flyer, you might ask? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I mean, I don't know how this information fell in my lap, because obviously I'm just somebody on the internet who's a fan. You know what I mean? I don't really have no information on these people, right? So I don't know how this flyer, I mean, this flyer could be made up. You know what I mean? It look Photoshop, you know what I'm saying? It could be Photoshop. Not too crazy. But who is that? DJ Who Kid? Wasn't DJ Who Kid on the start of Push-Ups? I thought he was just using it as a drop. There's no way that Drake was using DJ Who Kid, because that was the party in 2014 at the Hard Rock Casino in Vegas where Kendrick Lamar was investigated for allegedly brutally beating a woman and leaving her bloody in a room in a hotel. That can't be it. That's not it. Allegedly, that's not it. Nah, that couldn't have happened all the way back in 2014. No way. I mean, nah, right? He could be lying. But this flyer does say Hard Rock Hotel, and then it happened in 2014 as far as this flyer. And then the alleged was 2014 Hard Rock Hotel in Casino Vegas. Maybe I'm tripping. Nah, no way. Kendrick didn't beat no women. Kendrick don't put hands on women. He pro-black. I rest my case. Kendrick, never talk about my goat again. And if you do, just know it could get nastier. And some of the stuff you talk about is very hypocritical. Hip hop is hypocritical, but if you're gonna point it out, just know we can go down to the depths of hell as far as the information we could pull up on you. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What was your favorite bar from Drake just completely dismantling Kendrick Lamar, winning the overall beef, and how are we gonna celebrate as far as for my OVO fans out there? So of course, to finish off the timeline of the greatest rap battle to ever occur in hip hop, we have a victory lap as the GOAT, my GOAT, who obviously destroyed Kendrick and the back and forth, put out a Buried Alive interlude part 2. I mean, talk about a full circle moment. Talking about bringing a man on his first tour, having him open up for you, bringing a man on your classic album to have him give some bars off, and guess what you get in return? Somebody who's just ungrateful, going at you, and just literally says, I hate the way you talk, I hate the way you walk, I hate the clothes you wear, I hate everything about you, and you the one that put this man on. I mean, at that point, jaded is not even the word. I wouldn't help a soul ever. Imagine me and Drake giving somebody all the tools and they use those tools to spite you. Anyways, so this is a victory lap. So this is going to be more of a lighthearted. I'm done with the name dropping as far as the family stuff, as far as, Kendrick's fiance, things of that nature. I'm not going to get into that anymore because, there's no more need for a reminder that Drake won by basically exposing that Kendrick's kids is not his and it's Dave Freeze, and it's followed up by his fiance, who's Whitney Alford, unfollowing him on Instagram and following Dave Free. There's no need to point that out or even speak on that, right? So yeah, we're just not going to speak on that because no need to bring that up. No need to reiterate why Drake won this battle. So anyways, let's keep going. So the victory lap. If you were in the Pine Box, which if you don't know, before you listen to this segment, listen to Buried Alive interlude, and then this makes just ultimate sense in the world. Like as far as the creativity level, the callback is like the death of Kendrick overtaking Drake. It's like the perception that I had when Euphoria came out is completely vanished, and I finally realized that my GOAT is who he said he is. Anyways, if you were in a Pine Box, I would shovel dirt on top. I'd play this record on repeat. You always been, I take out cuss words because it's PG podcast. You always been a female dog to me. If you was in a Pine Box, I would still be in my spot. For you to make it to the peak, it'd have to be the death of me. The death of me. Looking in the mirror, still embarrassed. Stop talking, how you gonna spare us?
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with.
Let me repeat that for the public. Stop talking, how you gonna spare us? And remind you, this is a double back, so this is an interlude. Everybody talking about how Kendrick dropped at the same rate as Drake. Like, no, he can't keep up. And at this point, the beef is over. Drake literally dropped some of the more nuclear aspects to Kendrick's career. I didn't even get into, I wasn't going to bring it up because, I don't want to get into that territory anymore because after covering the best rap beef of all time and covering the nastiness of what was revealed as far as Kendrick putting hands on his wife all the way back in 2014, which is where this flyer came up with, do I still have it? I don't think I still have it. Oh, my fault. I must have grew up. Yeah, I must have, oh no, I found it. I didn't grow up that much. Here we go. Yeah, this flyer right here, as far as Kendrick wanted to sweep this under the rug, which is why Drake hinted at this as far as the whole Who Kid drop at the start of Push-Ups. Basically, it's a very interesting insinuation because why in the world would you talk about DJ Who Kid when it was a festival and supposedly Kendrick, I don't think I have it anymore. Hold up, give me 1 second. I think, yeah, I did say I was done covering it, so I think I put it away. Okay, here we go. Hey, just like me to bring it right back up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so this whole DJ Who kid at the start of Push-Ups wasn't just because he randomly wanted to shout out a producer. It was a callback to this track, simply basically saying Kendrick had a lawsuit back in 2014. His management swept under the rug, allegedly. Of course, you gotta say that because there's no like proof, and if they swept under the rug, could have been settlement. So now nobody can talk about it. But hey, here I am. So 2014 at Hard Rock Casino in Vegas, Kendrick Lamar was accused by a security guard who worked at the Hard Rock Las Vegas of receiving video claiming that Kendrick Lamar being investigated for allegedly brutally beating a woman and leaving her bloody in the room in a hotel. Very morbid, right? And very serious. And that's why the whole aspect of Kendrick being a therapist is something we had to double back on, because your family is non-existent, my brother. Why are you living a bachelor life in, is it New York? I think he's in New York. Anyways, wherever he is, LA, New York, I think he's in LA. Basically, he's not with his family because, you know, the whole day free aspect. You know, I've already talked about that. But yes, the whole putting hands on his woman, you know, it seems like a very toxic relationship. So anyways, let's put that away. You know what I mean? No need to reminisce on why Drake's the GOAT. So back to our victory lap. Where's it at? Okay. It's like you need tension to always get attention. You always said how you want to bury me alive. Jealousy disguised as your pride. Took you on your first tour with us, trying to catch a vibe. I was headline. You were standing on the side. It's so funny because all this is true. If you don't know, Drake, all the way back at the beginning of his career, around the Take Care days, basically took Kendrick Lamar and A$AP Rocky on their first tour ever and let them open up for him. Think about that. Anyways, let's keep going. I swear, like, if Kendrick had stuff that could look up and be like, oh, Drake, he got you right here, I would do it. But this man just keeps saying,
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
This man don't say anything in specific. The only time he want to get specific is just to say,
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
which we've came to the conclusion that it's not specific at all. This man is just bluffing. So anyways, first time people lined up for your expletive. Now you saying two boys getting out of line. You've been hating hard for a very long time. It feels like Twitter ghostwriting your reply. Streets out here talking like at least a person tried. It's how you felt in 2011. Why are we wasting time? Dreams come true, Crody. This is where you die.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
The best rap battle in hip hop history has finally concluded. And in my personal, humble opinion, after laying out all the facts to you, Aubrey, Drake, Graham has came out the victor. So let this be a nod to the competition level brought by both gentlemen. Very commendable as far as them putting forth such effort and diss tracks towards one another. But as we've seen with time, one person had actual names with receipts, and the other person just kept saying,
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my breakdown of the overview of the greatest hip hop battle to ever exist, and who do you think came out the victor and why? Now, of course, to continue with the overall review of the greatest hip hop rap battle of all time, we have to keep it fair and analyze the disses that was thrown towards my GOAT's way in regarding Kendrick Lamar. As this man put out a track expeditiously with the quickness in response to Drake putting out Family Matters. Now, I'm not recapping anything about Family Matters, as I already talked about Family Matters in this whole recap of the greatest rap battle ever, and also in a specific segment, Family Matters, Analytic Dreamz. But just know the way I broke that down leads into the way I'm going to break this down. So with that being said, Meet the Grams, which happened after Family Matters, is basically rapping from the standpoint of a therapist, which is completely ironic, but completely creative at its highest level as far as the perspectives you could take with. I heard somebody once say that if Kendrick was to replace himself with Joyner Lucas, everybody would call it corny. But because it's Kendrick, they let it pass and they give it a pass. So why is that? The world may never know. But anyways, let's get into the track, right? Meet the Grams. Kendrick dissed Drake and dissed him from the perspective of his respect. He dissed Drake from the perspective of Adonis therapist, and then he dissed Drake from the perspective of Sandra's therapist. Like, imagine just sitting down and writing out, "Dear Sandra, dear Adonis," and then "Dear baby girl." Like, you just making a fictional. Why is Kendrick making up fictional characters? But anyways, we're gonna be objective because we're gonna get into it, right? Like, maybe Drake is a deadbeat. Maybe Drake has a kid, right? So obviously, Kendrick should be able to expose something that we could publicly look up, like Drake did with Family Matters. But hopefully we can look something up as far as Kendrick going at Drake. So the biggest thing about this diss, because obviously I didn't go over the whole Family Matters, I'm not going over this whole diss track. Basically, the hard hitting diss points is basically throughout this verse. If you want to get into the whole Kendrick calling Drake a pedophile type thing, we could get into that, and I've already covered that extensively. But basically, there's a lot of instances with Drake and underage women as far as on stage, but it's more of a performative aspect, and there's no damning video as far as going at Drake and him having sexual intercourse with an underage person. Because of course, if you're gonna call somebody that, you better have some type of proof that they're in the act, right? And so because of the law being that way, public displays of affection towards underage people, while it is disgusting in any light, you still can't just come out and legally call somebody a pedophile. So he found a lot of creative ways to call Drake that, but he never said it verbatim. So anyways, because he started off with the whole, being Sandra's therapist, basically talking about your son got sick thoughts like him and Weinstein. Hold on, where's Weinstein? Let me find this. Basically, he literally said him and Weinstein should get messed up in a celly for the rest of their life. He hates black women, which is super ironic. He hates black women, hypersexualizes them with kinks of a nympho fetish. I thought, yeah, it's crazy. Grew facial hair because he understood being a beard just fit him better. He got sex offenders on OVO that he keep on monthly allowance.
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
I hope y'all just realize how consistent I'm being in my coverage of Kendrick Lamar. No longer can you keep saying,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
He got sex offenders on OVO that he can keep on a monthly allowance. Brother, drop a name. Who are you talking about? All of this,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
It's not gonna cut it. Drake is dropping names. You know what's a name that you should probably look up? Day Free. That's a name you can look up, my brother. There's no
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
the kid that you thought was yours was actually Dave Free. That's actual evidence you can look up on the internet, my brother. And ask yourself why your fiance is now following Dave Free and unfollowed you, because in the aftermath of the Family Matters track. Why, you know what I mean? Just ask yourself certain questions and then get back to telling the truth instead of lying. Instead of saying,
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
so anyways, that's the most upsetting part. Because once Euphoria came out, I thought we was going to have like a real battle. And I thought we was going to get stuff that was hard hitting to the core as far as changing public perception for the long haul. Calling Drake a pedophile, which we've already heard the claims. Obviously, if the claims been around that long, you would think it would came to light. But there's some claims with you, my brother, with you putting hands on your wife. We didn't even talk about that yet. And that hasn't come to life. So obviously stuff could fly under the radar, right? So you calling this out, say names. Like how Drake said Dave Free is the father of the child you're claiming. Say a name like Drake's underage person that he messed with. Like say a name and put actual effort into exposing somebody. Saying the person you hanging with, oh, he got OVO goons, sex offenders that he keeps on monthly allowance. Like a multi-billion-dollar corporation, I'm pretty sure somebody they've hired has some type of criminal past. Like, come on now. So anyways, let's keep going. So he says that whole aspect of, you know, Drake being a pedophile, that's his whole thing. That's all he has. Because a lot of people are like, oh, Drake has a daughter, which goes back to Kendrick talking about how he doesn't want to call around to get dirt, which in all actuality, you did, my brother. Because let's look up something. I said I was going to keep it 8 more than 92. I definitely am. How in the world? Oh, my fault. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. How in the world do you get this man's Ozempic pills if you're not calling around for information? What is this, Kendrick? Why is this your cover art? Like, how did this much effort go into a cover art if you're not calling around and having a team put together your rollout? The hypocrisy is beyond crazy, because to add on to that, if you're not calling around, then how did your camp rob Drake's dad to get gloves, Ozempic, receipts, etc., stolen from his suitcase? Seems like you are lying and got caught in the lie once again. I love how this cover art is just him being a liar. I'm not calling around to get information. Well, seems like you made a call to get an innocent bystander robbed for all of this random stuff as far as Ozempic pills and things of that nature. Like, a man caring about another man's body to the point where he's pulling up pills and prescription. Like, my brother, if you want to have sexual intercourse with Drake, all you got to do is just DM him. Like, it's really not that hard. Like, just send him one of the duck face, kissy face emojis to his Instagram, and he may or may not respond. No diddy. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, let's keep going, because that was it. You know, as far as Kendrick and his whole aspect of, you know, the family side of Drake not really keeping it 100 as far as not knowing who he is with himself, not battling both sides of his nationality with his mom and his dad, and then this fictional character. I mean, are you Stan Lee? My brother, who is the baby girl? If you said a name, if you said the mother, if you said where they live, we could look up this stuff and we could prove that what you're saying is right. You are not saying no words. You're saying baby girl. You're talking about his music. You're saying you're speaking in such bland, in such broad scope. It's such a broad scope. You're not saying no names. And then no information came out. Like how Drake said Dave Free, and then your fiance unfollowed you and followed Dave Free, basically insinuating that Dave Free is the father of your kid. You know, stuff like that. If you would have just said a name, we could look it up, and then we could be like, dang, Kendrick dropped some tea. Kendrick actually has something to rebut that with, because at this point, y'all teased the nuclear tracks for the longest. They're out. The information is out for the people to see. You've had the whole industry backing you. You've had Rick Ross, Metro, Future, Weeknd, ASAP, everybody on your side. ESPN, TNT playing your track while LeBron putting up air balls and things of that nature. Actually, not air balls. Hold up. LeBron's the GOAT. Who was I talking about? Paul George. That's my fault. Paul George putting up air balls and stuff. They putting up a Euphoria diss track while that promotion was going on. It was apparent that everybody wants you to win, but obviously not enough, my brother, as all you have to do and all you had to say was things in specifics so people could look it up and give credence to your argument. But since you're talking in broad scopes, since you're not saying anything about Drake, since you're just calling him brand labels like a pedophile and people shouldn't have the kids around him, like, what are you saying? You're not specific enough. And that is why I believe at the end of the day, Family Matters is a much more impactful song than Meet the Grams. Because from a creative aspect, you did some Jordan Lucas therapy from the kid's perspective type stuff. But at the end of the day, you dropped no names. You talked about a man in a light that made us seem like you wanted to have sexual intercourse more than the minors that you accused him of being with. So anyways, drop a name. What did Drake say? Drop a name or shut your mouth? Like, that stuff's crazy because you really not being specific, and it makes it hard for me to say it's an actual battle when Drake is dropping names, people whose name he's dropping is following up on his, following up with actions which co-signs what he's saying. Like, if you have Drake's baby girl, please put her out to the world, or like let us know, like take care of her, do something. Like, you talk about all that family stuff. How about you take her into your family if Drake not taking care of her? Like do something. All this talk, but your family. All right, I'm done, man. Drake won. I don't want to sound like a bully or sound like I'm getting into nasty territory because this is hip hop beef, and at the end of the day, you have to go with the mantra that when they go low, you go to hell. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what Drake did. So yeah, I'm satisfied. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just another reason that Drake is the GOAT. I'm so glad that Kendrick actually gave me this battle to showcase how Drake is the actual GOAT, way more calculated than Kendrick. And hopefully one day Kendrick will learn that just saying,
yeah, the nigga you be hanging with,
is not going to cut it in a battle with the greatest hip hop artist to ever live. And at this point, one of the greatest rap battles to ever live. So I'm so glad the conclusion of it was Drake coming out on top, because if Kendrick fans think any different, best believe we could definitely, I'll double back if y'all have some information. Like, please tell me what I'm missing, because I don't see nothing. And I've been Googling all type of stuff. That's why the whole Ozempic, Drake's dad getting robbed, that's how I knew about that, because I'm looking for actual facts that Kendrick is talking about. But he just making broad claims that Drake is a pedophile and going from the aspect of him having a baby girl that he's not claiming. Say the girl's name. You see how Pusha T said, you're hiding the son, let that boy come home? Hold up. Because I don't think, hold up. Let me see. I don't think y'all understand how it's effectively done as far as dissing Drake. Pusha T's story of Adidon. You're just not specific enough, my brother. And let me show you an example of how to be specific. You see Drake with blackface? This is how you diss Drake right here. This is classic. Blackface on Drake. And hold on, I don't even want to look for it. Where's it at? All right. We're talking character. Let me keep with the facts. You are hiding a child. Let that boy come home. Deadbeat playing border control. Adonis, Kendrick. Specific names, Kendrick. You can't just say, dear baby girl, I'm sorry your father's not active. No, Adonis is your son, and he deserves more than a Adidas press run. Real specific facts we can look up. Kendrick, I am disappointed. I'm so disappointed. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm done. So I just showed y'all an aspect so y'all don't think I'm just being a Drake stan. This is how you come at Drake. being specific with things that Drake is uncomfortable with. And I felt like Kendrick was going down that route with Euphoria, but the way he dropped the ball, I mean, hey, thank you. I'm so glad you solidified as Drake as my GOAT for the foreseeable future, as there's really no other artist on your level that lyrically and commercial wise could go at Drake. So now that you've lost to Drake, hey, what Thanos said, all your failures brought you right back to me. Let's try to get that to like 200, something like that. Let's keep going. So yeah, this right here, man. Let me zoom out right quick. Should I zoom out or zoom in? Which one y'all want? Zoom. Now, of course, with my coverage of Kendrick versus Drake, there has been videos in the past that still holds weight to this day. You know why? Because my GOAT, unlike Kendrick, is not lying and is actually bringing receipts. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because here's a breakdown on the one sinking fact for Kendrick that he refuses, even though he's dropped a million tracks, a dance track, a therapy track, all type of tracks dissing Drake, saying just blatant lies. Here's the one fact he has yet to address. And maybe after watching this snippet from my old video, you will understand why. Zoom out, zoom in. Let me zoom in right quick. Who is that? Is that this account? Dave Free? Oh, that's Dave Free. Okay, I'm tripping. Okay, that's the username. Hold up. Hold up.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Hold up. Who is? Hold up. Give me 1 second. That's Kendrick's wife, fiance, by the way.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Nah, it can't be. Hold up. Let's go to the username. Gotta be fake. Gotta be fake, right?
Who I think it is.
Okay, it's not fake. It's the same username. Nah, this gotta be fake. She not. Hold up. Isn't that Kendrick's fiance? Hold up.
I know that ain't who I think.
Nah, Drake must be lying. Why is his soon to be wife not following him on Instagram? And then why is she?
I know that ain't who I
Not the man talking about family.
Oh
My goodness, Kendrick fans, I know y'all in shambles. Not the man talking about family. Like that. But if I didn't break it down like that, y'all would just call Drake a liar, you know? And this is where this information, this old video comes full circle. Because my GOAT, even though he dropped something that has yet to be responded to, he dropped again simply for the fact that his true information that came with actual receipts that you can look up right here, Whitney Alford, Kendrick's fiance, go to following, type in Kendrick, and Kendrick has a profile, by the way. No results found. Type in Dave Free, and she's following him. But shortly, it's not even this fact, because of course, you know, people go through troubles during their marriage. Kendrick brought this whole family aspect up, talking like he was holier than thou. That's why Drake said on Family Matters, which still to this day hasn't received the credit it deserved, because this man literally said, I heard that one of them little kids might be Dave Free. Don't make it Dave Freeze, because if your GM is your BM, secret BD, then this is all making plenty sense to me. Now, this is a PG podcast, so of course I'm going to leave out the curse words. But for those who are still confused on what Drake might be saying, if you don't know, Dave Free is a producer and record executive, best known for creative partnership with rapper Kendrick Lamar. Really brings a double entendre to create a partnership, am I right? Anyways, co-founder of creative company PG Lang. Might sound familiar to Kendrick fans because guess what? Kendrick started the label PG Lang shortly after leaving Top Dog Entertainment, who he brought Baby Keem along with him to serve as a performer on PG Lang. Now, why is this so pivotal in this line? Because if your GM is your BM, secret BD. GM, which would be Dave Free, because of course the co-founder of PG Lane and basically the producer, executive, creative partner for Kendrick Lamar. So basically the general manager. So that's why he says GM is Dave Free. BM is of course Whitney Alford, as right here. And then BD, everybody knows that means baby daddy. I mean, if you listen to any Sexy Red song at this point, you should know what BD stands for. It's no longer Blood Disciples. It's now baby dad as far as the popular abbreviation BD. This is damaging for Kendrick simply for the fact that he has not responded to this evidence. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, Kendrick accused Drake of being a pedophile, which of course we have went to hell as far as the depths of nastiness where the nuclear bombs have been launched. But the only thing is, the nuclear bombs is figurative because it's through wordplay and records. Now, if the records aren't received by the masses in the way that they are intended, then of course, unlike real nuclear bombs, they will have no effect. If the public perception is just, we don't care what you're saying, the nuclear bombs have no effect, which is why he had to double back and basically say the same information again, which he also added a little tidbit, which is a little interesting on the route he took as far as talking about Kendrick and his past of being a kid. That was a little nasty, I might add, but this whole back and forth has become a whole nasty affair, which is why Jermaine in the first place apologized to Kendrick, because he got a call from Kendrick and Kendrick told him that, hey, I don't really have smoke with you, but this other guy you standing next to is really wartime with him. That's why J. Cole got out the way. Only reason I say still that we don't owe him an apology and he's still an indefinite timeout, hip-hop timeout I might add, is because he started the beef. He's the one who said on First Person Shooter, the Spider-Man meme is me and Drake, excluding Kendrick, because if you don't know the background, Kendrick was given a feature request to be on that track. He denied it, and now, instead of bigging him up, which Jermaine technically did, the following lines after that said, the Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. What does that mean? It's excluding Kendrick, which implemented and left open the door for Kendrick to come in and say, forget the big three. It's just me. It's just big me, which is basically playing off of what Jermaine said. So he started that. I don't know why. I still have to clarify why Jermaine is still in hip hop timeout. But for people who don't really follow hip hop, they're a little confused on why we don't give J. Cole his apology at this point. Is because he started this entire beef. People think it started with Like That, when Like That literally holds so much credence because it's a response to Jermaine's verse on First Person Shooters. People lose that fact, but that's why I'm here to break it down for y'all. You know what I'm saying? All I ask is for a little 5-star ratings or whatever podcast platform you're listening on. So the Heart Part 6 from Drake is, of course, just harping on the fact that Dave Free is the baby dad of the boy that Kendrick's claiming. Now, of course, what's wrong with claiming your kids? Nothing, right? But when Kendrick starts to make tracks like Meet the Grams, talking like he's holier than thou, being some type of therapist, and then it comes out that he's literally in LA living a bachelor life because him and his fiance, ex-fiance currently, has been separated. Now, of course, they could always get back together, but the damning information is that when Family Matters came out by Drake, Whitney Alford was following Kendrick. She unfollowed Kendrick and still followed Dave Free, almost insinuating what Drake said was absolute true. Unlike Kendrick, where he's saying these pedophile allegations and nobody's coming out to claim that Drake's like, do y'all not understand how pivotal it would be for an underage person to come out and to be a victim in this point in time if they was really being sought after by an older man like Drake? Do y'all not understand how easy it would be to convict this man Drake if there was an actual case, right? Anyways, so Kendrick's just lying about really nasty stuff. Drake's just telling the truth. While it's also nasty, at least he has receipts and he's telling the truth. He's just not making up. I mean, if we just making up stuff, I mean, Drake could have went a bunch of different ways with Kendrick. As far as the women being an aspect, I already covered that as far as one of my videos. I think it was Meet the Grams, where I brought up the fact that Kendrick is and has been for quite some time hiding certain lawsuits where he settled because of him putting hands on women. You know, you have to say allegedly, but at this point in time, we have to bring it up because if we're talking about certain things where there's receipts, that's another one. As I think is this video, I have to go to my old videos because a lot of them I basically put it all in one video. So if you go on my wrap up of all of the different tracks, like if you just look up the track and type Analytic Dreamz, you'll get a full in-depth breakdown of it. So I think it's Meet the Grams. Let me see. So Meet the Grams. Okay, I went over that. No, that wasn't that one. Must have been the Drake video. These guys have dropped so many tracks, it's hard to keep up with it. But there's a specific flyer I'm looking for. And I think it's... Oh, okay, I think I know which one it is. I think it's the... I titled it Stepdad. I need help. Let me see. Let me see if it's this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, because oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, because... Okay, so this right here. The whole planting a fake daughter just so Kendrick would take that information and run with it as if it was true, which shows you that Drake is 10 steps ahead of Kendrick, but Kendrick fans just don't care. Like at this point, public perception is at a point where Drake is coming with actual receipts, laughing at the fact that Kendrick was fed misinformation and used it as it was fact, talking about your daughter that you're hiding in the world, and it turned out to be a blatant lie. And guess what? Nobody cares. Literally a track dropped after that where he never mentioned the daughter again in the Not Like Us track, where it was like a West Coast dance anthem, and nobody cares. Everybody was just dancing to the pedo allegation and him not bringing up the daughter no more. So obviously at this point in time, we can acknowledge public perception. The masses are biased. Like as a cover, people usually say the content creator who gets certain benefits from certain artists are biased, but literally, objectively, the masses are biased because they're getting real receipts from Drake where they can pinpoint where he's actually lying as far as having a paid actor, being his daughter, and then using that to manipulate the mole in his camp to the point where Kendrick using that as fact, and then it's brought to light as it's just an absolute lie. But guess what? Kendrick fans still don't care. So anyways, going off of that, because that's also a part of the Heart Part 4. And then this is the Chinese restaurant where 7 minutes away from Drake where he got robbed. And Kendrick was talking about that like he couldn't be in that place ever. So Drake shot the video as far as Family Matters and shot a scene of him in the new Gun Ho restaurant, whatever it was called. The Asian restaurant. I forget what it was called. But what else? And then oh yeah, the whole pharmacy stuff. Manipulation by Drake. These are basically playing off of the fact that Drake's not sleepy like everybody says, or he's not losing sleep like Cole is a line going back to Family Matters. And basically that's why these pills are there. I even zoomed. So this is an old video. This is me going over Kendrick. What was the track that I went over? Was it Kendrick Like That? No. They Not Like Us. I think that was. Oh, I think this was Meet the Grams. I think it's Meet the Grams. I forget. You know, Kendrick's been lying so much on different tracks. I forget. But anyways, this is the cover art that everybody was saying it was exposing Drake, even though Drake was using this cover art to expose Kendrick. So Kendrick fans still don't care, right? Anyways, and then as you can see, Nate and Chosen is where Pharrell used to work. He used to shop for jewelry, and that's where Drake line comes into play about if you want to take up for Pharrell, then come take his legacy out of my house, talking about how he bought all of Pharrell's chains and he has them in his place, right? Let's keep going. The Ozempic pills to the right is literally a direct shot at Rick Ross because of him using Ozempic to help and to expedite his weight loss process. So that's why all of these names on these prescriptions are the way it is, because Drake is poking fun at other people. It's not Kendrick having all of this super villain and detailed Sherlock Holmes information all round up into one picture. Drake sent him this and he used it as if he was the one who put this together. The shirt literally says Shorty Collection. So the shirt is going at Kendrick. The Nate and Chosen is going at Pharrell. The pills is referring back to the line where Drake said, Cole losing sleep over this is not me. The Maybach gloves, that's Rick Ross. Bottom right, the Ozempic pills, that's going at Rick Ross and poking fun at his weight loss journey being helped by Ozempic. And then, did I zoom in on the receipt? I think I did. Let me see. Okay, well, you can kind of see it. In the top left, Popular Jewelry Corp is a shot at ASAP Rocky where he used to work. So all of this, obviously, I've done my research as far as looking at the different information that the rappers have been putting in front of us. Like, if you think I'm biased for Drake, just go back and listen to my review that I put out today about Metro Boomin, the BBO Drizzy review and breakdown. That gave us so much information as far as about Drake that we may have not known. Drake was saying the hard ER. Drake was talking about Toronto slang being corny. All type of receipts that we could look at from Metro Boomin that's condemning Drake. So I brought that up. Kendrick is just saying blatant lies. So it's not even fair. Like, I can't even bring up stuff from Kendrick's side because this man is faking. And the only thing that people said was on his side as far as his cover art being so intricate and masterful is Drake poking fun at other people. Kendrick thought it was basically to help him, and the whole time he was being bamboozled, hoodwinked, straight up manipulated. You know, he almost predicted his fate on Meet the Grams? No, he predicted his fate on Euphoria when he was whispering, talking about Drake being a mass manipulator because he manipulated Kendrick. So you predicted your own fate, buddy. So anyways, let's keep going. So going back to the whole daughter thing, this is the hidden child. Kendrick fans was like rejoicing because it was like, we finally found Drake's hidden daughter, only to find out it was a plant used so that Kendrick would use her as real information, even though he was fed false information, right? He used her as a fake actor to act like his daughter so that the mole in his camp, because Drake still doesn't know who the mole in his camp was. He was just trying to figure out who it was. So he started to plant like false information to see who would leak it. This was one of them. And that's why Kendrick ran with it like it was true. Like he was just revealing some deep, dark secret from Drake, even though it was a blatant lie. Let's see if Kendrick focuses on that and actually takes the L on it. Because Drake hasn't said nothing yet that was just blatantly called out as being false. Like Day Free, Pathway, as far as him going at the specifics, how come Day Free or Whitney Alford ain't came out to say anything about it? Almost like because it's true, right? Anyways, let's keep going. So with this post, this is going back to how Kendrick acts like he's holier than thou, but his fiance the whole time has been putting out cryptic Instagram captions, basically talking like something may be happening at home. I don't want to put nothing on Kendrick because, of course, what Drake is saying as far as him putting his hands on women and the way he said it in Family Matters, I don't know if it went over people's heads or what, but he said when you put your hands on your girl, it's a self-defense because she's bigger than you, which is another short joke, but also contains another heavy bomb as far as Kendrick being pro-black, a holier than thou type image, but and behind closed doors, his fiance is putting out these help me type posts. So anyways, let's keep going. So I'm so glad Drake dropped again. Oh, and then I zoomed in on Popular Jewelry. I was probably talking about ASAP Rocky and how he used to work there. But I'm so glad Drake. If y'all heard that, that was my phone. I'm definitely not editing that out. So so basically, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I love how Drake dropped the Heart Part 4 again, or the Heart Part 6, to play off of the Heart series that Kendrick puts out, right? And the thing about it is, Drake denying the allegations of having a secret daughter, but also refuting the public and the double and triple down that Kendrick has done, calling him a pedophile, is basically doing what everybody wanted him to do. Because everybody was saying Drake's out here claiming he don't have a BBL, claiming he don't have a secret daughter, but he hasn't addressed the pedophile rumors. Well, obviously he was waiting for him to put it in raps. Because if he would have put a post out like he did for the blackface image when Pusha T went at him, everybody would have killed him. Literally. That's why I'm saying that Drake just simply can't win in the public perception. Because whatever Drake does, people are just going to look at and say, you know what? It still forget you. Like, you know what I mean? At this point, it's like, hey, even if he is correct in everything he's saying, we don't care. We want you to go down, and it's the Floyd Mayweather effect. Somebody's been winning for so long that everybody and their mama is basically looking at this man and telling everybody and their friends that we are celebrating the downfall of Drake. Everybody made fun of Kanye for saying that him, which he was lying as well, him, Future, and Metro came together for the, what was it called? He basically said that we got together and we was excited for the downfall of Drake. I forget how he phrased it, but basically he said one of the most corniest lines I ever heard in life as far as him going at Drake, right? And, oh, the elimination. Yeah, that corny stuff. That was the corniest line I've ever heard from Kanye West ever. He said they all got together because of them being excited for the elimination of Drake. So, Drake putting out the Hard Part 4, and all of these lines is pinpointing and dissecting what Kendrick said. But notice how the response to Family Matters addressed nothing as far as the heavy information that was dropped. Kendrick is just acting like it didn't happen, and he's dropping LA anthems, which, to give him credit, LA, the West Coast, they really are sticking together because they're not caring what Drake says and what type of receipts he's showing. They're just like, we're on Kendrick's side, and that's that. So I respect it, you know. As far as regional bias, I respect it, you know. So anyways, what else? I think that was basically it. The whole going at Kendrick because of his child upbringing, that's an interesting aspect that he went with. You haven't seen okay, so basically he follows that up by, oh no, I'm trying to find the other part. So when he's going at Kendrick, basically saying that my jacket, no, I think he talked about his mom. Let me see if I can find it. My mom came over today and I was like, which that's another thing. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like Drake a little, you know, he's construing and misconstruing the ways that him and his mom is interacting. But how can you say that as a person looking from the outside in? So I'm just gonna act like everything he's saying about his mom is true, right? Do y'all really think she put that post up talking about why is Rick Ross going at you? Like, y'all really think she's that tapped in? But anyways, Drake said, wait a second. That's that one record where you say you got, and then trigger warning. He says, you say you got molested. Forget me. I just made the whole connection. This about to get so depressing. This is trauma from your own confession. Basically insinuating that because of Kendrick's upbringing, with him getting, you know what, I'm not saying the word again, but that is why he's projecting onto Drake the pedophile allegations. And he even went as far as to say, I think he said it right here. Can I spell? No, I can't spell. Oh, anyways, he pulled it up anyway. So he said that the whole, a daughter, 11 years old, he already talked about that. I want to get into the kid part. I saw he said kid in this rap. Maybe I'm tripping. You haven't seen the kid in 6 months. I think he switched from that. That's why you acting. Why does my phone keep going off? They acting like it's too aggressive. Never been. Okay, here we go. So basically, Drake said, I never been with no one underage, but now I understand why this the angle that you really mess with. Just for clarity, I feel disgusted. I'm too respected. If I was messing with young girls, I promise I'd have been done arrested. I guess that's the rap flow, because in English this makes no sense. If I was messing with young girls, I promise I'd have been done arrested. I'm way too famous for this expletive you just suggested, but that's not the lesson. Clearly there's a deeper message. So basically he refuted the whole pedophile rumors in a great way over the track, because a lot of people was trying to say that it held some credence simply for the fact that Drake wasn't directly refuting them, which I agree with. You know, he said the whole, if you don't have proof, then shut your mouth or whatever in Family Matters, as far as like if you don't have proof, then you're just talking. But in this one, in Family Matters, he followed up that line basically saying I'm not a rat or something like that. But this one, he strictly went at the age, the sex offender and the pedophile rumors, right? And Drake kept going by naming himself, saying Drake is not a name that you're going to see on no sex offender list. Easy does it. You mentioned an A minor, but expletives got a B sharp, and tell the fans who was it. You thought you left D flat, E major. I slit your throat with the razor. And do Rick Ross air like that one flight from Malaysia. If you don't know, Rick Ross's plane unfortunately got clipped as far as his wing and had an emergency landing. Pretty scary stuff, and I'm not gonna connect it to anything, because that's where you get into legal trouble. I'm not no Tasha K, but let's just say it's very inconspicuous how that happened. Let's just leave it at that. As far as the events following Rick Ross sending a diss track towards Drake. Let's just leave it at that. So anyways, what else is there to get into? Because that was basically it. I mean, a lot of people were trying to go at Drake with the pedophile rumors, which I kept saying that was the main angle. Like, if Kendrick wanted some credence, he would have pulled the videos up that technically wasn't sexual intercourse, but it was him messing around with some minors, as far as the Detroit 2013 situation, as far as the 2010 situation, as far as the Kylie Jenner Sweet 16 party situation. All of those is just him interacting with certain underage people being 24. But it was never like sexual intercourse. They never came out, said anything about him. And now in today's age, there's been no interactions like that since like 2013. Or 2016, yeah. Since 2016, it's been nothing like that. So for Kendrick to harp on that, he would have had to bring up those videos instead of recent, because the way he's making Drake look like he's the second coming of Harvey Weinstein, I just think is completely outrageous, especially if he's just blatantly lying, which it definitely seems like. He is lying. If he's not lying, drop the receipts and I will gladly cover him and go at Drake, because at this point you're just lying, my brother. And until you address Day Free, this is going to be the winning track for me, because Family Matters had a subject matter which you didn't refute. The Heart Part 6 has a subject matter which you are not refuting. So if you either Whitney Alford, Day Free, one of them got to come out and dispel what Drake is saying, because at the end of the day, my brother, as a wannabe therapist, as a black enthusiast, the whole putting hands on your woman and the whole Day Free aspect is not looking good, because you have yet to respond to these claims, and you've been responding to these tracks with the quickness and still haven't addressed anything he's saying. Like, Drake would drop something saying, hey, Day Free, and you put your hands on your woman. Kendrick would just say, you're a pedophile. So now, finally, Drake has responded and said, okay, I'm not a pedophile. You're never going to see me on no sex offender list. Now what? Now let's talk about Day Free. Now let's talk about you putting hands on your woman. Like, actual names that I'm dropping, instead of you just being like, oh, your homies. What's the drop?
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
No longer is that going to work, my brother. I just dropped the name. I need you to either refute the claims I just made or declare the winner to be Drake, which Kendrick's never going to do. So he's just going to keep running from the fact that Drake just completely tore him apart in the Heart Part 6, which is a playoff of the Heart Part series that Kendrick's been doing for quite some time. So with that being said, there's really nothing else to get into. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Who do you think is winning this battle? And honestly, why do you think the masses, as far as the public perception, why do you think they don't care about Drake coming with receipts? Do you think they just want Drake to lose no matter what he says? Or is there something I'm missing for why they keep saying that Kendrick is winning this rap battle? Now, Spotify has just inked another long-term deal with Universal Music Group, as because of this licensing deal, a lot of artists under the Universal Music Group umbrella is going to be affected by this. So basically, to put it in perspective, Universal Music Group, when it comes to the entire distribution of music on Spotify, has 83% of the market share as far as the up-to-date charts. So with that being said, the next closest is Sony Music Entertainment with 11%, Warner Music Group with 5%, and of course, all of the other independent artists at 1%. So what does that tell you? Universal Music Group is unequivocally the big dogs of the music industry. Now, if you want to see the contract or the statement that both companies put out, go to Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, the whole securing of this long-term licensing deal, of course, is crucial for the IPO plans. It's crucial for new albums that's going to come from Universal Music Group artists, and is crucial for the Spotify tiers as far as when people subscribe to the platform. Also, to take it back to 2008, Universal Music Group was one of the first, but also was amongst other major record label companies to receive equity stake in Spotify due to their licensing agreement with the streaming service. And of course, due to the investments and the share adjustments, UMG's percentage started to increase simply for the fact that Spotify went public in 2018. So with that being said, there's a lot of things that goes with this licensing deal that I could get into. I don't want to bore y'all with all the little details, but what I do want to say is that Universal Music Group should be regarded as the big dogs when it comes to the music industry. The 1% of the 1% as far as music creators are assigned to Universal Music Group, and that's no coincidence. From the likes of Taylor Swift, Drake, Kanye West, I could probably think of others. There's so many subdivisions under Universal Music Group, but basically everybody's under Universal, right? So because everybody is under Universal, that's why the market share as far as up to date, as far as April 29th, is the way it is as far as market share. Universal Music Group has 83%, and that's the second closest is 11%. So basically what I'm saying is, because of the dominance for such a long period of time, and it's not just this month, it's always been like that. So because of that, if Universal Music Group were to sell its Spotify stock, I don't think people realize the amount of money that they will make from it, and the respective artists will make from it. Because as of today, from all the research that I put together and stuff, it said that Spotify's current market cap is of 63.86 billion with a B. Universal Music Group's stake in Spotify is estimated to be around 4.2 to 4.8. So y'all do the math on that. Obviously, at the end of the day, the conclusion is, everybody associated to Universal Music Group, as far as the ones who contributed, talking about the artists, would probably receive around 500 million or more. So that is how substantial Universal Music Group is when it comes to the Spotify platform. Also, that is why when I covered Universal Music Group versus TikTok, I was under the assumption that TikTok was just going to fold and end up giving and conceding to whatever, or confiding into whatever Universal Music Group wanted. But obviously that's not the case. And now we see the actual government is trying to shut the whole platform down. So it's very interesting how certain platforms end up dying out when they don't adhere to Universal Music Group's requests, but then others seem to get supreme boost in sales whenever they meet the expectations of Universal Music Group when it comes to overall industry payments. So, with that being said, of course, we're not going to spend too much time on that as far as the numbers side, but just talking from a broad perspective, right? Streaming services gain further legitimacy as the dominant music distribution model, because if you don't know, back in the day, you had vinyls, you have cassette tapes, you had DVDs, all type of physical ways to listen to music. Now you press a button and you have a whole album at your disposal. The only thing with that I believe is the biggest downside is you don't own the music. If they want to change the version, well, guess what? The version you was listening to no longer exists. That's why downloading, aka buying music, is still a coveted commodity, because who wants to have an album that you love and just have it changed in a blink of an eye and you can never get that version back? That is the biggest downside to streaming. But as far as being able to have access to a plethora of music, that is where streaming is undoubtedly the best when it comes to listening to music. But if you want to own a certain version forever, downloading and buying is always the best option, in my opinion. So that is why this deal is such a huge, well, no pun intended, it's such a huge deal, well, literally, as a lot of companies collaborate with Spotify, of course, to promote and give social tools to the artists. But as far as Universal Music Group having such a dominant hold on the overall market share, which I keep repeating is 83%, and the next closest is Sony with 11. So think about that. Having such dominance, when you go to the negotiation table, obviously Spotify has to come off some of the practices simply for the fact that you're not dealing with just your everyday label, right? So some people would say on the flip side, artists are losing in this negotiation because the label is making all the money while the artists are set to be splitting a pie like it's the NBA. The way it's been broken down to me from people in the music industry is similar to the NBA, how the top performers are paid a certain amount, but where it's not similar is recently the top performers are now getting percentages over people under the same label, simply for the fact that they're the ones driving the engagement and the exposure for that specific company. Prime example, Drake and Taylor Swift. Now, there are NDAs whenever you sign certain contracts, so we'll never know the specific legalities when it comes to a Drake or Taylor Swift. But as far as the broad spectrum, one could assume that because of these new practices being put in place, Drake and Taylor Swift makes a percentage off of every dollar that every musician makes under Universal Music Group. So just think about that. So whenever you're working a job, you're outperforming everybody. Would you want a certain salary, or would you want a salary plus the percentage of everybody else who's also getting customers, because now you're getting is it influx? I forget that word. Overflow of engagement, right? To the point where it trickles down to the rest. So that is basically how I present it, because some people will say, well, that's unfair. Well, if you was at your job outperforming everybody by a landslide, you will want a unique deal that others would think is unfair as well. So that's why Drake and Taylor Swift is at the top when it comes to that. And so it also gives a whole nother meaning to the Drake diss track, Drop and Give Me 50. Because, of course, Kendrick is independent, but if he ever wanted to get under Universal Music Group, he may have to not give 50%, of course, a little exaggeration, but may have to give a little percentage to the boy. You know what I mean? So overall, as of 2023, Spotify has paid over $48 billion to the music industry, including $9 billion during last year alone. And as far as this specific deal, this basically just ensures better royalty rates from Spotify when it comes to UMG, specifically tied to ambitious revenue growth targets, and enables artists to release albums exclusively on Spotify's paid tier for initial weeks after launch. So don't be surprised if you see certain musicians coming out and saying, oh, this album is only on such and such platform for the foreseeable future. Don't be surprised if you see that from a premier artist. So, what else? That's basically it. Universal Music Group, once again, showcases how dominant they are in the music landscape. And I just, looking at the numbers week after week, year after year, it's really no other label catching up to Universal Music Group. I mean, when you have Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran, Justin Bieber, Adele, Drake, Beyonce, it's obviously one of those things where the other major label just can't catch up. And so now you get to a point where if Universal Music Group wanted to create their own music platform, they literally could, because of the amount of sheer influence they have over the culture when it comes to music. So anyways, in summary, this whole deal between Spotify and Universal Music Group will reshape how people look at streaming services as far as bringing in income and as far as impacting artists, investors. But at the end of the day, it still pushes the agenda that the Spotify position in the music industry when it comes to Apple Music, Amazon Music, things of that nature. It still solidifies it as a top music distribution platform amongst the rest. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Spotify's long-term deal with Universal Music Group? And what was the biggest standout to you throughout this segment? Taylor Swift put out an album titled Poets Department, The Anthology, which is an extension of the Tortured Poets Department, of course. So the anthology came out April 19th, 2024. And as far as the original Tortured Poets Department, I was actually listening to the Taylor Swift album. I know, right? As a hip hop cover, I was listening to the Taylor Swift album as soon as it came out. But when she added the extra 15 songs, because first the Tortured Poets Department came out, and then I think around 2 a.m., if I'm not mistaken. So 12, 1, 2. Yeah, so like 3 hours after, she put out the anthology, which basically extended it by 15 songs, because the first one was 16 and the extended one was 15. Why am I saying all that? Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell y'all something. We have never, and I want you to take this as literal as possible, we have never seen this impact musically ever. This amount of impact musically has never been replicated by one human. And I wish I didn't laugh when I said that, because I'm being so serious. Taylor Swift debuted debuted number 1 on the Billboard 200, selling 2.6 million first week sales. I don't think I understand how to, hold up. I don't think, I got to do it. See, now I got to do it because, you know, sometimes I feel like I don't be wanting to pit these artists against each other, but we just got to, do it because I know he's my favorite artist, but I got to put this in perspective, right? Drake, who is by far the biggest artist besides Taylor Swift, right? I don't want to hear Beyonce, even though she's very talented. She's not as big as Drake, analytically, right? So, anyways, Drake, last time he put out his project, he sold 402,000 first week. And if you want to talk about somebody who even outperformed him because of him taking a 4-year hiatus, Travis Scott sold 496,000 first week. Now I'm talking about the big dogs, the 1% of the 1%, and we're in the 400,000 range, right? Keep that in mind. Morgan Wallen. So let's talk about Morgan Wallen because he completely ran last year to the point where I was like, I mean, the man said the N-word, but goodness did he put out some long-lasting music, right? I mean, talk about a little racism with your music. That stuff was hidden. Not just playing. All right. Anyways, so Morgan Wallen put out an album that sold 500,000 first week, right? The 1% of the 1%, this is what we're talking about. And the numbers that we're talking about is not even comparable to what Taylor Swift just did. As far as the biggest first week sales, you have Adele, who did 3.48 million with her album. Let me see. Because this is just going to be a sales talk. Whenever you talk about Taylor Swift, like you just have to be respectful, especially if you're covering music. And of course, calling myself Analytic Dreamz, these are beyond dreamlike numbers. This is just insane. This is just insanity at this point. So this is like when Bill Russell won like 11 rings in a row. This is what we're seeing from Taylor Swift. So Adele, when she put out her album 25 all the way back in November 20th, 2015, she sold 3.48 million first week. So of course, Adele is an anomaly as far as somebody who's actually shown that type of impact when it came to music. And I'm trying to see, who is this person right here? Is that Britney Spears? Okay, so Britney Spears put out an album. I'm just talking about the competition as far as the biggest first week sales ever. So when we get into that talk, that's like, what does Shaq say whenever he's talking about basketball? Like you have to have certified some type of G-Force A1 classification or something like that. This is like, I don't want to sound like Bernie Sanders, but this is literally the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Like, this is insane. So the first week sales, right? Adele has the biggest first week debut ever with 3.48 million all the way back in 2015. Britney Spears, she rounds out the top 5 with, let me see if I can find it, with the album Oops, I Did It Again. Guess when that came out? All the way back in May 16th, 2000. Ladies and gentlemen, guess who takes up all the other spots? I rest my case. I mean, 2, 3, 4 is all Taylor Swift. And the second highest first week sales ever belongs to Taylor Swift, The Tortured Poets Department, The Anthology. So now that we've put that in perspective, because sometimes I'll talk about Taylor Swift and sometimes others talk about Taylor Swift and put her in the same light as Michael Jackson, and people get upset. Ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Swift is bigger than Michael Jackson ever was, and it's not even close. Anyways, let's keep going. So Taylor Swift put up 2.61 million first week sales with her latest album. And then with 1989, the Taylor's version, she put up 1.65 million. And then with Midnights, which is Taylor's version, she put up 1.57 million. And these are all first week sales. So, of course, they've probably sold way more since then. And then we have, what cover is that one? I don't know which cover that is. Oh, okay. Then we had 1989, Taylor's version, that was released last year. No, that's the wrong one. Hold up, give me a second. 1989, 19. Oh, okay, that's the original 1989, all the way back in 2014. That sold 1.28 million first week sales. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the, as far as Adele, she has the top one as far as first week sales. Taylor Swift has the next 3, which pushes at 4. Britney Spears has the what rounds out the top 5. And then we have the original 1989 with 1.28 million first week sales. And then we have Reputation that came out back in 2017, 1.21 million first week sales. And then we have, is that Red? I think that may be Red. Yeah, I think that's Red. Let me see. Yeah, Red all the way back in 2012, which sold 1.2 million first week sales. And then, of course, you have Britney Spears again, because I'm just looking at the top first week sales of all time, right? Taylor Swift, and then you have Britney Spears again, Born This Way, that sold 1.1 million. I don't know when that came out. I had to. Born This Way came out. When did that come out? Let me see. Sometimes they change the album cover for the deluxe edition, so it kind of makes it hard to keep up with it. Yeah, I don't know which one that is. But anyways, it is. I can definitely. I think it's Britney Spears. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm tripping. I can't be getting them mixed up now. That's racist, ain't it? Nah. All right, let me see. Born Again. Born Again. Notorious B.I.G. No. Podcast. No. Oh, I'm tripping. Born This Way. Born This Way. Oh, that's Lady Gaga. Yeah. hey, they all look. Nah, let me chill. Let me chill. All right, so that album came out in January 1st, 20. Imagine putting out an album on New Year's Day and people still run to listen to it. Like, that's a different level of influence. So Lady Gaga has the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Has the 9th biggest album. Hold on, let me just put this up for y'all. I keep forgetting that, you know. For the video version, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But here's the top first week sales ever. So, of course, right now I am right here. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Let me see. Here we go. Anyways, if you look at Adele, I'm 2 spots down. So obviously you see I'm at the Born This Way album. So that came out 2011. That sold 1.1 million. And then you had Taylor Swift once again. With the album Speak Now, that came out all the way back in 2010. That sold 1.04 million first week sales. And then you have some other albums, and then the last Taylor Swift one, I think it's like 2 of them. It's like 2 of them. Yeah, there's Folklore that sold 846,000 first week. And then there's the Lover album that sold 867,000 first week. Now, the significance of first week sales basically is the amount of anticipation you can build at the release of your album. Hopefully that makes sense. People try to say first week sales isn't everything, especially in hip hop, when it should be the opposite. R&B pop artists, they have a lower drop off as far as percentage when it comes to week after week, because I don't know what it is about singing and certain melodies when it comes to the pop type of beats or the R&B structured sounds, but those have greater longevity and smaller drop off percentages week after week compared to hip hop. Because once you hear somebody rhyme certain words after like the fifth time, you're like, okay, well, on to the next song, right? For singing, I don't know what it is, but it's basically your voice being used as the instrument, so it's received differently as far as sonically. Hopefully that makes sense. So anyways, I don't really have to talk about too much else when it comes to Taylor Swift just completely dominating the music industry, right? I mean, I literally just compared her to 2015 Adele and 2000 Britney Spears. Like, let's be for real. Which also could lead to the point that a lot of people would say, oh, she's a white girl, so she's going to have way more exposure when it comes to the masses. Which is a great point if she didn't have high quality music. Like, certain artists, I feel like, attribute more from the whole white privilege mantra than others, because if you're not talented, then your white privilege stands out even more. But for Taylor Swift, out here playing instruments, out here singing, out here actually constructing a performance that's not even comparable to her peers, besides Beyonce's concert, I've seen those, and they look like it has the same level of production. But putting the effort forth and giving a great performance has captivated her fans to the point where now she's at a level to where nobody can really reach as far as competing with her analytically. So anyways, getting specifically into this album, it debuted at number 1, of course, selling 2.61 million, which is the second highest first week sales ever, like of all time. Like ever. So, what else? So the highest debut since, I already said that. Taylor Swift ties Jay-Z for the amount of chart-topping albums with 14. So the most number ones as far as albums is now tied with Jay-Z and Taylor Swift at 14, right? She set the Spotify record with over 1 billion streams in a week and 300 million streams in a day. Because if you don't know, a stream is way different than a physical purchase. If you stream something, it's about 1,400 times before it actually counts as one sale, I believe. It may be higher. It's definitely not lower. But so yeah, with those type of numbers, it's insanity if it was actually counted as, like, if everybody who was streaming just purchased it, these numbers could have been even higher, which is crazy, right? Because we're talking about the second highest sales ever. But just putting in perspective on how much streaming you have to do to actually to make it equal to one album sale. And these numbers are based on pure album sales. So if you do 2.60, actually, hold on, let me see. So the amount of streams was about 600 and so 2.6 total, of course. Albums sold was 1.9, and the streams the stream equivalent albums was 670,000. So if you times that by let's do some math right quick. If you times that 670,000 times that by like 1,400, oh my goodness, people streamed this almost 1 billion times. Basically 938 million streams. Sometimes I look at Taylor Swift and I'm just like, hey, you got to give it up, because at this level of dominance is nothing you can say to not look like a hater. Like anything you could say, this type of dominance is just to be respected at this point. Cause you could say, oh, the whole machine was behind her, but I mean, she went to war with Lucian Grange, I believe, and the person who had her masters was Lucian Grange. So whenever she got around that and ended up being able to put out her own Taylor versions album as strictly independent and still putting up the same amount of numbers, even not even the same, even more numbers the Taylor version albums did than the original projects, you start to realize just how much power she has as far as influence on her fan base to come out and support her through her going through a whole dispute with let me see, Taylor Swift. I think it was Lucian. Let me not misspeak. No, it's Scooter Braun. I'm tripping. I'm saying the wrong powerful person. That's hey, that's how you get in trouble. Anyways, Taylor Swift and Scooter Braun had a huge beef, which if you don't know, there's a reason why rappers try to talk about him all the time. Because simply, he is one of the biggest powerful humans in the music industry. So whenever he purchased Taylor Swift's masters, and Taylor Swift called him out for AKA bullying her, because, you know, Scooter Braun was a celebrity manager for multiple people. Taylor Swift, Justin Bieber, I mean, you name it. So nowadays in 2024, 2023, when a lot of people are leaving his management, it kind of leads to what Taylor Swift was saying and gives her way more credence as far as their back and forth in the fight over Taylor Swift's music masters all the way back in 2019. So for her fans to come out after she put out her Taylor version editions and support that more than her original body of work is actually insane. So it's one of those to where in 2019, the Taylor versions edition basically came out because she can re-record and make money off of that, but she still doesn't own the masters to her old projects. I don't know how that works, but hey, somehow she found a loophole or something that, like, I think the industry was kind of upset the way that this was successful, because labels do not want you to find loopholes that leads them to earning less money off of you. So re-releasing a Taylor version album, basically letting your fans know, stop streaming my old projects because Scooter makes that money. Listen to my Taylor version album so it directly goes to me, is one of those type of situations to where the industry lost, and the thing that Taylor Swift is standing up for is honestly one of the more noble things that you could see in the music industry. Who in the world can go independent and still outsell major labels in a way that showcases that her fan base is not just fabricated social media followers? It's actual people who will go out and support whatever she says. So anyways, let's keep going. So after all that, of course, she became the fastest album to hit 1 billion streams overall. Swift now holds the top spots for album and streaming records on Spotify. And Taylor Swift continues to success, of course, with ongoing performances and potential future accolades, which, you know, it's kind of funny because the Swifties was holding the album in high regard as far as, you know, supporting it. But they did say that as far as quality wise, they prefer the Beyonce Cowboy Carter album. And I'm not even just like pitting them against each other. This is like what they said. If you listen to my Taylor Swift coverage, I was actually going through Taylor Swift, well, like Swifties fan bases and just seeing what they said and reporting on that. So it was like a cross collaborative effort. Like, this is strictly from them. I ain't make it up. None of that. I should have had pictures so y'all would believe me. But hey, the whole Swifties cross collaboration was in full effect, and it was very much successful. Like, I was like, forget Drake. Now I'll just play it. But Taylor Swift is covering her in the way that the Swifties appreciated it. It was pretty cool. So that's why I wanted to cover this one more time to give like a roundup of the actual sales and accolades that Swift just built up, which is literally something we haven't seen since 2015. 2.61 million copies first week. And obviously she's going to go on to gain a lot of accolades. But the reason I brought that Swifties point up is because as far as the Grammys, the general consensus is that Beyonce is still the front runner to win Album of the Year. So as far as those circles, if you care anything about that, it seems like the general consensus is that Beyonce still has Album of the Year. So we'll see if that actually comes into fruition when the Grammys award show happens. But what else? That was basically it. Taylor Swift just the GOAT. I call Drake the GOAT, and I still do because I'm biased. But as far as musically, as far as sales, as far as the dreamlike analytics, Taylor Swift is undoubtedly the greatest to ever do it. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Taylor Swift just completely just exploding on the charts with her album, The Tortured Poets Department, The Anthology? And at the end of the day, what stood out the most to you about this iconic and legendary Taylor Swift run? Don't y'all like how I made this entire image in like 2 minutes? Can't you tell? You know, because Analytic Dreamz video to see the video along with the audio. But basically, of course, you already know what we're about to get into, as it has risen once again. The owner of TikTok has came out because US have basically furthered the process of shutting down TikTok. Now, when it comes to ByteDance, who are the owners of TikTok, and the algorithm cost, or the algorithm being crucial to their system, making a sale of the app with their algorithm still intact or still inside that app is unlikely. So that is why they would rather shut down the entire TikTok app in the US instead of giving or divesting, quote unquote, their algorithm to the US. So if you don't know, TikTok contributes a small portion to ByteDance's overall revenues. So that also has a play in it, as whenever you're paying for something, you're not going to keep pumping money into it if it's only making you a certain amount. Like, there's only so much money you could pump into something until you realize this app just might not be that profitable. And I know that may be hard to hear for some, as far as TikTok specifically, because of its impact on the world. But what I like to put in perspective is the overhead versus revenue. Sometimes you could have a lot of revenue coming in, and in the same sentence, well, in the same breath, you could say a bunch of teams is being funded by you. So now that revenue is coming in has to be split in half. Then that's not even regarding, well, that is regarding taxes. After that half, then you got to pay your team. After you pay your team, now you're left with something that is barely covering the basic bills. I'm not saying basic in a way that they're struggling, of course, but as far as creating a project to increase revenue, you're basically just breaking even, if that, every single time. So because of that, the only true valuable thing that TikTok has is their system of operations in their algorithm. So them divesting that to the US is just not going to happen. So they'd rather just shut the whole platform down, which basically the CEO, Xiao Chu, came out to respond to the bill, basically saying that, make no mistake, this is a ban. This is a ban of TikTok. We're not divesting into the US territory. Like, basically we'll just take the app away, right? Because they don't, like, once again, the most important thing about TikTok is their algorithm and how they impact the masses. That's what the US wants. TikTok is not a profitable app. So that being said, I mean, think of all the TikTok creators you know. Are they coming out to defend TikTok? Once again, it should tell you something. It's almost like Vine 2.0. If you paid your creators, they will come out in droves to push the agenda for the US to back off. Simply put, TikTok does not make enough money for creators to care that the app is being taken away. But whatever. Let's hear the CEO of TikTok respond to the proposal of them divesting or face a ban in, like, I think it's 9 months. Anyways, let's listen to him talk right now. And once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to hear the video along with the, well, to see the video along with the audio.
Hi everyone, it's Show here. As you may have heard, Congress passed a bill that the president signed into law that is designed to ban TikTok in the United States. That will take TikTok away from you and 170 million Americans who find community and connection on our platform. Make no mistake, this is a ban on TikTok and a ban on you and your voice. Politicians may say otherwise, but don't get confused. Many who sponsored the bill admit a TikTok ban is their ultimate goal. It's obviously a disappointing moment, but it does not need to be a defining one. It's actually ironic because the freedom of expression on TikTok reflects the same American values that make the United States a beacon of freedom. TikTok gives everyday Americans a powerful way to be seen and heard, and that's why so many people have made TikTok part of their daily lives. Rest assured, we aren't going anywhere. We are confident and we will keep fighting for your rights in the courts. The facts and the Constitution are on our side, and we expect to prevail again. Our community is filled with people who have found acceptance and compassion, offered inspiration and encouragement, increased their awareness, and broadened their perspectives, ultimately adding more delight and joy to their lives. Our community is also filled with 7 million business owners who have built their livelihoods on TikTok. While we make our case in court, you'll still be able to enjoy TikTok like you always have. In fact, if you have a story about how TikTok impacts your life, we'll love for you to share it to showcase exactly what we're fighting for. Meanwhile, we will continue to invest and innovate.
All right, so then he goes into future plans. So basically, he comes out and says that we are not divesting. Basically, y'all gonna have to ban us in the US because there is no way in the world that we're giving up our precious algorithm to the US, right? So anyways, the biggest thing is that 2023, the US accounted for about 25% of TikTok's overall revenue, but only around 5% of ByteDance's daily active users. So with that being said, ByteDance plans to challenge the legislation in court, of course, and basically is targeting the unconstitutional force being used by US right now to force a sale and or ban of TikTok. Well, it can't be a sale and ban, but you get what I'm saying, right? So this whole TikTok versus US is very intriguing to the point where I had to find another correspondent to talk about this situation and the gravity that we are witnessing, because Lord knows if I can't dance to random TikTok songs, then I don't know how I'm gonna proceed with life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so important to do the renegade or to act like Miles Morales in the streets only to get locked up by the cops. So why are we not treating this with such heavy importance? You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I'm just joking. But anyways, what I'm not joking about is actually having somebody else to comment on the situation. So here he goes right here. And I will shout him out, but I don't know what it is. It says the catch up feed. on Twitter, the catch-up feed. But anyways, this is the guy.
Okay, so here's what I find interesting about the TikTok ban. They have now 9 months to sell their US business. If they don't, they get banned in US. Too bad. Now, if TikTok gets banned in US, based on recent data from Bernstein analysts, 57% of their users will migrate to or become active users on Mark Zuckerberg's Meta. And the only platform that comes close to TikTok owned by Meta is Instagram. So most of the users will go to Instagram. Now, based on the same data, 22% of TikTok's users will go to YouTube, owned by Google. So basically banning TikTok means good news for Google and Meta. These are, of course, the same companies who time after time have shown to be manipulating their algorithms in favor of the left and the Democrats, and taking orders from US intelligence agencies to manipulate users and their content.
Once again, I'm just letting this man talk. Of course, I do not co-sign everything that he's saying. I just want a different perspective as far as this legislation matter is concerned. So anyways, let's keep going.
So basically, this is about let's stop China from manipulating our society and brainwashing them, so we can give even more power to US intelligence agencies to brainwash the society. And that should be obvious to you when you saw both sides, both Democrats and Republicans, pushing the bill to give even more power to US intelligence agencies to brainwash the society. I like the fact that they came together with that bill. But that's not all. There are ongoing developments around the world with freedom-loving countries trying to get rid of Elon Musk's X, which is the only mainstream free speech platform. Now, I am brown and slow, but even I can look at this and say, this looks like a group of people working hard to get rid of every platform they cannot control.
All right, so basically that's another perspective. I think he said his name at the end, or if it wasn't his name, I think he said he was brown and slow, which is beyond racist. So, hey, do of that what you will, because that's a different perspective. And I always like to have different perspectives just to lay out the facts or what people think is the facts to let people make their own decision, right? So, TikTok versus US, basically, TikTok makes ByteDance a minimal amount of money. Basically, they barely break even. So now, the biggest thing for TikTok is their algorithm, is them protecting the core elements of the algorithm. And that is the main reason why they do not want to divest into the US. Obviously, there's probably other stuff that goes along with it, because US does bring in a lot of dollars as far as spending power to the TikTok platform. But if you have to give up your precious core algorithm just to keep up the limited financial impact that TikTok has on ByteDance, then they would just rather get rid of the whole app in the United States. So hopefully that cleared it up for y'all. At the end of the day, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about TikTok versus the US government, and whose side are you on at the end of the day? Now, when it comes to certain IP, whenever you switch over from different mediums, the amount of success had is usually not the same. So for Fallout, the TV show, to go from the video game format, which it had immense success, and transition into the TV show, and for people to call it the best video game adaptation of all time, is praise that I would assume nobody saw coming. Some of the biggest things from people who reviewed the actual TV show, because of course I didn't watch the show, so this is not my personal review. This is a review roundup and why you should probably check this show out, because I'm not giving spoilers, of course. And if you're watching the video version, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, this is just a trailer. So there's no spoilers throughout this segment. A lot of people who watched the show basically said the attention to detail and the production was on a level of movie quality, and it blew them away simply for the fact that it's a TV show. I mean, it premiered on Amazon Prime Video all the way back in April 10th, and 8 episodes of the first season completely dropping at the same time. I don't know how I feel about it because, of course, binging is something that some people enjoy, and for this TV show, I think it's one of those to where season 2 will be a weekly release date or a weekly release schedule because they didn't want to play around with the public perception of season 1. I would say that if this show is as good as everybody is saying it is, saying that it's the best video game adaptation ever, you should probably put it out on a weekly basis. But to be fair, apparently some of the people who worked on this TV show, they had a hand in creative vision for Starfield, and we've seen how that turned out. Everybody thought that was going to be the modern day Mass Effect, as far as how, not everybody, but as far as the people working on it, the way they was hyping it up. It eventually came out, and then everybody was saying this game is good, but it's not great. And then later, after the honeymoon phase wore off, it went from this game is good to this game is okay. So public perception did not meet what the people working on it thought it was going to be. So for this show, that's why I'm correlating it to this show. When this show eventually dropped on April 10th as a 8 episode season that you could binge watch from start to finish, it really impacted the masses in a way that I don't think they was ready for. Like, obviously they were confident about their craft, but as far as the public perception, you never know how the public is going to respond to certain creative visions. So with that being said, Fallout, if you don't know, is more of a setting in the 1950s and is basing everything off of culture and capitalism. But the main focus is satirical, or the main mood or theme is satirical. So it features a post-apocalyptic, I can't say, what in the world? What did I just say? That's definitely not the word I was trying to say. Post-apocalyptic, I think that's how you say it. Apocalyptic, yeah. All right, anyways, let's keep going. Features a post-apocalyptic world inspired by Bethesda's Fallout games, of course. And it follows characters navigating a wasteland filled with dangers and dark humor. Now, what I have to say about that is simply, where is my Mass Effect TV show? All the Mass Effect fans out there are split on if we want a TV show or not, simply because of the multiple directions you could go. But this TV show based on Fallout should show you that even though you can take multiple different paths in the open world game, it doesn't mean a TV show can't replicate that in the, not big screen, but on the screen, right? So as far as a TV show and mimicking the greatness of an open world setting with multiple outcomes, I think we've seen now it can be done. So, and in my podcast, I'm of course I'm gonna be biased. I want a Mass Effect TV show just as bad as anybody, and it better not be a movie. Mass Effect is too rich in detail to be a movie. That's why the Fallout TV show, I believe, from not even having watched it, that's why I think probably lends towards the greater and quality when it comes to video game adaptations, because they have more time to work with the video game vision. Because if you don't know, video games is at least like 20 to 30 hours of playtime. Movies are on average, 2 to 3 hours? I think 3 hours is like a long movie, like a very long movie. So usually it's like 2.5 hours on average, I believe. To copy, or not copy, but to honor a video game source material, you don't have enough time to work with. You're squeezing 20 to 30 hours into 2 to 3 hours. Like, think about that. It's not gonna work. I know what you're probably saying. Oh, some of his gameplay, not all of his story and things of that nature, but the gameplay adds to the story in a way that I don't think the story would be able to add by itself with the limited amount of time. So, anyways, I want a Mass Effect TV show. That's basically why I wanted to throw that out there. But at the end of the day, let's get into the sales. We have games who have seen boost in sales beyond the highest degree, right? We have Fallout 3, which was the Game of the Year edition, and through April 11th through April 18th is what I'm focusing on as far as stats. Fallout 3, Game of the Year. Obviously, you see the player count, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see what I'm looking at right here. But basically, you see how it increased exponentially when the actual TV show came out. Mind you, the TV show came out April 10th. Look at the numbers in the last 30 days. Plus 719%. Well, no, plus 116%. Peaking at 7,308 players. All-time peak was 10,000. So that was Fallout 3, right? Then you have Fallout 76. Once again, March 1st through April 18th, basically around the time when the TV show dropped. And you see the exponential growth in a way that the all-time peak was surpassed when the TV show came out to be 43,000. So then you have Fallout 4, which I believe, looking at all these statistics, and even from people who play the Fallout series, I've heard that they enjoy Fallout 4 the most when it comes to the Fallout series. And I know New Vegas fans are going to be butthurt about that statement, but hey, I listened to and reviewed a lot of different reviews from Fallout players, and they said that they enjoyed Fallout 4 the best. So when you see the statistics where the percentage and increase is at 58%, it's lower because it was already a great game. So people were already playing it, and when the TV show came out, it just went up, not as drastically as others, because Fallout 76, I'm just going to say, is a terrible game. Like, from what I've seen, multiple playthroughs, I've seen a lot of people talk about it. I've seen a lot of just coverage of that game. It's very much garbage. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know other way to say it. I mean, even today's age, they still ain't fixed the bugs and glitches. Like Cyberpunk, if you want to talk about one of the worst video game launches of all time, I'll give that to you. Cyberpunk is up there. But now, you can't tell me that Cyberpunk isn't one of the greatest games ever created. They went in and they actually fixed it. For Fallout 76 to still be a broken mess, it's just no excuse. It's just no excuse. So anyways, and I believe they give the Fallouts to different publishing companies or developers, I think. Yeah, developing studios get different Fallouts, I believe, to, try their hand at a Fallout game. So I don't know who made Fallout 4. I'm not looking it up, but this is the most popular from what I've heard from fans. And the analytics and statistics also say it's the most popular, as it jumped 58% when the TV show came out, and the all-time peak is 471,000 with a 24-hour peak of 93,000. So with that being said, Fallout New Vegas, that is the one that a lot of people would assume all Fallout fans think is the best. But when you get into the numbers, like I just showed, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video with the audio, but I just showed you these numbers are not even comparable to Fallout 4, which doesn't mean it's higher in quality. I'm just saying that a lot of Fallout gamers would prefer Fallout 4 over New Vegas. So anyways, you gotta talk like that because New Vegas fans, I don't know what it is, but they die for their game, which I respect, because Mass Effect is not the biggest pop icon video game in the world, but hey, I'll ride for that game too. Like Mass Effect 2, I'll die on any hill that's the best game I've ever played. So anyways, Fallout New Vegas, all-time peak was 30,000, 24-hour peak was 25,000. As you can see, it didn't have the biggest increase when the TV show came out, simply because people was already playing the game and people already enjoyed New Vegas. So anyways, what else? And then right here, you can see New Vegas, Fallout 4, and 76 side-by-side comparison before the show came out to after. And you can see Fallout 4 was exponentially higher than New Vegas and 76. See, call myself Analytic Dreamz. You know I'm going to bring y'all these numbers in a way that breaks down the totality of the numbers and the effect of having a successful TV show. So anyways, with that being said, let's get into the review roundup, which is my favorite section because I'm not going to lie, I have a channel that I experiment on. And let me tell you, I'm not saying they slow because obviously sometimes they have some type of great critique. But if you're not talking in a certain way, if you're not yelling out buzzwords every 2 seconds, they don't understand what you're saying. So this is a review roundup. It's not my review. It's me going over other people's reviews. So that being said, hopefully they understand that or not. You know what I mean? Podcasting is my lane. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to pander towards certain people who have short attention spans. So anyways, review roundups. GameSpot 7 out of 10. IGN gave it a 9 out of 10. Chicago Sun-Times, which the reason why I'm getting into different names is simply because this is a TV show. So it's not going to be, you know, your normal review companies. Like these are going to be the more veteran TV show reviewers, if that makes sense. So anyways, Chicago Sun-Times, 3.5 out of 4. Empire, 4 out of 5. CNN didn't give a score, and Hollywood Reporter didn't give a score. But you can basically see here that everybody is loving the show. The lowest one is 7 out of 10 with, I think that was the lowest one. Hold up. You know, my math can't be a little off. Let me see. What's 3.5 out of 4? Yeah, it is the lowest one. Okay. So yeah, 7 out of 10 is the lowest one. GameSpot often, the review from GameSpot said, I often had a good time with Fallout, particularly because its primary characters and their experiences are so engrossing. The show makes a lot of hay from the weird and goofy setting of the game series and does a great job of filling it with fun, fascinating people. And then the highest score, which is going back to the calculator. Bro, doing things out of 5 is weird because now I gotta use my calculator, man. Like I swear I go to college, you know what I mean? Anyways, you probably can't tell because I'm out here struggling. So 9 out of 10 from IGN. And they gave, so this is the highest review as far as this specific review roundup. This is the highest score. And basically, IGN said, a bright and funny apocalypse filled with dark punchlines and bursts of ultra violence. Fallout stands up there with The Last of Us among the best game adaptations ever made. Brilliantly constructed, its 3 distinct leads travel through cleverly linked storylines that build to a fantastic finale. Along the way, there's a megaton of treats for long-term fans thanks to the immaculate production design and attention to detail, but never at the expense of making this an ideal starting point for the uninitiated. Yeah, I missed that end part. You know what I mean? Them syllables. Now they get you. So anyways, uninitiated. There we go. Pat myself on the back. Anyways, all right. So let's get back to why'd it stop? I must have paused it. Anyways, all right. So yeah, man. People like the show. Obviously, as that show throughout the sales on the screen impacted a plethora of video games that came before. And overall, the highly anticipated adaptation of Fallout has received beyond positive reviews. People are calling it the best video game adaptation of all time, and some are saying that that is a well-deserved title and is fueling renewed interest in the future Fallout video games, even though Bethesda came out and said that they're focusing on Elder Scrolls, I believe, is what they said they're focusing on. Basically, they're not focusing on Fallout. Don't expect any Fallout game in the next 2 to 3 years. Basically, that's what they said. So Season 2, though, is confirmed due to strong viewer response. And here's a little here's a little post they put out, basically saying thank you for supporting the game, stuff like that. They was like, thanks a million. Welcome over 1 million dwellers into Appalachia in a single day. Holy moly. And then they said, thank you to over 1 million of you who adventured with us in Fallout 76 in a single day. I'm taking that off the screen because that game is atrocious. 1 million people that was duped. If you want to play a Fallout game based off of this TV show, I would definitely play Fallout 4. Seems the consensus from the Fallout hardcore players seems to, that seems to be the best one. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Fallout 4 Season 1? Are you going to binge watch all 8 episodes, or are you going to watch it one episode at a time? And if you did already watch the show, who was your favorite character? And for the video gamers out there, which Fallout is your favorite game? Something I don't get into often, but it's very interesting how for this whole period of me doing the podcast, mobile games have been neglected to a point where I realized I needed to make some type of segment giving the mobile gaming community love. Because of course, I cover a lot of games from the PlayStation, Xbox, Steam platforms, but when you look at it in totality, and especially as a true gamer, you have to acknowledge one of the fastest growing businesses in the media industry. Because with mobile games simply outselling all of PC and console games as far as, or outperforming PC and console games as far as engagement. Because if you don't know, because mobile games are so accessible and easy to pick up, it absorbs twice as many hours per week compared to PC/console games. So, of course, when I came to that realization, because I do my research before I get into these segments, I wanted to break down the best emulators, not only for iOS, but also for Android platforms, while also just giving a little apology to the mobile game community, because obviously I've been neglecting y'all. And that was not on purpose, because covering games, you get so caught up in the super big budget, God of War, Spider-Man, Last of Us, Starfield. I don't know a Steam exclusive game. Do Steam have exclusive games? Well, as far as the Steam popular games, Counter-Strike, Dota, things of that nature. But focusing on the mobile aspect, I think needs to be more consistent from me. So for that, I sincerely apologize. Hopefully y'all accept my apology. You know what I'm saying? Because, hey, I'm not giving another one. So anyways, mobile games, of course, has been changing its perception over time, as the average player now, when it comes to mobile games, is around 30 years old. Surprising, right? And then, as far as US gamers, Gen X and baby boomers, which is 45 plus, well, baby boomers is 45 plus, culminates up to 25% of top grossing games in 2021, marking a 6% increase from 2019. So that is just a testament of the times and how people are adapting to the overall mobile game industry. So that is something where, when I was looking at it, that wasn't the biggest factor that stood out, but it was one of those to acknowledge, because usually when you think of mobile games, you think of a little kid that needs to be entertained so he or she doesn't act up. So you give them an iPad and let them play on the game while you can have some peace and quiet in your humble abode, right? So other than that, the mobile game industry has reached approximately 200 billion with a B in revenue. Unprecedented growth as far as the gaming industry. So, of course, 2022, the aftermath of COVID slowed down some of the numbers for mobile games as everybody was inside. So people were more inclined to play on their mobile devices versus going to their job because they had to be in person. You know, with COVID, you got to work from home, things of that nature. So now you're playing games on your mobile device while you're waiting for a meeting or something like that. So anyways, despite the slowdown in 2022 because of the pandemic, there was a lot of changes that happened in the mobile industry that affected it a lot, as far as Apple's privacy policy basically changing and affecting mobile game ads, and the industry had to recover from that whole privacy fiasco that Apple basically caused, right? So another thing about mobile games is that the whole traditional platforms like consoles and PC have been outperformed when it comes to mobile engagement, which I've already said. But now I want to switch gears and get into the actual point of this segment, which is the best emulators for iOS and Android. Because if you don't know, emulators are one of those things to where the new technology has allowed us to have certain aspects when it comes to our mobile devices that was just simply impossible back in the day. So now, whenever you're able to play games like Grand Theft Auto 3, whenever you're able to play games like Crazy Taxi, Mario, Spider-Man. I saw somebody was playing Spider-Man Web of Shadows on their mobile device. Apparently, there's an upcoming Nintendo 3DS emulator called Folium, which is, if you want to look it up, FOLIUM, running on iPhone. That's the specific iPhone for the person who's running it. But basically, it was footage of upcoming Nintendo 3DS emulator Folium, supposed to be coming soon. So they said that that specific emulator, you'll only be able to run 3DS games at full speed on iPhone 15 Pro or newer, and older models won't be able to get the achieved full experience. So what I wanted to do was just give you a plethora of options. So just this whole segment, whether you're an Android user, whether you're an iOS user, you will find an emulator, hopefully, in this segment that is fitting for you. And also, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm playing this video, and let me shout him out, because basically I'm not like talking about whatever this video is over. I just like the way it looks. So this video is from Brandon Butch. Usually I try to use videos from like big companies or from like actual emulator companies, but when it comes to the emulator, it's such a new thing that I don't really know if they like. Okay, to be transparent, I don't know if emulators were all the way legal in the way it was used by mobile gamers in the past. Nowadays, I've seen more legitimate emulators that you can use on your mobile devices now that is sufficient. I mean, there's literally what I just said about the Nintendo 3DS emulator. Like, they are starting to embrace the emulator community rather than shun it, because of course, you know, certain platforms, aka Nintendo, would rather their Mario IP just simply be on Nintendo and no other platform. So, what else? Okay, so yeah, let's get into the top emulators. It's really not going to be too long. That's why I gave that whole breakdown of mobile games and how it's impacting the gaming community. Because obviously when I get into these emulators, it's going to be pretty short and sweet and basically name value and what stands out about the emulator. So with that being said, get your pen and pad or just web browser and just be ready to look up whatever emulator stands out to you. So as far as the best emulators for iOS, after, you know, going through a bunch of articles and looking up stuff on the internet, of course, this is the list I came up with. And it's about 5 emulators for iOS I found, and 7 for Android. That it was a consensus that it was like one of the better ones, better emulators out on the market. So anyways, for the first emulator for iPhone, we had afterplay.io, which is a browser-based collection of emulators. And it has cloud storage for game saves and cross-device gaming, offers a variety of gaming consoles including Game Boy, Super Nintendo, Entertainment System. You know, hey, got to keep my gamer card. You know, they had the abbreviation, but I was like, hey, I know what that means. I don't want any kudos for that because, of course, I mean, it's one of the most popular consoles of all time. But we'll be lying to ourselves if you said it was still relevant today. So I was like, what does that stand for? I was like, oh, that's from back in the day. So I'm not that old. Now I'm just playing. Let me chill. So anyways, and then you have the Nintendo Entertainment System, which, you know, the NES. And then you have the Nintendo 64 Premium and more. Also, a little bit more about afterplay.io. It features autosave, manual save slots, cheats, input customization, and screenshots. So that's the overview of afterplay.io. And that was the number one as far as the consensus is over all the research I did for emulators for iPhone. So yeah, let me just start with the number one and then I'll get into the other ones. So the number one emulator I found as far as research when it came to the Android devices was the RetroArch, where they said that this was the best emulator for Android simply because multi-console emulator with a front end for various cores. Front end, that's a new word. Hold up. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. Front end definition. What does that mean? Because I thought it was talking about fronting. Like, oh, they fronting. All right, so front end. It says the front of a car, so that's definitely not it. The part of a radio or television receiver to which the aerial signal goes first. That sounds about right. Oh, never mind. There's one for a computer, so this is probably it. The part of a computer system or application with which the user interacts directly. Alrighty. Well, if you wanted a definition for that word, because I sure did, there you have it. So multi-console emulator with a front end for various cores. Supports a wide range of consoles from Atari 2600 to PlayStation 2. Now, I'm just going to get into the rest of the emulators for iPhone and Android. So, as far as the rest of the emulators for iPhone, well, yeah, iOS system, so iPad, all that stuff, in the whole ecosystem of iOS. You have the Delta app, you have Play and Play.js. You have the App Store, of course, but that's not, I mean, I guess you could look up stuff like, you can look up stuff as far as the specific app, but I don't really think that's an emulator. But it's on here, so hey. And then you have upcoming emulators, which the one I just named. And then you have the ones from the Android side, talking about RetroArch, PPSPP, I don't know what that is, and UOYABoost. So, anyways, I'll go over that again. The emulators for iPhone. Number 2 was the Delta app. Well, of course, number 1 was afterplay.io. Number 2 was Delta app. Number 3 was Play! And Play! .js. So it was like 2 in 1. And then number 4 is the App Store. And then number 5 is just the upcoming emulators like the RetroArch, things of that nature. So number 5 is not really an option currently. And then let's get into Android. So the other emulators for Android, you have RetroArch, of course, which I just went over, NES.emu, so emu. Number 3, you have MD.emu. You have, number 4, you have SNES non-X EX Plus, which is a popular Super Nintendo Entertainment System emulator on Android. Then you have number 5, the Dolphin emulator. Number 6, you have the Drastic DS emulator. And then number 7, you have the PPSSP. Is that extra P? Yeah, P. You know, my eyesight getting bad. I'm about 80. I'm about 80 at this point, like goodness. So those are the respective emulators for iOS and Android. Obviously, at the end of the day, when it comes to emulators, it's basically offering a range of options for retro gaming enthusiasts. So if you want to go back and play your favorite retro games that you used to play growing up as a kid, you know, if you was 80 or 90, you know what I'm saying? Let me stop age shaming. But if you want to play retro games, you can on your phone. And those are emulators that I just listed. So rewind if you wanted the list again, but those are the emulators you could use to play retro games on your mobile device that will bring you back to your childhood, and also providing access to just a wide selection of classic games across various consoles. So with that being said, I don't know how legal it was back in the day, but it seems as being more embraced in today's age. So I'm glad we've reached this what's it called? Basically, we came to a common ground. We negotiated to a standstill. We have certain emulators that we openly talk about, and Nintendo just will continue to sue others whenever it reaches too much of a egregious level, which we're about to get into in the next segment. But with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my list of the best emulators for iOS and Android? And also, when it comes to the mobile games in the gaming industry, what is your favorite past memory of your mobile gaming experience? Now, when it comes to music, of course, I talk about Universal Music Group being the undeniable big dogs in the music industry. When it comes to the gaming industry, you should think of UMG and the likes of Nintendo. Why is that? Because Nintendo is a company that has truly changed the gaming industry. As far as the character Mario having so much impact in just how gaming started to explode amongst the masses and be engaging to the point and captivating to the point that we're here today still playing Mario games in 2024, you should understand that Nintendo is a big dog when it comes to the gaming industry, simply for the fact that it's more than an entertainment company. It also sells tech, but on the gaming side, the Nintendo Switch, with nearly 1 million units sold, ranks as the third best-selling console of all time. Nintendo consoles are usually made at a profit, meaning the company gets a return on investment from making consoles, which Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, I have a video up from 4096 channel, basically going through all of the Nintendo consoles in one video from 1977 to 2017. to just show you the evolution of these Nintendo consoles, right? So, anyways, the reason why Nintendo consoles sell at a profit is because of the graphical quality being at a certain level as far as not being too realistic. Nintendo has found the perfect balance of making something not super realistic, but also not completely utter garbage graphically. Because if you go back and play Super Mario 64, right? And today's age, you will realize that even though that game is super old, the animated style makes it seem like it's not as old versus playing a super realistic game trying to be realistic that was put out 5 years ago and you try to play it today. Obviously, you're going to see and realize that it's very much outdated when it comes to graphics. But the way that Nintendo puts out their graphics, you can't really tell over time because of the artistic direction they go in, which is why the consoles sell at a profit, because it's more expensive to get uber realistic game as far as graphics when it comes to Last of Us, God of War, Horizon, things of that nature. Makes it harder to get a return on investment because the budget is starting to it's starting to balloon in a way that the revenue is not matching. So hopefully it makes sense on how Microsoft and Sony comes out every year and tell everybody basically that their consoles lose their money whenever they make it. But that's not the point of this segment. The point of this segment is to talk about not only Nintendo's dominance in just the gaming space with Super Mario and Zelda, because you don't need me to tell you that. Nintendo has been around and has been dominant forever. The point of this segment is to get into Yuzu creators having to settle in a lawsuit with Nintendo by agreeing to pay $2.4 million in damages and discontinuing support for, wait for it, the Yuzu Switch emulator.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Nintendo saw another company trying to make a Switch console.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Every time Nintendo sees a company making an emulation site based off their games,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
when I tell y'all that Nintendo's strict copyright enforcement is second to none, don't think they won't find you. Don't think they won't catch you. At some point, they have to maintain their brand integrity, because when's the last time y'all seen a Mario game on PlayStation, Xbox, or that's basically it. When's the last time you've seen Mario on PlayStation or Xbox? My point exactly. Nintendo is strict with its copyright enforcement, and they are not to be messed with when it comes to trying to emulate their games onto other consoles that they didn't want those respective games on in the first place. So of course, the reason why I'm covering this is because previous in the segment, which also check out my episode 137, What's Beef on Notorious Mass Effect. This segment is coming after me basically breaking down the best emulators for iOS and Android. So just for the irony, I wanted to cover this as well. But I'm not staying too long on this. It's not really too much of a story. It's another emulator that has fell to the hands of Nintendo. And you're probably wondering, why does Nintendo actively pursue these emulation sites? Well, it's basically because it seems like every emulation is basically trying to play the older Super Nintendo or Game Boy Advance games. Like, it's nothing emulation worthy as far as the past PlayStation or Xbox games. It's all about the Nintendo games and having your Mario or your Zelda on your phone. So usually that's what these popular emulators are used for. Anyways, the specifics of the lawsuit is Nintendo sued Yuzu developers for allegedly designing the emulator to circumvent Switch encryption, which is why I brought up Nintendo Switch being the third best-selling console of all time. So anyways, Yuzu developers were allegedly designing the emulator to circumvent the Switch encryption, facilitating piracy. Yuzu and its associated CITRA, so I'm just going to say Citra 3DS emulator will be discontinued, and the related services like Patreon, Discord that's attached to Yuzu will be shut down. So as far as the settlement, it prohibits any distribution or promotion of Yuzu in its code, and the domain names will be handed over to Nintendo. So Yuzu developers emphasize their stance against piracy and the unintentional facilitation of game leaks, leading to the decision to shut down the projects. And basically, well, ultimately, what I started off the segment by saying, do not mess with Nintendo because they've been around for a long time and they do not mess around with their IP. They maintain strict control over how people experience their media because Nintendo is and has been around and been impacting the gaming culture for forever. So with that being said, in conclusion, for this specific settlement, it just basically showcases that the legal challenges faced by certain emulation companies, aka developers, that Nintendo will inevitably find at the end of the day and will to the end of the earth defend their intellectual property with various legal actions. Like Thanos once said, I forgot what Thanos said. I actually forgot the quote. And that's crazy. I'm a Marvel fan. What did Thanos say? Hold up. Let me find it. Well, it's over now. I mean, I forgot the quote. So, hey, at that point, you just got to make it up yourself. I'm typing right now if y'all can't hear that. Oh, I found it. All right. So, Nintendo said, Thanos said, at the end of the day, you cannot live with your own failure. And where did that bring you? Back to me. I thought by eliminating half of life, the other half will thrive. But you've shown me that's impossible. And as long as there are those that remember what was, there will always be those that are unable to accept what can be. They will resist. Which is why I correlate that to Nintendo shutting down any and every emulator that tries to put Nintendo's IP on people's mobile devices. Which obviously they're going to keep doing anyway. But anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Nintendo versus emulator developers? And also as far as Yuzu, were you allegedly a user of that platform? And if so, let me know your favorite game allegedly that you played using the Yuzu emulator. Let me tell y'all something. I don't know where in the world to start, because here I am thinking that the levels of thirstiness was reached and the heights have been maximized as far as capacity, because once we got Tifa from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I thought it could get no worse when it comes to the levels of desperation shown for pixelation. So with that being said, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves, because of course I'm not talking about everybody, but hey, if the shoe fits, then you better wear it, because this is unequivocally ridiculous. What am I talking about? Of course, I'm going to save that for the end, as it's really not something I believe should take away from the overall success, sales-wise and critical acclaim, as far as the landscape is considered. What am I talking about for the people listening to the audio-only version? Of course, if you want to see the video along with the audio, which, hey, you already know, look up Analytic Dreamz on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But anyways, what I'm specifically talking about is Stellar Blade, a PS5 exclusive. Sorry, Xbox fans. But I'm not sorry for Xbox fans, because honestly, this makes y'all look even better, because y'all ain't acting like this. Well, y'all can't, but anyways. Stellar Blade, made by South Korean studio Shift Up, is projected to achieve record-breaking sales with about 1 million copies within just 24 hours of its release. Obviously, this is a significant milestone for a AAA studio, because if you don't know, when it came to Spider-Man and its sales, definitely was not a disappointment in any stretch of the imagination. But as far as the heights, as far as the improvement upon the Spider-Man PS4, we didn't really see that gap in improvement as far as Spider-Man PS5 compared to Spider-Man PS4 when it came to sales. I know you would say, oh, it's because the PS5 wasn't out. 50 million PS5 owners, only 5 million bought the game around the same time as far as these specific stats with Stellar Blade. So as far as the field, people would say Spider-Man is tremendously more popular than Stellar Blade. So for Stellar Blade to come out and sell 1 million copies within just 24 hours of release is very interesting to note that when it comes to PS5 exclusives. That's why I brought Spider-Man up. But anyways, that is getting reversed as people with certain complaints that is very interesting in itself are coming out to talk about certain changes in the game post-launch. Apparently, in the demo, there was basically changes made to the character allegedly, which I have videos debunking these theories, but basically people are coming out and they are irate that there are a few edited, what word is that? My fault, I don't know what that word was, just forget I said that. There are, ironic that I'm not editing that out, but there are a few edited or allegedly, which at this point I have the video to show you that it's really not edited. People are just wilding. But anyways, there are a few edited or alleged edited characters and skins, including a pose change to a Christmas skin, Emma, as far as the blouse under her armor. Very insignificant stuff that should not take away the focus from how greatly this game is performing. But the reason why I'm bringing it up, because I did say I would save it to the end. But basically, people are going and refunding the game. Literally, PS5, Sony, is letting you refund the game. And it's one of those things to where, why in the world are you letting gamers refund for this reason? Buying the game, people argue, will encourage censorship, right? But not buying the game will discourage developers from putting effort into risque type games. That's how it was put towards me. But the overall refunding a game and championing that, I haven't seen from Sony since the Cyberpunk days, where they was just so willingly letting people refund the game. Now, of course, these are just a couple people that I've seen over the internet being able to officially and effectively refund the game. So it's not just hearsay. I've seen many people's accounts as far as posting pictures of the PlayStation you have, successfully refunded Stellar Blade type post. So it's not, I don't think they photoshopped it, because I mean, at that point, I guess you can't put it past them, but at this point, I feel like it would just be too much. But that is why I'm keeping it to the end as far as the actual crust of the argument, because I have videos and stuff to go along with that. But because I don't want it to take away from the overall quality of Stellar Blade, I want to get into the critical acclaim and, of course, the sales. So as far as sales, like I just said, 1 million copies in just 24 hours of release. If we actually go, let me see if I can find this right quick. If we actually go to the PlayStation game store, it's the 4th most popular game on the platform, behind Fortnite, Call of Duty, and NBA 2K24. So that should tell you how popular this game is, because the following games are all sports games and shooting games like the norm. Usually sports and first-person shoot. Not first-person, because Fortnite, is more third person. But anyways, shooting games and sports games basically are usually in the top performing games in the country. But for some reason, Stellar Blade is up there in the top 5, and not only top 5, she's number 4. So with that being said, of course people are going out in droves to purchase this game. So with that, let's get into the actual sales when it comes to the UK side of things. When the UK sales, as far as the week ending 27th April 2024, Stellar Blade is at the top, which is obviously surprising. I mean, going up against Mario Kart, Top Spin, 2K25, which I'm also getting into this episode, Hogwarts Legacy, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Minecraft, WWE 2K24, Princess Peach, Showtime, Grand Theft Auto 5, Forza Motorsport. Out of every game on every platform, Stellar Blade, as far as the sales chart in the UK, is number 1. That is why I say this whole fiasco revolving around minor and slight edits is just completely preposterous. And it's one of those things to where, what in the world are we complaining about? Like, are y'all complaining that pixels don't look a certain way? like what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, if y'all want a fictional relationship, anyways, like, it's whatever. It's kind of weird. That's all I'm just going to say. It's kind of weird because I'm about to get into it. But transitioning from sales, let's get into the review roundup, which if you're watching an Analytic Dreamz video, I do have a couple tidbits that I'm going to bring up, but not just yet, because I'm getting into what I think is the important part about Stellar Blade. So, as far as Stellar Blade, the game has received around an 82 Metascore, but of course that can always change because it's like user scores and things of that nature. But it puts it in surprising territory as far as reviews go, in the realm of a Resident Evil 4 with a 9.2, Cyberpunk with a 9.2, Stellar Blade with a 9.1, Astro's Playroom, which is like, the first game you have booting up your PlayStation or your PS5, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth at 9. Baldur's Gate 3 with an 8.9, which obviously if you're a true gamer, that list is automatically discredited because Baldur's Gate 3 has an 8.9, which is why I say we have to wait some time for the actual Metascore to even out, because it's not enough user scores to be like, hey, it has the best user score. I was just letting you know that information to basically to put in perspective that that's not something you should judge how great a game is, especially out the gate. So anyways, getting into the overall sales, I think I already did that. I mean, Call of Duty is number 1. I mean, there's no Hogwarts now to outperform Call of Duty, so it went back to number 1. And of course you have NBA 2K24, and this is just overview of just PlayStation in general. Call of Duty, NBA 2K24, MLB The Show, EA Sports, Madden, GTA 5, Fallout 4, WWE 2K24, Roblox, and then Stellar Blade, which lets you know how fast it's rising on the charts in just a short amount of time. Obviously, the charts that just recently talked about as far as the PlayStation Store, that was more of the up-to-date charts, but the chart that I'm looking at currently is more like the overview of the whole month and the projection of where it's gonna stand amongst once it levels out as far as sales. So anyways, let's get into review roundup. This is my favorite section because getting into review roundup is basically me telling you the different reviews from different publications, but it's not my personal review as I haven't played the game. It's one of those things to where I talk about the surroundings of the game, the sales, the review roundup, and then at the end of the day, you make a decision on whether you want to play the game or not. Because obviously, at this point, it's cemented that Stellar Blade is one of the better best-selling physical games that's came out for the PS5 as far as in a short amount of time. But we still have to get into the review roundup because a lot of different publications gave it certain scores that I'm not going to say is completely different, but I will say it's definitely something to where hold on, I was messing with the video, but it's definitely worth to be noted. So anyways, let me bring up the article. So here's the article right here, and as you can see, we have IGN with 7.10, VG247, I don't even know what that is, 4 out of 7. Game Informer gave it an 8.75 out of 10. And then you have Inverse giving it an 8 out of 10. VGC giving it a 4 out of 5. And then if we get into some of the reviews, you can see right here, IGN gave it, which is the video I was using before because I just like using the video of IGN when it comes to reviews. It just streamlines everything. But anyways, Stellar Blade is great in all of the most important ways for an action game, but dull characters, a lackluster story, and several frustrating elements of its RPG mechanics prevent it from soaring along with the best of the genre. Now, isn't it ironic that one of the supposedly by people's vote, the baddest character in the game lacks character, but the action is amazing? Isn't that ironic? Life really imitates art. No, I'll just play it. Let me chill. So anyways, with IGN giving it a 7 out of 10, a lot of other publications gave it an even higher score, which made it more balanced. As far as Game Informer gave it an 8.75 out of 10, basically saying the further I played in the Stellar Blade, the more it surprised me with the depth of its action and the breadth of play experiences. Because apparently you can have a bunch of different playthroughs starting from the beginning. There's a bunch of different paths you can go down. But like any veteran RPG, you can't just master everything. Like, you have to pick something and stick with it. You may have a little bit on the side, but if you want like a full new experience in the skill tree that you wasn't able to flesh out, you have to play the game again, which I would think it'd be New Game Plus, but some RPGs don't give New Game Plus, like Cyberpunk, for example. But for this one, since it's more linear, I would think that it will have New Game Plus. So yeah, those are the two reviews from that. And then what else? There was something else I wanted to get into. So there was oh, okay. So yeah, okay. Yeah, now it's time to get into the backlash. Okay, so we've covered sales, covered review roundups. Now, let's get into the unfortunate reality we have to face as gamers. We are never beating the allegations. The ways of desperation when it comes to women, gamers are set with a certain perception, even though it's false, but there are certain ones that voice they're basically they're upset over things that perpetuate a certain stereotype for gamers. So whenever this Stellar Blade hoopla started to arise, as far as the controversy and the backlash for the costume altercations allegedly that covered the main character, people started to literally refund the game. I've seen many people, I mean many people refund the game, basically saying it's an M-rated game. Why on earth would they censor anything? I'm refunding. So basically, these people are falling in love with pixels and are upset that the ultimate product that was released censored their beloved pixeled character. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in strange times, but here we are. So, in consequence of that, a lot of people have been refunding the game, but of course, like I just read off as far as the PlayStation charts, Stellar Blade is still selling tremendously. So it's not a lot, but it's enough to address, because it's one of those things to where y'all have to stop. It's not one of those things that you have to embarrass yourself over, because from face value, looking at somebody literally video themselves complaining over pixels is just beyond disturbing. It's just beyond disturbing, because what goes through one's mind to think they are literally dating or in a relationship with pixels to the point where they get mad at the developers for changing the pixels that they fell in love with. It's kind of insane. This character is not real, but one thing that is real is the Israel. That's let me chill. So is the actual person, right? Eve, the main protagonist of this video game, the fictional character, the pixels that people have fell in love with, the main protagonist of Stellar Blade, is actually modeled, not face modeled, but body modeled by by a model named Shin Jae-un. I think that's how you say it. I said model a lot of times, so you probably got confused a little bit. Basically, Eve, the main protagonist of Stellar Blade, is based on real life South Korean model named Shin Jae-un. Analytic Dreamz video to see the video along with the audio, right? Because I'm not saying I did the Lord's work, but let's just say it's a lot of stuff that a lot of people were saying and they were not coming with any receipts. So of course I had to see it for myself, because at this point in time I had to realize that the pixels that people fell in love with, how come they ain't supporting the actual model the way they are actual pixels? Because that's a real life person that they will have to interact with in the real life and actually try to have some type of game to intrigue them. So anyways, we found the person, right? We found the person. So this is the person. This is the person modeled after the game, the main protagonist. Her name's Shin Jae-un. Obviously, I have the Instagram right here. This is a little bit more PG, not R-rated. It's more like PG-13. So little kids, cover your eyes. But anyways, this is her literally in the modeling station, modeling for the game character. And this is her account. Do of that what you will. I mean, it's the reason why I kept this for the end. Because, it's crazy people out here. So I wanted to keep this to the end because it actually adds to the whole arc. You know what I mean? Like, this is not no party next door type blasphemy use of women. It's more of a creative vision that they was going with. And that is why I'm highlighting it like this. I mean, I also highlighted the person in that party next door cover. But there's a reason why I covered the person and not the actual music. Because once you objectify somebody in that manner for your album cover, congratulations, buddy. We're no longer talking about your music. Now we're putting all the focus on that person, because why is she doing that just to make $1 for the foreseeable future? It's just kind of crazy. And so I just wanted to focus on that person specifically. And I could care less about Party Next Door's music as far as that cover. Now, the single he put out before that, when it was an alternative cover, obviously I'll listen to that one, but that was just outrageous. So this with Stellar Blade is why I'm covering Stellar Blade and the actual model, because I think they was respectful in their use of her modeling and their creative vision. So anyways, this is the person. This is the model behind the main protagonist. If you want to see side-by-side comparisons, obviously you see one right here. And that's why I kept saying they used her for the body model and not the face model, because the director actually, I think the director actually came out and said that we used her for the body, but not for the face. Let me see if I can get the actual quote. Obviously, you know, if you speak that language, you'll understand what he's saying. But for those who don't, I'm gonna translate in this section in a second. Oh, okay, so he is addressing why he changed some stuff for the game, but it wasn't like anything drastic, as I have other examples for it. But anyways, this is a side-by-side comparison. Obviously, you can kind of tell how the body came into play with the model and why they went with her as far as their creative vision. Because at the end of the day, it kind of resulted into certain things as far as people just making side-by-side comparisons. Like one of them came from this account right here, as he was basically putting side-by-side comparisons of the update versus the original, basically showing you that the people upset over pixels is literally not justified, because we have side-by-side comparisons, and as you can see, there's no difference. Why are people out here refunding a game saying, oh, it's M-rated, I should see everything? And there's literal evidence out here, which I'm playing right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I'm literally playing right now, side-by-side comparison. Nothing's changed. Like, what are people complaining about? It's a sad day in history that the perception of gamers will never change. They will always look at us in a certain light, because the gamers out there who are regular people, regular humans, going out, interacting, being respectful in certain ways. And then there's the ones who's just outlandish with the disrespect towards beautiful women, to the point where now the whole gaming community gets a certain overlay of perception that we just don't respect beautiful women. We always want them to be either objectified heavily, or what is the other opposite? Really, there's no opposite. That's it. Like, we just want our pixels in a way we want it, even though we're not game developers. And those are a select few, of course. But the reason why I talk about that is simply for the fact that it's becoming a reoccurring theme that I'm seeing in my short time covering video games, to the point where I'm just like, this is ridiculous. Somebody has to call this out. So that's why I kept this to the end. That's why this review for the game, as far as a review roundup and sales coverage, is so long, because when I dived into it, I was like, there's no way that people are out here upset over pixels. People out here falling in love with pixels, showing their desperation, showing the levels of thirstiness that I thought we've already been past when Tifa came out for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But people want their cosplay options, so now we have another one with this particular character in this game. And the ultimate reality of it is that the game is actually good. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, a lot of people who play the game is saying that it's tedious for no reason. This one seems to be short, sweet, to the point. The story is basically non-existent, but the gameplay, from what I've heard from multiple people, made up for the story being lackluster. So that's basically it. At this point in time, we basically are just waiting for the outcome of this, trying to see where the game's long-term sales performance is going to lie compared to the rest of the field. And as far as Eve's physical appearance, I'm sorry, but y'all simply need to go outside and just enjoy life. If you don't garner certain attraction from people who you find attractive, then you have to find your purpose in life. Because obviously that ain't it. People follow, chase stuff that's obviously not for them and get mad when they don't get the results they want, which is why we end up in certain scenarios to where we're seeing certain acts towards beautiful women being shown on full display. And that ultimately is why I'm just, as a gamer, just utterly disgusted by the reaction to Eve's physical appearance. Because at the end of the day, Stellar Blade is a great action game. Not story, but action game. That should be emphasized, not reflecting on the attractiveness and visual aspects of the main character. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Stellar Blade? Do you think it's one of those games to where people should just understand the gravity of trying to exploit women when it comes to video games? And as far as the actual gameplay side of things, what is your favorite part? If you played Stellar Blade, what is your favorite part about the game? Getting into sports, Top Spin 2K25, of course, is the tennis game that everybody has been waiting for. As the general consensus is that this is a tremendous tennis game, after offering satisfying gameplay depth, rewarding skillful play, and punishing mistakes reminiscent of Top Spin 4's excellence. Basically getting into the overall aspect that people just want a fun, competitive sports game with no bells and whistles as far as microtransactions. So with that being said, Top Spin is starting off with a tutorial by John McEnroe, of course. And as far as gameplay and features, it features a lot of comprehensive tutorial narration from John McEnroe. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Guiding players to master their racket skills, basically getting into the whole the gameplay mechanics of Top Spin. So with any sports game, you're playing as real life athletes, but in this specific realm, you're playing as real life tennis pros in authentic courts with detailed accuracy. 2K, when it comes to sports games, is really good at capturing the feel of the sports environment. If there's one thing that they're tremendous at, is capturing that feel. Now, a lot of people have a lot of stuff to say about 2K and their respective sports games, but one thing you can't say is that they don't nail the environment of that respective sport. So that being said, you can engage in online tournaments with created mod players or control real pros in competitive or casual settings. More of the gameplay mechanics that stood out to a lot of different reviewers. You had diverse shot options as far as flat, top spin, slices, lobs, drop shots. For my tennis players out there, you probably know exactly what I'm saying. For people who don't play tennis, like myself, well, I do play tennis, but I don't know what flat slices and lobs is. Like, what is that? Like, we talking about a salami sandwich? So anyways, with control over shot power and accuracy, executing volleys and counter net dominant opponents with well-placed lobs. And of course, at the end of the day, with every sports game, there is energy management as far as managing players' energy gauge for optimal performance during rallies. Now, let's touch on the online experience, because there is a world tour mode where my players can compete in online tournaments to earn ranking points and climb the leaderboards. And basically, there's also a 2K tour mode where you play as real pros, balancing matchups and earning points to climb the rankings. A lot of people, not a lot, some people have highlighted matchmaking issues, which we're going to get into in a second as far as sales, but matchmaking issues have been highlighted, but with 2K, you have to understand that at this point, I don't know what type of system they run to do their matchmaking, but there's going to be occasional pitting players against opponents with higher attributes, which was one of the biggest complaints. I mean, in NBA 2K and NFL, you may match up with somebody that's just superior to you in every way when it comes to the video game. That's just how 2K rolls in their sports games. So anyways, some of the things that could be improved that a lot of different sites was talking about is the mixed reception due to energy system limitations, basically the repetitive challenges and server dependency. So as far as the limited pro roster, the initial roster, they said lacks depth, but promises future updates with additional players and modes, which I would assume a sports game will have every popular real life athlete in the respective sport video game. But hey, I'm no tennis player. I saw Serena Williams, so at that point I was like, hey, I mean, they got everybody than me. You know what I'm saying? They checked off all the boxes for me. I mean, did y'all see Serena? Let me chill. So anyways, falling in love with pixels is not good, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep that in mind, especially coming off the last segment. So anyways, getting into the sales aspect of things, Topspin, I'm not going to say it's a flop, of course, because if you make a quality product and it's a sports game, I think at the end of the day, the person who actually plays that sport will enjoy that specific game. But when it comes to the masses and basically pushing the gaming industry forward, it does not achieve that mark. Respective tennis players, it will achieve that mark for you because you will be able to resonate with a lot of different implementations of the Topspin gameplay mechanics, but not everybody wants to play tennis in real life. And obviously with the numbers, they're not trying to play it virtually either. Not downing the game, because I would try out the game, definitely not paying, but I would try out the game if offered. But on the respective platforms, it's not in the top 10 as far as PlayStation, which you could say is normal because you have sports and shooting games, but Topspin is technically a sport. Not technically. Let me not disrespect. Tennis is a hard sport. Let me not say that. Topspin is a sports game, so can't really give that excuse. But it's not as popular as soccer, football, and basketball. So getting it to Xbox is also not on the top 10 list as far as best-selling games. And that in line is followed by a lot of sports and shooting games. I mean, Fallout 4 obviously is taking up the top spot because of the TV show, which we already talked about in this episode. And then we had Skier Ritual. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Like, I've never even heard of that game. I've heard of all these games on this list besides Skier Ritual. So anyways, yeah, PlayStation and Xbox respectively is not on there at all as far as the best sellers, and it just came out. But Topspin, niche audience with the tennis aspect, so I'm not really trying to down the game. As, you know, Analytic Dreamz, I'm just trying to put the analytics out there and just let you know how the game is performing amongst its competition. Because at the end of the day, every entertainment medium is competing with one another. I know some people don't like to look at it like that because then their mental health goes in the drain. But also, you need to realize that comparison is the thief of joy. And balancing out those two statements is, hey, that's the key to life. Anyways, popular releases, Topspin did make that list. And basically, from what I've seen, as far as Steam, 24-hour peak was around 3,000. No, it was around 4,000. Technically 3,800, but we rounding up. So that is where it's at currently. Is definitely not on the most played games as far as Steam's or trending games. Or actually, it is on trending. It's on top. Yeah, it's 2,000 players playing right now. So, you know, in retrospect, I mean, that's good. It's something, right? But anyways, so people are playing the game. I'm not acting like it's a flop. It's definitely not a flop. It's just not a top seller. That's it. So don't get it confused and me down in the game. It's just not a top seller, but it is still a quality tennis game that tennis connoisseurs will ultimately end up enjoying. And the successful is another successful installment of the Top Spin legacy. So as far as the developers 2K and Hangar 13, they did their job in delivering overall solid gameplay mechanic when it comes to a tennis video game. With that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Top Spin 2K25? And at the end of the day, will you be willing to give this video game a try? And we're back again with another rollout for Multiverses. Now, for the people who play Multiverses, you will know that playing the game, it was tremendous. I believe that the gameplay loop was infectious to the point that we realized we finally had a Super Smash Bros. Contender. Who would have thunk that Warner Bros. Would have been the one to crack the code? Nickelodeon All-Stars, shout out to them, credit to them, but this is just different. It feels different, feels more polished, and it feels like an actual competitor to Super Smash Bros. Now, when it comes to the roster, I will admit they have a long way to go because Superman and Batman are only going to carry you so far as collaborating with the Scooby-Doo characters. We're going to have to try a little harder, Warner Bros. So, yeah, with Super Smash Bros. Having Mario, Sonic, and literally Ryu, like everybody in the game, Warner Bros. Has some time, has a lot of leeway to catch up for the foreseeable future. So anyways, Multiverses is coming out May 2024. The video I'm playing right now, which, you know, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Basically, they showcase improved combat clarity, enhanced clarity for better processing of on-screen action, new combat mechanics as far as introducing dash attacks and parrying for dynamic fights. They have fine-tuned the character kits, which improve timing and hit adjustments for precise gameplay. And then also there's combat changes as far as, I literally just talked about that. So as far as developing insights, the biggest thing is that the feedback they was getting is they wanted a smoother, more enjoyable combat experience, because one of the things about Multiverses is that, actually that wasn't the biggest complaint. The biggest complaint was that, because I actually played the game, so this was actually a game I played, you know what I mean, being in college, you know what I mean, it's not too much time, you know what I mean, to be wasted. So I did play this game though, like when it came out, and I really enjoyed playing LeBron. No Diddy. But the enjoyment level was simply for the fact that the gameplay mechanics for each and every character seemed very unique to them. Like the way you was able to pass a ball from LeBron and actually use it as a projectile and it actually came back to you like Captain America's shield. I thought that was a fantastic gameplay mechanic decision. So anyways, the biggest thing as far as feedback was the amount of modes. It was very limited. You couldn't do much in a Multiverses game, which, granted, they kept saying it's a open beta, I believe. Either closed or open beta, I forget. But anyways, it wasn't a finished product. They kept saying that over and over again. Even though it was out on Xbox Series X, PlayStation, I think Steam, Yeah, PC. So it was out on all platforms except for Nintendo, of course. You already know how that goes. But people were wanting more modes for their video game. So when you're getting into multiverses, you already know that you're going to be fighting against a computer. You're going to be fighting against real life people. But the thing where you could switch it up at is a story mode. I mean, it's literally right there. You have the whole Justice League. Just make a story around them and incorporate other characters. You have horde mode where you can implement fighting alongside your friends and just seeing how long y'all can last with characters being thrown at you. And then you just have the fun mini game modes that, you know, I don't like to bring this game up because they completely dropped the ball. But Mortal Kombat 1, the way that they had their, what was that called? I forget what it was called. But anyways, their different mode, the invasions. I think that's what it was called. The invasions mode. The different mini games they had in there where you was like jumping over lasers, things of that nature. Like you can incorporate stuff to change up the gameplay flow so it doesn't feel monotonous. But Multiverses didn't do that. It's basically hanging its hat on the fact that it was already a game that was not finished. So the product you got was the product you had to enjoy. And they kept it out longer because they didn't think they'll get that amount of engagement. So when they inevitably shut down the servers, people were upset. Understandably so. But it makes sense because they did say it wasn't the true product. But because of the engagement, they tried to just be like, well, okay, well, this is the game now. If y'all just going to settle with this, then, hey, this the game. You know what I'm saying? And people was like, nah, that's not it. If you ain't going to add nothing, we leaving. So that's basically what ended up happening. So they shut down the servers. And now, apparently, May 24th, May 2024, we will actually get the game that was promised to us in the form of multiverses. And that's basically it. Nothing more, nothing less. We'll see when this game actually comes out. I think that was the actual release date. Hold up now. I'm watching the video along with y'all. Launching May 28th. So yeah, there was a release date. I'm tripping. So May 28th. The game should be coming out. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about multiverses making a return to its, hopefully, its original heights as far as popularity? And do you think that it'll be able to recreate the same hype that it did when it originally launched? Elon Musk has announced that Tesla will invest around $10 billion this year to AI development, focusing on AI training and inference. So basically, AI, it's safe to assume, is here to stay. Because if there's one thing about Elon Musk is that the ultimate financial status has been achieved by him. Money isn't everything, but if we're judging off the litmus scale of monetary value, the richest man in the world, which it always fluctuates because Bernard Arnault, I think that's how you say it, a French billionaire, businessman, basically the CEO of Louis Vuitton and multinational luxury goods conglomerate, owning brands such as Louis Vuitton, Dior, Givenchy, and a lot of other expensive brands that I would never spend money on. Well, not never, but you know what I mean. Not now. Elon Musk goes back and forth with him as far as the who's the richest man in the world title. Because, of course, both of these respective gentlemen have around $200 billion, like with a B. So, even though everybody loves to joke about Elon Musk and like where he came from and his upbringing, ignorantly calling him African American, it's apparent that what he's done in today's age has gained a certain financial status that will never go away. And like the great Justin Bieber once said, never say never, but I am factually saying never will go away. So anyways, him focusing on AI is just another highlight of how AI is here to stay, as Elon Musk basically emphasized that companies not investing at this level in AI won't be able to compete effectively. That is like the equivalent of, to put it on a much smaller scale, it's like the equivalent of a player basically saying there's this new training technology to keep me at my peak and make my performances way more consistent than yours. So if you're not using this training technology, then guess what? You won't be able to compete effectively. So that is basically what Elon Musk is saying in that statement. But in regarding the investment, is targeting enhancing self-driving capabilities in Tesla cars, including the development of HW5, I don't know what that is, for full self-driving FSD technology. And basically Tesla's shift towards AI is more of a transformative shift, because now with the evolution of AI, everybody is using it, and especially focusing on the high margin software services as far as uplifting and making their production way more efficient than it's ever been in life. So as far as numbers, when it comes to Tesla, Ford, General Motors, I mean, the valuation comes from a lot of different places, but simply Tesla, when it comes to valuation, is leaps and bounds above Ford Motor and General Motors, which it's not everybody as far as in that specific industry, but it's just a little litmus scale to let you know just how successful Tesla is. And then also getting into his overseas antics, well, not overseas like antics, but basically his research overseas. He's basically had a lot of strategies, and one of them includes expanding the FSD technology to China, with recent programs towards gaining approval and forming partnerships with local companies like Baidu. I think that's how you say it. It's Baidu. So it's Baidu? I don't know. I think it's Baidu. Anyways, the premise of this whole segment is just to let you know that AI is here to stay. I know a lot of people say, oh, AI is taken away from creatives, but honestly, AI has been shown to us in the way of entertainment, and we just never realized it. Y'all gonna laugh when I say this, but I'm being dead serious. What Iron Man, who is a fictional character, aka Tony Stark, did with Jarvis is what we're seeing in real time. Using AI is a tool. If you're creative, there's different prompts you can use to get that tool to be effective, but non-creatives will have a hard time using that tool. No matter how capable that tool is, you still have to be creative to use it. I mean, we literally have the internet, and we've seen how some people, how most people use the internet, just straight up hating on others, never building a foundation for themselves. So with AI and people discrediting the rise of AI, it's complete opposite of what these companies are doing as far as recently focusing on AI and the amidst the challenges in this specific field when we're talking about traditional car sales, prompting a shift towards autonomous ride-hailing networks. So the biggest thing you need to know is that when it comes to this specific topic, a lot of people have to take it with more seriousness than they've been taking it. People are using it to make tracks with late great artists. People are using AI to make art, which is nothing wrong with that. But as far as the overview of what AI can do and the capabilities, I think Elon Musk has identified that and will basically use his investment dollars, which he's already said he put 10 billion in, to develop AI to the point where the training and inference is at a point where Tesla as a company will be able to outperform the rest, which is why I brought up the whole valuation of Tesla being bigger than Ford Motors and General Ford, things of that nature. So that's the biggest thing. I mean, when it comes to training AI, is a lot of money that obviously has to go into it. Elon Musk is never running out of it, so it's no surprise that he's the first one to actually dive or deep dive and dump so much money into it. But basically, some of the things that Elon Musk has been critiqued for, I think has overshadowed his overall gift towards society, as far as Tesla cars, as far as Tesla power storage systems, as far as SpaceX and Mars colonization, as far as the whole Tesla, SpaceX, and the Twitter, X, formerly known as Twitter, focusing on email payments and financial services. Basically, a whole venture created by X.com, which eventually merged with Confinity and became PayPal, revolutionizing the online payments. And then, of course, we can't forget the whole Neuralink Hyperloop and how Elon Musk creative vision has extended beyond Earth in general. And he's founded Neuralink to link our brains to computers, envisioning space tourism with SpaceX and proposing the Hyperloop to transport systems, the Hyperloop transportation system, and aiming to provide global Wi-Fi access using satellites. So, as you can tell, him being critiqued over his ownership of X is the least of his concerns. So that's why I wanted to cover Elon Musk in general, because I do call myself Analytic Dreamz, and why in the world will we not cover one of the biggest movers when it comes to financial analytics and what he's up to creatively. So at the end of the day, this AI investment, which is a $10 billion investment, like with a B, will aim to integrate AI more deeply into Tesla's automotive sector, potentially transforming Tesla into a major player in AI-driven cars and services. So that's basically it. In conclusion, Elon Musk once again has proven why he is one of the richest men on earth. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Elon Musk and just his ability to come up with ideas and generate some of the most egregious amounts of revenue that we've ever seen in life? And also, do you agree with his direction with AI? And how do you feel about Elon Musk in general?
You dated black guys.
Loved black guys. Yeah. I did. But for me, dark meat on the side, white keeps me mean and lean. You know, that's why I married a white man. That's what I like.
Hold up. What do you mean, dark meat on the side? Because she lightweight offensive.
I'm not. I'm saying, like, I really do think black men are attractive. I do. Like, that's my...
Well, what do you mean, dark meat on the side?
That means, honey.
That's...
You know what that means.
Wait, what are you reading it as?
How did you say it?
I'm just saying, like, when I think about men, I like dark men. I do.
You like your main man to be white and your side piece to be dark.
And ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. That is the ultimate reason for this whole segment today. Let me tell you something. Now, this is not relationship advice, but let's just say, if you're a dark man and the person you're pursuing openly says she loves dark men on the side, I don't know why you would wife her up. I'm sorry, but that's just one-on-one in red flag territory, you know? So getting into this topic is very interesting because on one hand, the signs were there, my brother. You were bound to be disrespected. And for Jeezy, having to now respond to allegations from Jeannie Mae with her alleging domestic violence, documents regarding their custody battle, accusing incidents like being choked, pushed down the stairs, or leaving guns around their kid, all type of nasty games being played for divorce and custody battle. 101 is to make the other person look inadequate as far as taking care of your child. Ladies and gentlemen, who in the world is taking this serious? We've already seen how she feels, and best believe me, she just wants to go back to her main choice of chicken. That's literally it. So since Jeezy was thinking he was going to replace that white meat, pause, no Diddy, but Jeannie Mae said it herself, right? He was ultimately mistaken because, of course, they were married, I think around 2020, 2021, around COVID, had a child. So that makes the situation even more serious. And now, in the midst of them getting a divorce, all of this stuff comes out about the whole domestic violence and leaving guns around the child allegations, which, of course, Jeezy denied because, goodness gracious, talk about how to make a man look bad. Obviously, you got to defend yourself when she's just coming out and claiming the wildest of things regarding you. So Jeezy, aka the Snowman, came out and said the allegations are not only false, but also deeply disturbing, especially coming from someone I loved. This malicious attempt to tarnish my character and disrupt my family is ridiculous. It's disheartening to witness the manipulation and deceit at play. And at this time, my main concern is being an active father to our daughter as I continue to fight for court-mandated joint custody. Rest assured, the truth will prevail through the proper legal channels. At the end of the day, I do feel bad for Jeezy because you never want to see somebody go through that, and you never know the amount of conversation they had before this whole divorce, as far as her maybe confessing that what she said during that interview was completely outrageous, and maybe he honestly believed her. But as far as being on a public platform, which seems like you're talking about personal things, you're not really playing the character, and she comes out and says that she personally loves dark meat on the side. I mean, goodness, that's like when Kevin Hart said, I treat my wife like my ribs, and Charlemagne the God said, well, what side do you like with your ribs? Because we all knew what Kevin Hart was up to. Now, that was that was 101 of Dirty Mac and what I just did right there. But hey, I am unashamed. Kevin Hart, if you hear this, don't get upset. And he probably won't. So, anyways, so yeah, Jeezy, the biggest thing about it, if you haven't seen the video, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Obviously, this woman is lighter complexion because of the premise of what we're covering. You would assume that, but I just had to clarify that just in case you didn't already know. Jeannie Mae is basically Vietnamese and Chinese descent. Jeezy is obviously black. I mean, to be correct, he's African American, but you know, since this is a black platform. That's it. No, let me chill. So anyways, their backgrounds is obviously one of those where it's like an interracial relationship, and it's contribute to unique interactions as far as family long traditions, which is why Dr. Umar is as big as he is, because the things he perpetuates, some people agree with and some people don't. But he wouldn't be famous if most people didn't engage with the content that he presents as far as black people marrying in their own race. So with that being said, I don't really have too much to say. It's not going to be a long, drawn-out discussion about this. Only reason I even covered this is because it's Jeezy. It's one of the more prominent rappers in the hip-hop community. To see him go out like this when the red flags was put in front of him, I mean, at that point, that man just did not care. He wanted to build a snowman, and guess what? She said no. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the custody battle between Jeezy and Jeannie Mae? And at the end of the day, which side of meat are you... All right, no Diddy. Which side are you taking? Oh no, buddy. Oh no. You gotta come back to this, because we not letting this go. This is not one of them incidents in the movies to where just because you have money, we're just gonna let this slide. People who listen to the podcast obviously know that I've been on this consistently since day one of this incident. The amount of people who died at the Astroworld Festival and the person who caused it, as far as his history, going all the way back since 2015, talking about Lollapalooza back in 2015 when he was arrested and charged for disorderly conduct after performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago, out of all places. 2017, back in Arkansas, when he was performing at the Walmart Music Pavilion, and he was arrested for encouraging fans to rush the stage and bypass security protocols. Notice how I don't have to say allegedly. This is real incidents that you can look up for yourself. Endangering his fans, disorderly conduct being all throughout the years of him performing, and inciting a riot that's coming from him personally. He's the one telling people to rush the stage, bypass security, which ultimately ended up cultivating an environment where the Astroworld Festival was able to take place, as far as manifesting something where it's such an unsafe environment to where 10 people died. 10 people are no longer here because of the environment that Travis Scott created for his live shows. I don't want to sound like the old man in the room, but I would think twice about attending a Travis Scott festival, because, of course, when it comes to that, since he has a lot of control over security and things of that nature, which leads to him able to bend the rules and tell people to rush the stage. You can't do that in an arena, my brother, because they are not going for that. But at a festival, outside venues, it's easier to get that off because you're the one with more control over security and things of that nature. So when this Astroworld event happened and he gave the worst apology known to man, that is when I decided that as long as there's no justice served, I'm going to be talking about this case, because this man could not care less about this incident. And let me play his apology, just in case y'all haven't heard him actually give his sentiments over the Astroworld situation. So anyways, this is one of the worst apologies I've ever seen in history of time. I mean, just look up Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm about to play the snippet.
I just want to send out prayers to the ones that was lost last night.
This man looking like he just woke up. Like, what in the actual, like, do y'all not understand how disrespectful this is for this man to be looking like he just do not care in the slightest? Like, And to follow that up with wanting to be dismissed from the case, obviously somebody on the business side could be like, oh, well, you know, that's what you're supposed to do with a lawyer. So he must be innocent because he wants to be dismissed from the case. No, he's doing that to save himself. He knows the ramification that's already been had because of this situation. Y'all ever see those movies where, I'm not trying to get into conspiracy land because this is real life. People died. A lot of people got injured. And guess what? Because he had money, a lot of people settled as far as the injury part. A lot of people who was injured settled with the Travis Scott estate. Basically, the equivalence I would make in today's age is what Diddy and Cassie ended up doing as far as their settlement. Cassie came out with something. Diddy expeditiously sent the settlement. And guess what? You don't hear from Cassie anymore. Right? So Travis Scott settled with a plethora of injured people at that concert. So now they can't talk about it. 10 dead people because of Jacquees Webster's actions all the way back since 2015. That is why I talk about it the way I do, because that is actually insane. And if he was really innocent, if he was really one of those to where he didn't cause this scenario, I wouldn't be as hard as far as going at this situation. But like I just said at the beginning of the segment, there's a pattern all the way back in 2015 to now where, well, I'm not going to say to now, all the way back from 2015 to the Astroworld situation where that live performance that you was trying to promote as being one of the littest concerts ever and making it seem cool to be like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make it out of here, ultimately ended up in 10 people dying, and that is on your hands, my brother. That is what I want to say. So anyways, let's get back to this apology after a bunch of people died and got injured at his concert. This is the apology he gave.
We're actually working right now to identify the families so we can help assist them through this tough time. You know, my fans really mean the world to me, and I always just really want to leave them with a positive experience. And anytime I can make out, you know, anything that's going on, I stop the show and, help them get the help they need,
That's cap. Multiple times throughout the show, paramedics were seen in the crowd. He kept performing. So let's keep going.
I could just never imagine the severity of the situation. We've been working closely with everyone to just...
Like, honestly, the severity of that situation, if y'all honestly wonder, like, what is adequate as far as an apology from him, if he was somewhere where he looked awake, you know what I mean? Everybody's talking about Sleepy Joe and how he gets up there and looks like he's finna fall over every 2 seconds into his speech. That is basically how Travis Scott looks right here. He basically looks like he could not care less and he just woke up from a nap, or we're bothering him from his nap, right? He should have just had a situation to where he had a prepared statement, read that off, memorize that, because that's how serious this is, and go up and talk about it without reading off anything to make it look authentic. But this, ladies and gentlemen, this is not it.
Try to get to the bottom of this. The city of Houston, HPD, fire department, everyone help us figure this out. So if you have any information, please just contact your local authorities.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I can't listen to the rest of this. This is actually sad, because it's one of those things to where you're the one who caused this, and now your apology seems like you could care less. So, in that aspect, I'm going to do the opposite of care less and let people know every single chance I get until justice is served that this man is the cause for all those deaths at Astroworld. Oh, it was the security. Oh, it was other people involved into the performance. Look at this man's history dating all the way back to 2015. I gave you incidents of this man literally because there's one thing to be charged with something, and then there's one thing to do that same thing and not be charged. So these are the ones that's officially on the books is dated all the way back to 2015 of him having disorderly conduct, him encouraging his fans to overlook security and basically rush the stage. What in the world is going to result of that? We seen it with Astroworld, and he's still a free man to this day. I don't advocate for black men to be locked up. I just advocate for criminals to be locked up. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this whole situation with Travis Scott and basically him having to face, once again, a civil trial because, oh yeah, I don't think I got to that point. All right, well, we not even done yet. So anyways, let me get back into, that was just off the top. I just had to get that off my chest because that's stuff, like, imagine if that was like, anyways, all right, let's keep going. So Travis Scott obviously was dismissed from the charges, but because of the egregious nature of what he did, one of the judges denied his motion to dismiss the lawsuits over the deaths of 10 people at the 2021 festival. So basically, the judge ruled against Travis Scott's claim that he had no role in security decisions, which is something I just said in the beginning of the segment. I should have read off my notes, but I didn't. So I think I did talk about that. I said, like, at festivals, you have more of control over security. I'm pretty sure I said that. But anyways, yeah, the judge ruled against Scott's claims that he had no role in security decisions, allowing him to be held civilly responsible in the lawsuits. And of course, Travis Scott's lawyers argued that it was only for creative aspects of the festival, but this argument was rejected because simply that was not true. Travis Scott, once again, through his team, is lying and misleading and putting up smoke and mirrors to the public. So anyways, the trial is set to begin May 6th with Travis Scott defending against the wrongful death claims related to the festival. So now, with the facts out there, because I wanted to get my sentiments out, but I can't forget the actual point I was wanting to get out. So now that I got that out, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you feel and how do you feel about this Astroworld situation? And at the end of the day, do you care if Travis Scott gets charged or not? So that's about it for episode 137 that was titled What's Beef? And of course, that was because I wanted to give you an overview, a capsule, because of course we're only 5 months into 2024 and we already have a plethora of iconic beef events, right? So I wanted to give a capsule of the hip hop side, where it started as far as Cat Williams kicking everything off. I think literally like January 2nd, I believe, is when that interview came out. So that set the precedence for everybody realizing that beef is going to be the main seller as far as the masses. So with that being said, it's also apparent that y'all know that, once I can find it, that Spotify has a long-term licensing deal with Universal Music Group. Basically, they're the big dogs of the industry, and with their new deal, this is definitely restructuring, and the royalty payments to Universal Music Group will be met by any means necessary because of them owning like 80% of the overall market share. Then we transition into the one and only boss, mob boss of the music industry, T Swift, aka the chosen one, because at this point there's really nobody coming close when we're talking about consistent high charting numbers. Drake is my favorite rapper. Even I have to say that he, when it comes to Taylor Swift, can't hold a candle to her currently, because she is just out here showcasing why she is the modern day Michael Jackson. With that being said, then we transition into TikTok and basically how the government versus TikTok is going through legislation. It was signed. So now TikTok will rather shut down its app in the US rather than sell its algorithm if US continues to hold them accountable for divesting. So I believe they have about 9 months to decide whether they want to divest or not. But US versus TikTok was something I definitely wanted to get into, and I'm glad I was able to, as that whole event, for some people, it's going to be devastating when that app ends up coming off app stores. Then we switched gears and got into a little gaming, as Fallout is one of the more premier standouts as a TV show, with people calling it the best video game adaptation of all time. One of those to where whenever you get into Fallout, you realize the amount of care and detail went into the TV show that made people even go back to the games, and provided so much sales for the video games to the point where people were talking about it in the light of this may actually be one of the biggest boosters as far as a TV show and video game is concerned. Then we went from the Fallout TV show into the best emulators for iPhone and Androids in 2024, because basically, if you know anything about emulators and gaming, let me tell you something. People are creative out here. Let's just leave it at that. And so now that emulators are starting to be talked about more in the public, some sites have been coming out basically giving you a concise list of the best apps. And I basically took all of those, seeing which one was the most was ranked the highest as far as the consensus, and I gave it back to y'all. So now you will know which emulator you should run to for iPhone or if you have an Android. So that whole aspect was entertaining, as learning just about the mobile gaming industry. I realized that I am not doing my mobile fans justice by barely talking about them, because they are outperforming console games by every metric you can imagine. So I would definitely be talking about them more in the future, and depending on how that segment performs. But just in general, if we're talking about dreamlike analytics, definitely got to get into the mobile game industry a little bit more. So that's definitely on me. I gotta start covering that more. But anyways, then we got into Nintendo's dominance in the gaming field, basically going after certain companies that try to emulate and put their games on other mobile devices, to the point where they target all the emulators, and they finally got one of the biggest, which is Yuzu, which is effectively ended by Nintendo coming to a lawsuit, to where not only do they have to end and discontinue support for their own Switch emulator, but they also have to pay Nintendo $2.4 million in damages. Talk about a come up or a fall off. For either or, you could say it's both. So after that, we went into we stuck with gaming, of course, and we went into Stellar Blade. And honestly, Stellar Blade's research that I found was very intriguing. It was very interesting, because who in the world would have thunk gamers would have made us look so bad as a whole? Like, several gamers who have outlandish takes about pixels that they could never see in real life, well, not see in real life, but they can never date in real life, is upset over minor character customizations, to the point where they're out here rioting and refunding the game simply because the pixels that they fell in love with is no longer the same. Very, very sad moment in history for a gaming industry, because that just makes the whole gaming industry, the whole gamer mantra, look bad as a whole. Because now the public is going to look at gamers, not all gamers, of course, because I play games and, you know, try not to perpetuate that type of stuff, because that's wild. But we would be ignorant not to acknowledge that there's a negative stereotype when it comes to gamers, whether it's hygiene, the way we treat women, things of that nature, as far as the awkwardness of our social interactions, and not even the awkwardness, because some people are intentionally rude and very aggressive towards women for no reason in the gaming industry. So this whole Stellar Blade conversation is one of those where it's very upsetting and disturbing for the perception that the masses will have to gamers moving forward. So that's why I'll leave that at. But as far as the Stellar Blade game, amazing as far as action, but obviously the story was very lackluster, which is very ironic because of the whole main protagonist looking like she does, and the main model for that looking like she does, and the whole story in action not being equivalent is one of those to where somebody would say, oh look, the pretty girl, but she ain't got no personality, but she's great in action. Like, you know what I mean? It just, the jokes write itself at this point. So anyways, we talked about that. So that was probably the more intriguing one for me, because I didn't think it would have that much depth as far as when I got into it. But I quickly found out there was a lot of people who cared about the minor customizations to the pixels they fell in love with. I thought Tifa from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was the cream of the crop when it came to those people coming out. But hey, Stellar Blade, y'all have achieved the unthinkable. So anyways, then we transition into the tennis the tennis simulator and Top Spin 2K25, and the way of talking about the overview of it. You know, Serena Williams being one of the figures to promote the game, and one of those to where even the masses who've been playing the game have been saying that it's a great addition to the Top Spin legacy, and it successfully adds and builds upon Top Spin 4's formula with regarding gameplay mechanics. So Top Spin 2K25 was definitely a success in most gamers' books. Going from Top Spin, then we got into Multiverses. Multiverses announcing their launch for May 28th, I believe. I think it was May 28th of this year. So of course it's coming out soon. And basically they put out a trailer to announce that the rollout for official release has started. Because if you remember, the game did come out, but it was in closed or open beta, I forget. Basically it wasn't finished. Everybody and the mom started playing it. So then they was like, well, all right, well, that's the game now. And then people was like, hold up now. No, it ain't. You better add some more modes and things of that nature. Like, this ain't enough. So they basically took it down. And apparently they're adding new stuff to satisfy the fans when it comes to a plethora of content. So yeah, Multiverses May 28th. I'm definitely looking forward to that. So that being said, then we got into the beef portion of the episode, which obviously everybody loves. But the first time ever starting off the beef segment, I basically talked about Elon Musk and his use of AI. So it wasn't really beef. It's just basically him beefing with all the other competitors, basically emphasizing that if they're not willing to put billions and billions and billions of dollars into, I mean, literally, like he put like 10 billion into AI development. He said if his competition ain't willing to develop that amount of AI into that amount of money into investing into AI, then they won't be able to compete with effectively. So basically, it's Elon Musk versus all the billionaires out there, because he's basically bragging. He was like, hey, I just threw 10 billion like it was nothing to AI development. So we'll see what that lends him. But I think AI is the future. So that will, in my opinion, end up being one of the more prevalent shifts in the culture as far as who adapts to AI first. And not even who adapts to AI first, who adapts to AI effectively first. So him investing 10 billion, best believe, well, I would hope that 10 billion the research that costs 10 billion brings back some type of results that you can put into action. So then we got into actual beef. So Jeezy versus Jeezy May. Jeezy May, that's funny. Jeezy versus Jeannie May was a hilarious back and forth, but not hilarious for some because, of course, it involves custody battle and there's a child involved. So you want to, pun intended, but you want to handle it with kid gloves. But at the end of the day, Jeezy married a woman that says she loves dark meat on the side. I mean, what are we doing? Like, at this point, obviously, she would have had to possess something. She would have had to say something to make this man forget that she literally said she likes dark meat on the side. So Jeezy thinking that she was going to wife him and not treat him as a side. And then they talking about, oh, he cheated on me, he cheated on me, she cheated on me. Yeah, like the path was rolled out as far as what was going to happen. So that's unfortunate. But anyways, we saw that coming because that was not surprising in the slightest. So anyways, then the final segment, which was definitely one that warmed my heart because I was like, finally, after 3 whole years, justice seemingly is going to be served as the civil judge denied his motion to dismiss the lawsuits over the death of 10 people at the 2021 festival. And I just finished that segment, so I'm still feeling the energy from that one. But basically, how in the world could you try to dismiss yourself from an environment you created that resulted in people literally dying? Like, boggles my mind how people just sweep this under the rug and act like it's never happened. I mean, it's kind of crazy what you can get away with if you have money and status. So I'm glad that his team's motion to be dismissed from the lawsuits was denied, and I'm glad he has to face these trials set to begin May 6th. So that was basically the last segment. And with that being said, thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. And don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social media and keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.